Chapter 1, Passionate Love with Qingmei. Did you wear it? I've got it on, don't worry. But, I'm still a little nervous. Why are you so nervous? It will be quick. You will be in and out soon. On the huge construction site, the roar of the mixer is deafening and the air is filled with the smell of dust and concrete. Chen Yuan put a yellow safety helmet on his head, then picked up another one and carefully helped the girl next to him who was wearing a JK uniform skirt put it on. Under the brim of the hat was Xia Qingning's pretty face, which looked a little nervous. Okay, let's go. Chen Yuan naturally took her hand and walked towards the lonely office building not far away. The workers on the construction site were sweating profusely, their dark skin shining in the sun. When they saw these two boys and girls who looked out of place in the environment, they couldn't help but cast curious glances at them. One is sunny and handsome, the other is pure and sweet. Xia Qingning's palms were covered with sweat, and she subconsciously leaned closer to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan looked down at her, feeling the strength coming from her hand, and couldn't help laughing. Xia Qingning, are you being so bold selective? He teased. When you saw my dad before, you acted so powerful. You could complain about trivial matters for a long time, like I lost your eraser again, or you caught me sneaking into the internet cafe. Why are you acting like a mouse seeing a cat now? How can it be the same? Xia Qingning retorted in a low voice, her cheeks slightly flushed. At that time were we not together yet? Now I feel a little guilty. Yes, it's different. The two have been together since they were wearing open crotch pants. They were in the same class in kindergarten, sat at the same table in elementary school, sat in front and back of each other in junior high school, and went to the same school in high school and university. To say that they are childhood sweethearts seems a bit too distant. They are simply another piece of flesh growing out of each other's body and are so familiar with each other that they couldn't be more familiar. When I was a kid, it was hot in the summer, so the two adults would just throw the two little ones into a big bathtub to make them splash around to save time. Chen Yuan still remembers that there was a very small mole on Xia Qingning's fair chest. This deep understanding between them fermented into another subtle chemical reaction after they broke through the window paper and officially became a couple. Everything seemed so logical, yet everything felt a bit fresh and strange. Just like now, Xia Qingning just came to his father to get the car keys to go home, but she was as nervous as an ugly daughter-in-law who was about to meet her parents-in-law. Chen Yuan complained in his heart, where did this girl's usual intelligence, cunning and strategic planning go? In the beginning, I was very proactive in getting him, but now I feel shy. However, he still felt quite happy about it. Soon, the two arrived downstairs of the office building. Chen Yuan went up to the second floor with familiarity and found the office with a sign that read Project Manager. He didn't knock on the door, but pushed it open and walked in. Dad, Qingning and I are home, give me the car keys. In the office, a middle-aged man wearing the same safety helmet was facing the drawings. He looked up when he heard the voice, and a smile appeared on his face when he saw his son. When he looked past Chen Yuan and saw Xia Qingning, who had only half of her head sticking out from behind him, he was stunned for a moment. Xia Qingning hid behind Chen Yuan's broad back and greeted him quietly, Uncle. Hello, Uncle. Hey, Qingning is here. Shenji responded with a smile, took out the car keys from the drawer and threw them to Chen Yuan. Drive slowly on the road. Got it. Chen Yuan took the key and walked out with Xia Qingning. Goodbye, Uncle. Xia Qingning's voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum, and she had already been let out of the door by Chen Yuan. The office door closed. Shenji took off his helmet, scratched his head, and looked a little confused. What's wrong with this girl today? When I came to the construction site to find Chen Yuan before, he was so generous, calling me uncle and being very sweet-spoken. Why do you seem like a different person today, becoming more and more shy? After walking out of the office building, Xia Qingning let out a long sigh and felt completely relaxed. Chen Yuan looked at her like this and felt angry and amused. Is it really that serious? Can my dad eat you? You don't understand. Xia Qingning regained her usual agility and rolled her eyes at him. We were friends before, but now I'm the candidate for your daughter-in-law. How can our mindsets be the same? What if Uncle thinks I'm not worthy of you? He dares. Chen Yuan snorted and rubbed her head. I am such an outstanding son. Who else but you is worthy of me? Xia Qingning was amused by his words. The corners of her mouth curved up beautifully, and the nervousness in her heart completely disappeared. The two walked through the dusty construction site and came to a relatively clean temporary parking lot. Chen Yuan took out the key and pressed it. Beep beep. Not far away, a brand new silver-white Land Rover Range Rover flashed its lights twice and made a crisp response. Once you get in the car, you are isolated from the heat and noise of the outside world, and the cool air from the air conditioner in the car makes you feel refreshed. Chen Yuan sometimes feels that his life is going pretty smoothly, and he is a perfect example of the male protagonist in an urban romance novel. He has amazing looks, supportive parents, a fully paid-for car and house, and a girlfriend who has been destined to be with him since the womb. He turned his head to glance at Xia Qingning, who was sitting in the passenger seat. The girl's long black hair was draped over her shoulders, with a few playful strands brushing across her fair cheeks. As a school belle who had been praised by those around her since she was a child, Xia Qingning's beauty was recognized by everyone. And now, this beautiful flower is planted in his flower pot. After confirming their relationship, the intimacy between the two increased by leaps and bounds. You can hold my little hand, hug my little waist, and kiss my little mouth. Chen Yuan's gaze unconsciously slid down and landed on the girl's chest, which was slightly heaving due to the seatbelt. Then he sighed almost inaudibly. It's this small chest. It's not that I dislike her, but I just feel sorry for her. Xia Qingning's family is better off than mine, and she is raised with all kinds of delicacies, but why is it that she only grows taller and not smarter? No, she doesn't grow flesh. It's simply an uneven distribution of resources. Chen Yuan. Suddenly a faint voice came from the side. Ah? Chen Yuan came back to his senses. Why are you staring at my chest and sighing? Xia Qingning narrowed her beautiful eyes, with a hint of danger in her eyes. Do you want to die? Before he could finish his words, a small hand had already precisely twisted the soft flesh on his waist and rotated it 360 degrees. Hiss. She is murdering her husband. Chen Yuan grimaced in pain and begged for mercy. Lady, please spare me. Lady, please spare me. Seeing his exaggerated cowardly look, Xia Qingning couldn't hide the smile on her lips, but the strength in her hands did not decrease at all. She came closer, winked slyly, and said in a low voice, "Call me Mom and I'll forgive you if you do." 3 black lines suddenly appeared on Chen Yuan's forehead. I don't know what's wrong with this girl. After we established a relationship, she always likes to force me to call her mom when she is in the upper hand in a fight. What kind of new age couple play is this? He can't quite keep up with her train of thought. Looking at Xia Qingning's bright eyes full of expectation, the mischievous factor in Chen Yuan's heart suddenly emerged. Instead of begging for mercy, he smirked and said, "Since you want someone to call you mom so badly, why don't we just have a baby? Anyway, there's no one at home right now, so this is a good opportunity." Xia Qingning's face suddenly turned red, and even her ears were pink. She suddenly let go of his hand, shrank back, and stammered in retort, I don't want to. Who wants to have a baby with you? What if you don't take responsibility after you have me? The voice was light and soft, without any of the heroine aura from before. It was clear that she was just a paper tiger with a strong exterior but a weak interior. Chen Yuan felt itchy inside when he saw her embarrassed and angry look. That's not up to you. He turned his head and met Xia Qingning's slightly panicked eyes. You are in my car now. After saying that, Chen Yuan suddenly stepped on the accelerator, and the car rushed out like an arrow, merging into the traffic flow steadily and swiftly. The target is the wealthy area not far away, the Haitian Villa complex. Chapter 2. Mom, I found Dad. The car parked steadily in the garage and Chen Yuan turned off the engine. For a moment, the only sounds in the car were the gentle sound of the air conditioner and the intertwined breathing of the two people. The aggressive words spoken in the car just now obviously frightened Xia Qingning. She shrank in the passenger seat and dared not speak, with the blush on her face never fading. Chen Yuan unbuckled his seatbelt and turned sideways to look at her. We're home, Xia. Are you planning to stay in the car all night? Xia Qingning finally woke up from her dream and unbuckled her seatbelt slowly, muttering, Who told you to drive so fast? She pushed open the car door and got out. Just as she stood firm, Chen Yuan came around. Before she could react, she felt her body lighten and she was picked up by the waist. The classic princess hug. Ah! Xia Qingning screamed, subconsciously hugged his neck, and kicked her legs in the air twice. Chen Yuan, what are you doing? Put me down. Why did I put you down? Did I let you run away? Chen Yuan lowered his head and smiled, his arms as steady as a rock. Xia Qingning is 1.68 meters tall and weighs less than 100 pounds all year round. She feels so light in his arms, just like holding a kitten. He held her in his arms, hooked the door leading to the living room from the garage with his heel, and went upstairs as if he knew the way. Xia Qingning pressed her cheek against his chest. She could clearly hear his steady and powerful heartbeat, and her nose was filled with his fresh youthful scent. Her struggle gradually weakened, and she began to pound his chest with her small fists, neither lightly nor heavily. It was more like a coquettish act than a resistance. You bastard. The voice was soft and had no deterrent power at all. Chen Yuan ignored her protest and kicked open his bedroom door. With a bang, Xia Qingning was thrown by him onto the 2-meter-wide Simmons bed. The mattress was soft and she sank into it, bouncing twice. Before she could sit up, a dark shadow pressed down on her. Chen Yuan placed his hands on both sides of her body, enclosing her in his territory, and looked down at her condescendingly. Run, why don't you run? Xia Qingning's heart skipped a beat. She looked at the face so close to her, the face she had seen growing up. When he was a child, he had a bowl-shaped haircut and a runny nose, and followed her around, calling her Sister Qingning. When he grew up, he became the boy on the court, his jersey soaked with sweat, but still so dazzling that people couldn't take their eyes off him. But now, his eyebrows and eyes have grown longer, his features are clear, his youthfulness has faded, and he has gained the aggressiveness of a mature man. Xia Qingning's throat felt a little dry. She admitted that she had indeed planned and taken the initiative in order to get him. But those so-called strategies seemed so vulnerable under such absolute power and hormonal suppression. She still said stubbornly, I don't want to run away. Oh? Chen Yuan raised his eyebrows, and one of his hands began to move along her waistline, slowly, to the hem of her JK uniform. The warm touch of my fingertips came through the thin fabric. She bit her lower lip, didn't resist, just closed her eyes. Her not resisting is the best invitation. Chen Yuan's heart warmed up, and he leaned down and kissed the lips he had coveted for so long. Just when the atmosphere in the bedroom was about to get completely out of control and head in an indescribable direction, never to return, a slightly cool little hand suddenly grasped Chen Yuan's big hand that was conquering the city. The movement was light, but firm. Chen Yuan stopped moving. He could clearly feel that the hand she was holding on his was shaking slightly uncontrollably. He raised his head and met Xia Qingning's watery eyes, which were filled with a bit of shyness, a bit of panic, and a hint of clarity. What happened? His voice was a little hoarse. Xia Qingning's face was red as if it was about to bleed. She turned her head away, not daring to look at him, and her voice was as thin as a mosquito's. Do you have that, at home? Which one? Chen Yuan didn't react for a moment. It's that one. Xia Qingning became anxious and glared at him in reproach. Looking at her embarrassed and anxious look, Chen Yuan finally understood. He couldn't help but want to laugh. This girl was still thinking about this at this time. He shook his head honestly. No. Xia Qingning sat up suddenly and hurriedly straightened her skirt and top that had been messed up by him. That won't work, she said firmly, with a tone that left no room for debate. Absolutely not. After saying that, she seemed to feel that her reaction was too intense. She glanced at the electronic clock on the bedside and found a new reason, and look at what time it is now. Uncle and Aunt are about to get off work, right? What if they see us? It would be too bad. Seeing her trying to find excuses seriously and looking so nervous that her brain was about to shut down, Chen Yuan could no longer hide the smile on his face. He sat up leisurely, leaned against the head of the bed, and looked at her. Xia Qingning, have you forgotten that my parents don't come back here at night? Xia Qingning was stunned. This villa is the wedding house my parents bought for me. They usually live in the large flat in the city, which is convenient for work. Chen Yuan explained slowly, so, even if we make a big noise tonight, no one will notice. Xia Qingning's face turned even redder. She felt that all her little thoughts, nervousness and calculations were as transparent as if in front of Chen Yuan, and he could see them clearly. This guy obviously knew everything, but he still deliberately made her look embarrassed. However, Chen Yuan did not go any further. He knew Xia Qingning. Although this girl looked bold, she was actually more traditional and conservative than anyone else. What happened today was just a joke he did on a whim, and he never intended to really go all the way. There is a long time to come, so he is not in a hurry. Seeing that she was still frozen there, Chen Yuan reached out his hand, rubbed her head, and his tone returned to his usual relaxed tone. Okay, I was just teasing you. Look how scared you are. If someone didn't know, they would think I was trying to rob you. He got out of bed and stretched. I'm hungry. Let's go cook. Let's try our chef Xia's cooking tonight? The sudden turn of events made Xia Qingning a little confused, but her tense nerves did relax. She breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time she felt a sense of inexplicable loss. She glared at Chen Yuan, jumped off the bed, straightened her slightly wrinkled skirt, and snorted, "You're so confident eating for free, are there any vegetables in the refrigerator?" "I don't know." "Go and see for yourself." The two of them walked downstairs one after the other. The ambiguous atmosphere just now disappeared, replaced by a familiar, family-like warmth. I have to say that Xia Qingning is indeed a treasure girl who is good at both housework and cooking. She rummaged through the refrigerator for a while and managed to gather the ingredients for 3 dishes and a soup. An hour later, sweet and sour pork ribs, cola chicken wings, stir-fried broccoli and a pot of tomato and egg soup were served on the table. While eating dinner, the two chatted about interesting things in school and complained about their mutual friends. After dinner, Chen Yuan drove Xia Qingning back home. After watching her walk into the gate of his villa and her figure disappear behind the door, Chen Yuan turned the car around and drove back. When I returned to my villa, the night had completely enveloped the earth. Chen Yuan parked the car, hummed a little tune as he walked to the door of his house, and took out his finger to press the fingerprint lock. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the sensor, suddenly, a soft, surprised childish voice was heard in the corridor, clearly penetrating the door. "Mom, I found Dad." Chapter 3. We came to you to make you responsible. Chen Yuan's movements completely froze. He turned around slowly, frame by frame. The voice-controlled lights in the villa area lit up because of the shout, and soft light filled the entire corridor. In the shadow at the corner of the stairs, a small figure with short legs came rushing towards him. She was a pretty little girl, who looked about 4 or 5 years old, with 2 cute pigtails and a pair of big, sparkling eyes like black grapes. She was wearing a clean pink dress and looked like an elf from a fairy tale book. Before Chen Yuan could react, the elf had already rushed over and hugged his thighs tightly. A faint milky aroma wafts into the air. Chen Yuan looked down at the small pendant on his leg, his mind going blank. Whose child is this? Is he lost? It doesn't look like he is. He squatted down and tried his best to make his voice sound kind and harmless, like a helpful brother next door. "Little boy, have you encountered any difficulties? Have you lost your parents?" The little girl raised her head, and her big, clear eyes did not show any timidity or strangeness, but were filled with joy and admiration. She spoke clearly, word for word, in her soft childish voice, "Dad, I'm not lost. I'm here to find you. My name is Chen Xingyao, and I'm your daughter." Boom! Chen Yuan's brain suddenly froze. Daughter? Dad? The trajectory of his 20 years of life flashed through his mind at the speed of light. From wearing open crotch pants to going to college, every frame is extremely clear. Not to mention his daughter, he even officially confirmed his relationship with his girlfriend not long ago. But apart from kissing and hugging each other's waists, the most outrageous thing he and Shang Ning did was that they almost had sex in bed this afternoon, but wasn't that stopped right before it was too late? Even if the car hadn't been braked at the time, it would have been impossible to produce a 4 or 5-year-old daughter at the speed of light. This is not in compliance with the basic law. Could it be that I have lost my memory? When did you drink too much and make a mistake outside? But he has never drunk alcohol since he was a child. Was someone drugged? Or is it that I am actually the protagonist of a science fiction story and have been implanted with false memories? Chen Yuan's thoughts have drifted into outer space. Just when he was struggling with his conscience and doubting his life, a cold female voice came from the stairs, interrupting his wild thoughts. "Xingyao, be good." Chen Yuan looked up when he heard the voice, and saw a tall figure walking out from the corner where the little girl had appeared just now. The woman had long, straight black hair that did not get dyed or permed and hung naturally behind her shoulders. She was wearing the simplest white short-sleeved t-shirt, a pair of light blue jeans, and a pair of white sneakers. Such a simple dress cannot conceal her outstanding appearance and temperament. Her facial features were so delicate that they looked like they were painted. Her skin was fair and translucent, especially her eyes, which were clearly black and white, but had an innate coldness in them. Chen Yuan's gaze paused on her face. Looks very familiar. But for a moment, I couldn't remember where I had seen it. What surprised him the most was that this woman's appearance was not inferior to Xia Qingning at all. You know, Xia Qingning has been a recognized school beauty since junior high school, and her beauty is far ahead of her peers. It was not until she entered Jiangcheng University that a person who could compete with her in terms of appearance appeared. The two of them were collectively called the Jiangda Beauties by gossipers. The woman in front of him definitely has the capital to compete with Xia Qingning. And Chen Yuan's gaze uncontrollably swept down for 0.1 second and fell on the curve outlined by her white t-shirt. A thought suddenly popped up in his mind, it seems, much bigger than that girl Xia Qingning. What a sin! Chen Yuan quickly looked away. Excuse me, are you Chen Yuan? The woman spoke, and her voice was just like her temperament, clear and cold. Chen Yuan still held out a glimmer of hope. Maybe he had found the wrong person, someone with the same name and surname? He nodded and asked hesitantly, I am. You are? My name is Su Kazhou. The woman calmly gave her name. Su Ko Porridge. These three words were like a bolt of lightning, splitting the fog in Chen Yuan's mind. It turned out to be her. Another campus beauty of Jiangqing University, Su Kazhou, is said to be the iceberg goddess who occupies the C position in the library all year round and has suitors lining up from the south gate to the north gate. No wonder she looks so pretty, turns out she is the real one. But this can't explain the current situation. A recognized cold school beauty, with a little girl who claims to be her daughter, blocking the door of her own house. What does this mean? Is this the latest type of honey trap? But they don't look like it. Chen Yuan felt that his CPU was about to burn out. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He pointed at the little girl who was still hugging his thigh, then looked at Su Kazhou who looked a little unnatural in front of him, and organized his words with difficulty. Student Su, and this, kid, what do you want to talk to me about? As soon as he asked this question, a suspicious blush instantly appeared on Su Kazhou's originally cold face. Her eyes began to wander, and she didn't dare to look Chen Yuan in the eye. Her originally straight back also slumped slightly, and her hands grasped the corners of her clothes helplessly. The outer shell of that icy beauty seemed to have cracks at this moment. She lowered her head, her long eyelashes casting a shadow under her eyelids, and her voice was much softer than before, with a hint of imperceptible shame and embarrassment. We came to you because we want you to take responsibility. Chapter 4. There are too many people in the family photo. Responsible? Chen Yuan was confused. He had lived for 20 years and this was the first time he heard this word applied to himself. This was said by the famous iceberg campus beauty from Jiangqing University. Did I get the wrong script? He looked down at the small pendant that was still clinging to his thigh tightly, then looked up at Su Kazhou who was in front of him and wanted to bury his head in the ground. He felt that the worldview he had built up over the past 20 years was collapsing inch by inch. Seeing Chen Yuan's shocked expression, Su Kazhou didn't seem surprised. She took a deep breath, as if she had mustered up all her courage, and explained, although it may be hard for you to believe, this little girl is your daughter. She wanted to say our daughter, but these 4 words were too embarrassing to say. Chen Yuan blinked, his brain trying hard to process this incredible information. He squatted down again, so that his eyes were level with the little thing on his legs. Looking at that delicate little face that was indeed somewhat similar to his own in terms of features and eyebrows, the sense of absurdity in his heart not only did not diminish, but became even stronger. He forced out a smile that he thought was kind, and touched the top of the little girl's furry head. Your name is Chen Xingyao, right? Yeah. The little girl nodded heavily, her pigtails swayed and her chubby little face trembled. She grinned, revealing a few tiny teeth, and her eyes curved into crescents. Dad, I miss you so much. The smile on Chen Yuan's lips froze. He called Dad with all sincerity, but the old father's heart was chilled. It is obviously not feasible to explain DNA and physiological common sense to a little girl of 4 or 5 years old. He sighed, stood up, and turned his gaze to the only person he could communicate with, the cold and aloof school beauty in front of him, Su Kazhou. How do you know she is my daughter? Su Kazhou felt a little uncomfortable when he looked at her, and her eyes began to wander again. She has a photo of you. And, she said it herself, her father's name is Chen Yuan. Photos? Chen Yuan immediately grasped the point and asked, what about her mother? Who is her mother? An outrageous thought even popped up in his mind. What if the mother of this child is Xia Qingning? Although the process is still bizarre, at least the relationships between the characters match. He can call the girl immediately, and the two of them can face this surprise together. Su Kazhou obviously didn't expect Chen Yuan's train of thought to turn in this direction. But he had already asked, and she couldn't not answer. Su Kazhou's fair cheeks turned red again, and even her ears felt a little hot. She bit her lower lip and spoke in a low voice as if she was talking to herself. She said, I am her mother. Ah. Chen Yuan was really upset now. His eyes widened, and he looked back and forth in disbelief between Su Kazhou and the little girl who called herself Chen Xingyao. She is your child, and mine? I don't believe it either. Sukajo's voice was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and his tone was a little higher. But Xingyao said so. Are you kidding me? Chen Yuan felt that his CPU was completely burned out. Before today, he and Sukajo had never had any close contact. They were like two parallel lines and had never even spoken to each other. Throughout college, the only thing they had in common was that they both appeared on the same voting post for Jiangnan University as campus beauty and campus husband. Can this give birth to a child? Could it be that I am really some kind of male protagonist who is so arrogant that I can make the school beauty pregnant with just a glance? Or did this little girl and her mother actually travel back from the future? Just when Shen Yuan's thoughts had drifted to the fantasy channel, the little lowly who had always been very well behaved suddenly let go of her hands that were hugging his thighs. She stood on tiptoe and took out a photo from the teddy bear backpack she was carrying, as if offering a treasure, and handed it to Chen Yuan in a baby voice. Dad, look, this is our family portrait. Family portrait? Chen Yuan took it subconsciously. It was a 7-inch laminated photo, and it still had some warmth in the hand. The background of the photo seemed to be a luxuriously decorated living room, with a tall and handsome man standing in the center. Chen Yuan's pupils suddenly shrank. That man, wearing a decent casual suit, had a calm and gentle smile on his face. It didn't look like him, it was clearly himself. A self that looks more mature and calm. In his arms, there was a little girl with a bright smile on her face. It was Chen Xingyao in front of him. And on his left side, the person who was holding his arm affectionately was Sukajo. Sukajo in the photo has lost her youthfulness and coldness. She is wearing an exquisitely tailored moon-white cheongsam. Her long black hair is elegantly tied behind her head, revealing a fair and slender neck. There is still a certain aloof beauty in her eyes and brows, but more than that, there is a kind of settled gentleness and contentment, the kind of charm that belongs only to a good wife and mother. This family of three looks extremely harmonious and happy. Chen Yuan's hand holding the photo was trembling slightly. What is going on? He tried to calm himself down and subconsciously scanned the rest of the photo, trying to find more clues. Then, he saw an even more outrageous scene. In this photo, which was supposed to be of a family of three, he and Sukajo were at the center, and around them, there were actually several women standing. The faces of those women appear a little blurry because they are not in the focus center of the photo. But even with just a vague outline, one can see that they are all, without exception, stunning beauties with slim figures and different temperaments. They gathered around with sweet smiles, and the whole scene looked. Rather than a family portrait, it looks more like a group photo of the harem of an ancient emperor. Chen Yuan was completely dumbfounded. He pointed at the beautiful aunts whose faces could not be seen clearly in the photos, swallowed hard, and his voice was a little shaky. Then, who are these? Chapter 5. How many mothers are there? The little girl seemed to be completely unaware of the strange atmosphere at the scene. She ran her little finger over the blurry female figures in the photos one by one, and introduced them in a boastful tone and a babyish voice. Dad, look, this is the second mom, this is the third mom, and the fourth mom. They are all so beautiful. They said they miss you too and will come to see you soon. Hearing her daughter's clear childish voice, Sukajo's already rosy face instantly turned even paler. Second mother? Third mother? Fourth mother? These words were like a string of thunder, exploding one after another in Chen Yuan's mind. He felt like the top of his head was about to be blown off by the amount of information. Just one is outrageous enough, but could this blurry circle in the photo be all of them? This is not a family portrait, it is clearly a picture of selecting concubines for the harem. What kind of difficult life will I live in the future? He raised his head stiffly, and looked at Sukajo with a last desire to survive. He hoped, desperately hoped, that this cold school beauty would tell him that this was just the nonsense of a child who didn't know any better. However, Sukajo didn't give him this opportunity at all. The moment Chen Xingyao said second mother, third mother, Sukajo suddenly glanced to the side, and his originally helpless expression was replaced by a layer of frost. Her jawline was taut and her lips were pressed into a straight line. The cold air emanating from her body was almost enough to freeze the voice-controlled lights in the corridor. In addition to the coldness, there seemed to be a hint of grievance and anger in those eyes that were difficult to conceal. This reaction. Chen Yuan's heart sank completely. It's over, barbecue is gone. What the little girl said is probably true. Looking at Sukajo's expression, it is obvious that he is well aware of the existence of the second mother and third mother, and is quite unhappy about it. Doesn't this indirectly confirm the authenticity of that outrageous photo? Chen Yuan felt his throat was a little dry. He squatted down, trying his best to make his expression look less like a human trafficker, and asked the little girl who was still excitedly introducing the photos, "Yao Yao, you just said second mother, third mother, and the others will come to see me soon, what does that mean?" Chen Xingyao raised her little head, blinked her big black eyes, thought seriously, and then explained clearly, "Well, Dad, you disappeared suddenly, and Mom and the second and third moms were all very anxious, so they came out together to look for you. Later we got separated, and then I found Mom first. They must have found this place soon." The corners of Chen Yuan's mouth twitched uncontrollably twice. My goodness, this is not a single-line mission, but a team is forming to attack me? What is this? He looked at the delicate little girl in front of him, her big clear eyes were looking at him with admiration. The turmoil and sense of absurdity in my heart inexplicably subsided a little when I met those eyes. Forget it, when the enemy comes, we will fight him with our soldiers. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. Whether she is your own daughter or not is a scientific matter. But no matter what, this little girl is really soft, cute, and adorable. It's really pitiful to have such a young child running around outside with her mother who doesn't seem very reliable. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan's defenses unconsciously loosened. He reached out and rubbed Chen Xingyao's furry little head, and his tone became much gentler. "Yao Yao, are you hungry?" "I'm hungry." Chen Xingyao nodded heavily, and subconsciously touched her flat belly with her little hand, her eyes full of anticipation. Chen Yuan smiled, stood up, and moved aside to make room for the door, then followed Dad into the house. "Dad will make you something delicious." "Great!" The little girl cheered and rushed in with her short legs. But she had just run 2 steps when she seemed to remember something. She suddenly stopped, turned around, ran to Su Kazhou's legs, raised her little face, and pulled the corner of her clothes. "Mom, can we go in together?" Chen Xingyao's voice was filled with a hint of cautious request. "This morning, Mom gave all the biscuits to Yao Yao. Mom must be very hungry too." Chen Yuan paused. He subconsciously looked at Su Kazhou. I saw this cool school beauty still standing there, the light from the street lamp outlining her slightly thin back. She lowered her head and her long eyelashes drooped, making it difficult to see her expression at the moment. Her hands were still tightly grasping the corners of her clothes, and her whole body exuded a sense of restraint and helplessness that was extremely inconsistent with her appearance. The only cookie? Chen Yuan's heart skipped a beat. In other words, the two of them have been living on a piece of biscuit from morning till now? No wonder Su Kazhou's face looked so pale. He always thought that a goddess of Su Kazhou's level would never worry about her livelihood even if she didn't have a life of luxury. But looking at the current situation, she seems to be in some kind of trouble. Thinking back to her words just now, which were full of shame and embarrassment, "We came to you because we want you to be responsible," Chen Yuan suddenly felt that behind this word responsible, there might be many unspeakable secrets that he didn't know about. The absurdity and vigilance in his heart were unconsciously replaced by a more complex emotion. He cleared his throat, trying to make his voice sound more natural, and extended an invitation to the tall figure at the door. Mr. Su, it's quite cold outside, how about coming in and sitting down?" Su Kazhou's body trembled slightly, but he still didn't look up. He just shook his head gently, his voice as low as a mosquito's hum. "No, thank you. I'm not hungry." She had just finished speaking. Goo 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 goo. An extremely clear and powerful cry came from her lower abdomen at an inopportune time. The sound echoed in the silent corridor, exceptionally loud. The air froze instantly. Chen Yuan was stunned. He looked down at Su Kazhou's stomach and then looked up at her. Su Kazhou's entire body was stiff. After a full 2 seconds, a visible blush spread from her neck at an extremely fast speed, instantly dyeing her entire fair face red, and even her delicate and small earlobes turned into an attractive pink. She wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into immediately. Seeing the icy school beauty looking so embarrassed that she was about to smoke, Chen Yuan's depression and irritability suddenly disappeared, and he even felt like laughing. He coughed lightly to hide the smile on his lips, and said in a very sincere tone, "Well, don't get me wrong. It's mainly because I'm alone tonight, and I cooked a little too much food. It would be a waste if I couldn't finish it. Can you guys just do me a favor and come in and taste my cooking?" Chapter 6. Dad, did you have a fight with Mom? The step was given at just the right moment, which not only preserved the precarious face of the icy school beauty, but also resolved the current deadlock. Su Kazhou did not refuse again, or rather, she no longer had the energy to refuse. She just nodded stiffly, tacitly accepting Chen Yuan's invitation. Chen Yuan pressed his fingerprint and the door lock opened with a click. He pushed the door open and stepped aside to make way. Chen Xingyo ran in without stopping. She was not at all timid about this unfamiliar environment, but instead felt very familiar with it, as if she were back home. Su Kazhou was a completely different story. She followed behind Chen Yuan, like a country relative coming to the city for the first time, her steps hesitant and reserved. Her eyes uncontrollably swept across the dazzling crystal chandelier in the entrance hall, and then across the leather sofa and huge LCD TV in the living room that looked very valuable. Every piece of furniture and every decoration here exuded an aura of wealth that she had never encountered before. She subconsciously clutched her jeans, which had become a little pale from washing, and felt that she was out of place here. Chen Yuan took in the expressions of the two people and felt increasingly strange. Just then, there was a slight sound of dishes colliding coming from the direction of the kitchen. Chen Yuan was stunned and walked over quickly. Chen Xingyao took out 2 clean porcelain bowls and 2 pairs of chopsticks from some cupboard with familiarity. She was not tall enough, so she stood on tiptoe and tried hard to place the dishes and chopsticks neatly on the dining table with meticulous movements. Yao Yao, how do you know where the bowl is? Chen Yuan couldn't help but ask. He himself hasn't even settled into the villa yet, and he has to spend a lot of time looking for many of his things, but this little girl treats it like she's back home. Chen Xingyao turned her head, tilted her pretty face up, and answered as if it was a matter of course, my grandparents' house is so familiar to me. I used to watch TV here with my grandma all the time. Grandpa and Grandma's house? Chen Yuan's brain worked rapidly. This villa is the wedding house my parents bought for me. Yao Yao said this is my grandparents' home. So, the future scenario is that my wedding house will eventually be requisitioned by my parents as a retirement home? Where will I live then? 1,000 alpacas were roaring through Chen Yuan's heart. He felt that not only was he unhappy to be a father, but he might also face the tragic situation of being kicked out of the house by his parents in the future. He took a deep breath, suppressed the urge to complain, and turned to walk towards the refrigerator. Forget it, let us talk about the future later. The most important thing now is to feed these 2 hungry people. He took out the sweet and sour pork ribs and cola chicken wings that he and Xia Qingning had not finished eating in the evening and put them in the microwave to heat them up. He also took out a few eggs and a handful of green vegetables from the refrigerator, preparing to make 2 more quick dishes. Soon in the kitchen, the sound of oil being put into the hot pan and the roar of the range hood could be heard. The aroma of the food gradually spread in the empty villa, dispelling some of the coldness and adding a touch of worldly air. Mom, why don't you sit down? Aren't you tired of standing? Chen Xingyao's soft childish voice came from behind. Chen Yuan turned off the fire and turned around, only to see Su Kazhou being held by his daughter's hand. He was still standing by the dining table like a wooden stake, with his hands hanging at his sides, looking uneasy. Her eyes fell on the mirror-like dining table. She wanted to sit down but didn't dare. Seeing this, Chen Yuan's heart softened for no reason. He took off his apron, wiped his hands, and put a gentle smile on his face. You're welcome, sit anywhere. Just treat it like your own home. As soon as he said this, he was stunned for a moment. Why does this sound so smooth, as if they are really a family? After getting Chen Yuan's permission, Su Kazhou's tense body seemed to relax a little. Pulled by Chen Xingyao, she hesitantly sat down on the nearest dining chair, but her back remained straight. She forced a smile at her daughter that was uglier than crying, her eyes full of fatigue. Soon, Chen Yuan brought the heated dishes, freshly fried scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and garlic vegetables to the table. The rich aroma made Su Kazhou's throat move unconsciously after being hungry for a day. Chen Yuancheng prepared 2 bowls of steaming rice and placed them in front of the mother and daughter. There's still some in the pot. If it's not enough, add more. Thank you for your hard work, Dad. Chen Xingyao said sweetly, picked up the chopsticks, picked up the largest piece of cola chicken wing and put it into her mouth. Her cheeks were immediately filled with food, like a cute little hamster. Su Kazhou no longer cared about being reserved at this moment. She picked up the chopsticks, said thank you silently, and started eating. She ate quickly but not rudely, still maintaining her good manners. Just the way she looked like she wanted to bury her face in the bowl was enough to show how hungry she was. Chen Yuan looked at her pale cheeks, which turned a little red due to the heat of the food, and the irritability in his heart inexplicably calmed down. The meal ended in an eerily harmonious atmosphere. Chen Xingyao and Su Kazhou almost cleared up all the food on the table, even the soup in the plates was scraped clean by the rice. After eating and drinking, Su Kazhou seemed to have regained some strength and a bit of the calmness that belonged to the icy school beauty. She stood up silently and began to clear the dishes on the table. Let me wash it. Her voice was soft, but with a hint of insistence that could not be refused. Chen Yuan glanced at her and didn't argue with her. He knew that for Su Kazhou, who had a very strong self-esteem at the moment, doing something within his ability might make her feel better. While Su Kazhou was washing dishes in the kitchen, Chen Xingyao, who had always been very well behaved, suddenly slid down from the chair and ran to Chen Yuan with her short legs. Chen Yuan subconsciously half knelt down so that his eyes were level with hers. The little girl leaned close to his ear and asked cautiously in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Dad, did you have a fight with Mom?" Chapter 7 Chen Yuan intends to tell Xia Qingning. Had a fight with your mom? When Chen Yuan heard this innocent question, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After all, it seems like I am not very familiar with Su Kazhou, I am just not familiar with him. Of course he couldn't say that to a child. Chen Yuan looked at the little girl's clear and slightly worried eyes, and his heart moved. He simply followed her words and asked, with a smile on his lips that he didn't even notice, "Oh? Then Yao Yao, tell Dad, how does Dad usually get along with Mom?" Chen Xingyao tilted her head and thought seriously, as if recalling something that was very ordinary. Mom and Dad have a great relationship. Mom would kiss Dad on the cheek every morning, and Dad would bring Mom her favorite strawberry cake when he came home at night, and would also pick Mom up and spin her around. Kiss on the cheek? Strawberry cake? Pick him up and spin him around? Chen Yuan's expression froze on his face. He subconsciously glanced in the direction of the kitchen. Su Kazhou was standing in front of the sink with his back to them. He was thin but stood straight, like a lonely and proud poplar. The sound of rushing water covered up all her emotions. Just her? That icy school beauty who exudes the aura of keep away from strangers? A picture emerged uncontrollably in Chen Yuan's mind. He happily leaned over to kiss her, but was frozen into an ice sculpture by her cold eyes, and then kicked 3 meters away. The visual effect is too strong. He really couldn't connect the greasy scene described by the little girl with the cold figure in the kitchen. What kind of love potion did my future self use on her? Or has my future self already been worn down by life, becoming a hopeless bootlicker? Just as he was daydreaming, the sound of water in the kitchen stopped. Su Kazhou wiped her hands and walked out of the kitchen. She lowered her head and her eyes seemed to fall on the smooth floor, but Chen Yuan could feel that she must have seen the father and daughter whispering together out of the corner of her eye. She paused beside the dining table, as if she couldn't bear to disturb this warmth. But after hesitating for a moment, she still walked over. Chen Yuan. Her voice was not loud, but her tone was unprecedentedly serious, which instantly changed the atmosphere in the living room from a family ethics drama to a serious negotiation scene. I have something to tell you. Chen Yuan's heart skipped a beat, knowing that the main topic had arrived. He nodded, then patted Chen Xingyao's back gently and said softly, "Yao Yao, can you go to the living room and watch TV for a while? You can turn on cartoons, right? Dad and Mom have something to discuss." Chen Xingyao nodded obediently, ran to the huge LCD TV as if she knew the place well, picked up the remote control, and quickly turned on the children's channel, humming the theme song of an unknown cartoon. Chen Yuan looked at this scene, and the absurd and weird feeling in his heart surged up again. He stood up and said to Su Kazhou, "Let's go to the room and talk." He led Su Kazhou up to the second floor and pushed open the door of the master bedroom. This was the room where he and Xia Qingning had almost had a sexual encounter in the afternoon. There seemed to be a hint of ambiguity lingering in the air. Chen Yuan himself found the scene a bit ironic. He brought a woman who claimed to be his child's mother into the bedroom where something almost happened between him and his childhood sweetheart. He didn't turn on the main light, but only turned on a wall lamp with soft light at the head of the bed. What's wrong? Chen Yuan spoke first, breaking the silence. Su Kazhou didn't look at him, nor did she look around the room. She just stood near the door, clenching the corners of her clothes tightly with both hands, her knuckles turning white from the force. I want to ask you a favor. Her voice was very soft, with a slight tremor. Chen Yuan nodded and motioned for her to continue. I want to give Yao Yao to you to raise temporarily. She raised her head, her red eyes full of struggle and pain, and she explained very quickly, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to shirk responsibility. She took a deep breath, as if she had made a huge decision. My financial situation is very poor. I live in an old shared house near the school. The environment is messy and unsafe. I have to work part-time and don't have much time to take care of her. I can't give her a good life. Even, it's hard to feed her. Your place is much better than mine. She looked around the spacious and bright room, her eyes revealing her inferiority and bitterness. For Yao Yao's sake, I hope she can follow you. Chen Yuan listened quietly, not feeling the slightest bit surprised. From her embarrassed appearance at the door, to her words, "We are here to hold you accountable," to the loud growl of her stomach, and to the washed-out jeans she was wearing, all the clues pointed to this ending. The so-called responsibility does not mean that he should be responsible for a family, but for a child. A child she could no longer take care of on her own. Chen Yuan agreed without hesitation, "Okay, no problem. Yao Yao will follow me, don't worry." His decisiveness stunned Su Kazhou, who had prepared a lot of arguments and pleas. She stared at Chen Yuan in a daze, as if she couldn't believe that things would go so smoothly. Chen Yuan looked at her like this, and his heart softened for some reason. He added, "Don't worry, I will take good care of her. As for what's going on between us, let's wait for the results of the paternity test to come out before we talk about it." Su Kazhou's tense body finally relaxed completely. She nodded, and the moisture in her eyes could no longer be held back. It condensed into a tear and slid down her cheek. She quickly wiped it off with the back of her hand, sniffed, and said in a nasal voice, "Thank you. Remember to let me know the result. If it is true, I will come to see Yao Yao often, and I will also pay for child support." "We'll talk about child support later." Chen Yuan interrupted her, "Take care of yourself first." He paused and took out his phone. Leave me your contact information?" Su Kazhou nodded and took out a mobile phone from his canvas bag. Chen Yuan's eyes fell on the phone and he was stunned. It was a very old domestic Android phone. The tempered glass film on the screen had been shattered into a spider web shape, and the cracks in several places had even damaged the inner screen, revealing colorful stripes. It is hard to imagine that in this day and age, the campus beauty of Jiangcheng University is using such a mobile phone. Su Kazhou seemed to have noticed his gaze and put her phone back in embarrassment, but she still turned on the screen and pulled out her WeChat QR code. Chen Yuan scanned the code as if nothing had happened and clicked add. The friend accepted. The other party's nickname was very simple, just the word zone porridge, and the avatar was gray, with nothing on it. "School starts tomorrow, and I have to go back to the school dormitory tonight." Su Kazhou put away his phone and said softly, "I won't bother you anymore. Let me take you there." Chen Yuan said, "No thanks." Su Kazhou shook his head and quickly refused, "I can go back by myself. It's very close." After she finished speaking, she turned and walked towards the door, her back determined, as if she would change her mind if she stayed for another second. Chen Yuan did not force it. He knew that for Su Kazhou now, accepting his help was already the limit, and any more kindness would only become a sharp blade that hurt her self-esteem. Although this woman might very well become his legal wife at some point in the future, at this moment there was no emotional basis between them. All he could do was respect her choice. After seeing Su Kazhou off, Chen Yuan returned to the living room and found Chen Xingyou had fallen asleep curled up on the sofa. A satisfied smile was on her little face, and she occasionally smacked her lips, as if she was having a sweet dream. He picked up the little girl gently, and her soft little body immediately wrapped around him like an octopus. She rubbed her head in his arms, found a comfortable position, and continued to fall into a deep sleep. Chen Yuan's heart was filled at this moment. He carried Chen Xingyou into the bedroom, carefully placed her on the big bed, and covered her with a quilt. Looking at the sleeping face that looked somewhat similar to his own and Su Kazhou's, the absurd feeling in his heart gradually faded away, replaced by a wonderful feeling of blood connection. After settling his daughter, Chen Yuan came to the balcony on the second floor. The cool evening breeze blew away the confusion in my mind. He leaned on the railing, looked at the lights of the city in the distance, and took out his cell phone. This matter cannot be concealed. Especially for Xia Qingning. That woman's mind is more meticulous than a needle tip. A 5-year-old daughter suddenly appeared in her family. Even if this matter could be hidden from the whole world, it could never be hidden from her. Rather than waiting for her to discover it herself and then face an earth-shattering trial, it would be better for her to confess and seek leniency. Leniency to those who confess, severity to those who resist. Chen Yuan took a deep breath, slid his finger across the screen, found the familiar number, and dialed it. The phone rang twice and was quickly connected. "Hello?" Xia Qingning's crisp and slightly lazy voice came from the receiver. Chen Yuan's Adam's apple rolled and he felt a little dry in the mouth. "Chang Ning." He organized his words and said in a calm tone, "I want to tell you something. Be prepared and don't get excited." Chapter 8 Xiaoqingning, I have called you dad. At the same time, in another villa in the Haitian villa complex. Xiaoqingning's boudoir is decorated like a princess dream, with pink and white as the main color, lace curtains, and a faint sweet fragrance in the air. When the cell phone rang, she was wearing a silk suspender nightgown and her bare feet were stepping on the soft wool carpet. When she saw the words Chen Yuan on the caller ID, her eyes lit up instantly. She almost trotted to the door and locked it deftly with a slight click. After doing all this, she breathed a sigh of relief, as if she had completed a difficult underground task. Although she knew that her mother, who was very strict, would not object if she knew that the person she was in love with was Chen Yuan, she might even set off firecrackers to celebrate. But this kind of sneaky sweetness still makes her enjoy it. Xiaoqingning pounced and lay down on her own soft big bed. Her two white and slender legs swayed comfortably in the air, and her toes were curled up, revealing her owner's good mood. Hello? She answered the call, her voice full of laughter. You're calling so late, are you missing me? Chen Yuan on the other end of the phone paused, his voice sounding a little dry. Missing you is part of it, and having something to tell you is also part of it. Tisk, you're so smooth talking. Xiaoqingning said coquettishly, but the curve of her mouth became even bigger. She turned over and lay on her back on the bed, looking at the exquisite crystal chandelier on the ceiling. Tell me, what's the matter? Qingning. Chen Yuan's voice sounded serious, and Xiaoqingning's shaking feet also stopped. I have something to tell you. Be prepared and don't get excited. Xiaoqingning's smile faded a little, and her expression became serious. She sat up from the bed, crossed her legs, and held her phone seriously. You're not going to pick me up from school tomorrow, are you? Chen Yuan was silent for 3 full seconds, and the heavy emotion that he had finally built up was instantly shattered by this sentence. How is that possible? What I want to talk about is much more serious than this. There was a sense of powerlessness in his voice. Oh? Xiaoqingning's curiosity was completely aroused. She lay back on the bed, shaking her feet and urging, then tell me quickly, I'm listening. Chen Yuan cleared his throat, and seemed to be struggling to organize his words. He did not get straight to the point, but chose a roundabout way to get in. Qingning, let me ask you a question. If suddenly a child came running up to you and called you mom, what would you do? On the other end of the phone, Xiaoqingning's breathing suddenly stagnated. Chen Yuan could even hear a slight gasp coming from the receiver. After several seconds, Xiaoqingning lowered her voice and said in a tone of shock and sudden enlightenment, what my mom said can't be true. Can kissing really make you pregnant? There were 3 black lines on Chen Yuan's forehead. He shouldn't have any unrealistic expectations of this girl's thinking. What are you thinking? Of course not. He quickly corrected this outrageous medical knowledge. If a little girl who was already 4 or 5 years old suddenly appeared and called you mom, what would you think? He thought this question was specific enough to arouse Xiaoqingning's vigilance. Unexpectedly, Xiaoqingning on the other end of the phone chuckled, and the laugh was as cunning as a little fox who had stolen some meat. A little girl of 4 or 5 years old calls me mom? Her voice suddenly became soft and seductive, with a hint of teasing. I don't want that. I only like you to call me mom. Come on, call me mom and let me hear it. I've also called you dad. I didn't ask you to scream. Chen Yuan retorted subconsciously. Bang, bang, bang. Before he could finish his words, there was a clear knock on the door from the receiver. Oh, my mom is here. Xiaoqingning's voice suddenly became nervous and hurried. She lowered her voice and said quickly, I won't talk to you anymore. Let's talk later. After saying that, she hung up the phone decisively without waiting for Chen Yuan to speak again. Beep beep beep. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Chen Yuan held up the phone, his face disheveled in the night breeze on the balcony. He sighed deeply and thought, forget it, this matter cannot be explained in a few words over the phone. Xiaoqingning had just hung up the phone when her mother's voice came from outside the door. Qingning, why did you lock the door? Who are you calling so secretly? No. I'm discussing the start of school tomorrow with my classmates. Xiaoqingning quickly jumped off the bed, ran to the door and opened it. Mother Xia poked her head in and glanced at her suspiciously. Seeing her daughter's flushed cheeks and wandering eyes, she looked like a guilty thief. She couldn't help but smile and said, okay, go to bed early. You have to get up early tomorrow. I know, Mom. After closing the door, Xiaoqingning threw herself back onto the bed and rolled around twice while hugging the pillow. She was thinking back on the phone call just now. She always felt that Chen Yuan was acting strange today. He spoke incoherently and asked such childish questions. Didn't he want to? Thinking of the charming intense scene in Chen Yuan's bedroom in the afternoon, Xia Qingning's face became hot again. Could it be that this guy is so sexually unsatisfied that his brain has gone crazy? She picked up her phone, opened the chat box with Chen Yuan, typed a line of words quickly, thought about it, and deleted it. Forget it, I'll interrogate him thoroughly when we meet tomorrow. On the other side, Chen Yuan walked back to the bedroom from the balcony and looked at Chen Xingyao, who was sleeping soundly on the big bed. The irritability in his heart that was disturbed by Xia Qingning gradually subsided. The little girl had a peaceful face while sleeping, her long eyelashes were like two small brushes, and her little mouth was slightly pouting. She was so cute that it melted his heart. He walked over and tucked the quilt for her. Tomorrow will definitely be a tough battle. But looking at this little face, Chen Yuan felt that no matter how hard the battle was, he had to fight. Chapter 9 Mothers. The familiar ceiling, the familiar chandelier, and the familiar faint stain of mold in the corner. Chen Yuan opened his eyes and let out a long breath. Fortunately, I didn't travel through time again. The bizarre experience yesterday made him sleep uneasily the whole night. He was afraid that when he woke up, he would find himself in some unknown world, and the person lying next to him was not a pillow, but a giant dragon that could breathe fire. He turned his head with lingering fear, and just when he was about to relax completely, his movements suddenly froze. Next to the pillow, a small figure was curled up, sleeping soundly. Her short, smooth, black hair spread out like fine silk. She tilted her face to the side, her pink cheeks slightly flushed from deep sleep, like a plump and juicy peach. Her long eyelashes were like two small brushes, trembling gently with her even breathing. Her little mouth was slightly pouting, with a drop of crystal saliva hanging from the corner of her mouth. She was wearing an old t-shirt that belonged to Chen Yuan and was obviously ill-fitting. It was loose on her small body, making her look even more petite and cute. Chen Yuan's heart was instantly filled with an indescribable soft emotion. This is his daughter, Chen Xingyao. This realization was more real and more shocking than when I first saw her last night. He carefully lifted the quilt and got out of bed, moving as quietly as a cat, for fear of waking the little guy. After washing up, Chen Yuan walked into the kitchen, skillfully opened the refrigerator, and took out eggs and milk. A simple fried egg, warm milk, and 2 slices of slightly toasted toast. A simple breakfast is ready quickly. He walked to the bedroom door with the plate in his hand, looked at the little person still sleeping sprawled on the bed, and smiled helplessly. Yao Yao, get up and eat. The little guy on the bed just turned over, facing him with his butt, and uttered a few vague mumblings. Chen Yuan walked over and patted her little butt gently. If you don't get up, the sun will burn your butt. Chen Xingyao then reluctantly rubbed her eyes and sat up. With her hair messed up from sleep, she drowsily opened her arms and said in a baby voice, "Daddy, hold me." Who can withstand this? Chen Yuan wailed in his heart, then resigned himself to his fate and bent down to pick her up. The little guy skillfully hugged his neck, buried his little face in the crook of his neck, and hung on him like a koala. At the dinner table, Chen Xingyao ate fried eggs in small bites, her 2 short legs dangling under the chair. Yao Yao, Daddy has to go to school soon. Chen Yuan said as he drank his milk, you are home alone, so be good and don't open the door no matter who knocks, understand? He had already made up his mind that as soon as Xia Qingning was settled, he would immediately ask for leave and go home. Under no circumstances could he leave a 4 or 5-year-old child alone at home for the whole day. Chen Xingyao nodded obediently, still chewing toast in her mouth, and asked vaguely, can't mommy do it too? Mom, I can. Chen Yuan answered without thinking. Oh. Chen Xingyao swallowed the food in her mouth and raised her little face again, her big eyes full of curiosity. Dad, what is school? Going to school is going to a place to learn knowledge. Chen Yuan found that explaining concepts to a child was actually quite difficult. Chen Xingyao nodded as if she understood, and seemed to accept this setting. After breakfast, Chen Yuan changed his clothes and prepared to go out. He walked to the entrance and just as he bent down to put on his shoes, he felt something soft hugging his thigh. He looked down and saw that it was Chen Xingyao. The little guy looked up at him with his big eyes blinking. Daddy wants a kiss. Her tone was commanding with a matter-of-fact tone. Usually when Daddy goes out, he always kisses me and the mommies. Chen Yuan stopped putting on his shoes. He slowly repeated the sentence in his mind word by word. Give me and Mom's a kiss? We? This quantifier is used very cleverly. The corners of Chen Yuan's mouth twitched uncontrollably twice. He felt that his future was no longer as simple as having another daughter, but having quite a few children. However, looking at his daughter's innocent little face that was full of "kiss me now," he really couldn't muster the energy to ask further questions. He leaned over and kissed her soft cheek, then reached out and ruffled her soft hair. "Be good and stay home, Dad will be back soon." "Yeah." Chen Xingyao finally let go of her hand contentedly and waved at him vigorously. The moment he closed the door, Chen Yuan leaned against it, feeling a little exhausted. His mind couldn't help but emerge with the image of Su Kazhou, the school beauty with a cool temperament and distant eyes at the milk tea shop yesterday. Could it be that the child looks like me? But I'm not that clingy. And I stay in bed all the time. This is definitely inherited from Su Kazhou. Shaking off the messy thoughts in his mind, Chen Yuan started the car and drove towards Area B of the Haitian villa complex. A few minutes later, a familiar villa appeared in front of us. As soon as the car stopped, the door of the villa opened. Xia Qingning ran out excitedly. Today, she wore a clean white shirt with the 2 buttons on the collar casually unbuttoned, revealing her delicate collarbone. She wore a well-cut black pleated skirt, revealing a pair of straight and slender legs. She didn't wear high heels, but a pair of cute Mary Jane shoes, matched with a pair of pure white knee-high socks. She looked both preppy and pure, yet refined and elegant like a young lady. As soon as she saw Chen Yuan, her eyes turned into crescent moons. He ran to the car in 2 steps, opened the passenger door and got in. Then he stretched out his arms familiarly, put his arms around Chen Yuan's neck, and pressed his whole body against him. "Miss, what's wrong with you today?" Chen Yuan was stunned by her sudden enthusiasm. "You are so blatant, aren't you afraid that your mother will find out?" He. Xia Qingning rubbed against his arms like a spoiled cat, then stuck out her tongue and said in a low voice, "My parents left early in the morning, saying they were going to attend some business reception. Let's go quickly, don't let the neighbors see us." This logic is very Xia Qingning. Chen Yuan started the car with a helpless look on his face, but in his mind he was thinking about how to tell her about the daughter who had fallen from the sky. Chapter 10: The School Beauty's Love Affair. The silver-white Land Rover Range Rover drove smoothly on the tree-lined avenue leading to Jiangcheng University. Outside the car window, the early morning sunlight shines through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled spots of light. Inside the car, the atmosphere was somewhat subtle. Chen Yuan held the steering wheel, feeling as if there was a ball of cotton in his throat. He tried to speak several times, but the words were swallowed back when they reached his lips. "Be honest, how to be honest?" "Xingning, I have a new daughter, she's 4.5 years old, born to another principal in our school." If he said this, he had no doubt that Xia Qingning would tear the scumbag apart on the spot and then kick him out of the driver's seat. "Hey, Chen Yuan." Xia Qingning, who was sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly spoke, interrupting his wandering thoughts. Chen Yuan's heart tightened. Here she comes. She's going to ask. He took a deep breath and was about to face the trial when he heard Xia Qingning say excitedly, "I was browsing my moments yesterday and saw the photos that Fatty Wang posted. His wife gave birth to another daughter, so the family of 4 makes up the Chinese character good. What do you think he was thinking? We are only so old, and his children are already helping out with cooking." The courage that Chen Yuan had finally mustered deflated in an instant like a punctured balloon. He could only respond dryly, "Maybe they are just in a hurry." It must be his wife who was anxious. Xia Qingning nodded seriously, analyzing it clearly. "I remember when I was in high school, his wife chased after him every day. Look, didn't she succeed? So, happiness still depends on your own initiative to fight for it." As she spoke, she glanced at Chen Yuan meaningfully, her eyes full of you-know. Chen Yuan's mouth twitched and he didn't respond. He cleared his throat and decided to try again. Qingning, actually I." "Oh, right." Xia Qingning slapped her thigh as if she had just remembered some shocking secret. "I suddenly remembered something. When you were in the 2nd grade of elementary school, you broke my mechanical pencil, and I secretly used your dad's private money to buy me a new one. But your mom found out and thought you stole the money to buy a video game console, so she hung you up and beat you up." Chen Yuan's face turned black. What does this have to do with anything? It's such a trivial matter, how could she still remember it so clearly? Xia Qingning became more and more excited as she spoke. She held her chin up and looked at Chen Yuan with sparkling eyes like a little detective. "I thought about it carefully last night and found out the details. You told me at the time that you found the money under the bed. But when your mother beat you, you didn't say a word and refused to give me away. Chen Yuan, you have been protecting me since you were so young, haven't you?" After she finished speaking, she showed a sly and sweet smile on her face, leaned over and asked expectantly, "Tell me, am I smart? I can even discover this." Seeing her looking for praise, all Chen Yuan's plans to confess came to nothing. What else can he say? He could only nod his head resignedly and forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. "Well, you are the smartest, okay." They kept joking around all the way, and when the car drove into the underground parking lot of Jiangcheng University, Chen Yuan didn't find a chance to speak. He felt that he was not here to go to school, but to escort a time bomb, and the fuse of this bomb was in the hands of the girl beside him who was completely unaware. After parking the car, Xia Qingning unbuckled her seatbelt and naturally put her arm around Chen Yuan's arm, leaning against him with her movements being intimate and skilled. "Let's go back to school." The two of them just got together during the summer vacation, and this is the first time they have been so close at school. Chen Yuan felt a little nervous. After all, both of them were well-known figures in the school. If they were seen by others, the entire campus forum would probably explode in no time. But Xia Qingning had no intention of avoiding suspicion. She took Chen Yuan's arm, held her head high, and like a proud little peacock, she pulled him towards the computer department's welcome point. "Hey, slow down. What are you afraid of?" Xia Qingning rolled her eyes at him. "It's just a relationship. It's not something to be ashamed of." Although she said that, her slightly red ears still exposed her inner shyness. The campus in September is bustling with freshmen dragging suitcases and senior students offering their guidance enthusiastically. The combination of Chen Yuan and Xia Qingning is undoubtedly the most beautiful scenery in the crowd. The man is sunny and handsome, and the woman is pure and sweet. When they walk together, the rate of people turning their heads to look at them is 200%. Although the two are quite famous in the school, Jiangcheng University has a large number of students, and most people have only seen their photos in voting posts on the campus forum. Not many people can recognize them in real life. However, fate is such a coincidence. At the Computer Science Department's Welcome Center, the seniors who were in charge of welcoming the new students happened to be the liveliest people in Chen Yuan's dormitory. The first person to discover them was the second in command in the dormitory, a burly boy named Zhao Hai. He was sitting in a chair playing with his mobile phone boredly. He caught a glimpse of it out of the corner of his eye and almost dropped his jaw in shock. He rubbed his eyes and looked again in disbelief. "That's right, it's Chen Yuan. And the one holding Chen Yuan's arm, smiling brightly. What the hell? Isn't that the famous beauty from the law department, Xia Qingning?" Cough. Cough cough. Zhao Hai suddenly touched the third brother who was dozing off beside him, and nodded his chin wildly in the direction of Chen Yuan. The third child raised his head sleepily and looked in the direction he was looking. The next second, his mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. I'm not awake yet? Pinch me, am I hallucinating on the first day of school? Aren't these two famous enemies? Last semester, Queen Xia chased Chen Yuan and scolded him across half the playground because Chen Yuan smashed her flowers while playing basketball. My goodness, now they're hanging on me? What's going on? Are they in love and hate with each other? Although the discussions of several people were not loud, they were still clearly heard by Chen Yuan and Xia Qingning in the noisy environment. Xia Qingning's face suddenly turned red, and she subconsciously wanted to let go of her hand, but Chen Yuan held it back. Chen Yuan glared at those friends who were just watching the fun and said unhappily, "What are you looking at? Have you never seen handsome guys and beautiful girls fall in love? Yo! Admit it. Admit it. That's great, old Chen. You managed to take down one of the two beauties from Jiang University without making any noise?" A group of people started to make a fuss, attracting curious glances from many freshmen around. Xia Qingning's face turned even redder. She gently pulled Chen Yuan's hand away and whispered, "You talk to them first. I'm going back to our department. Go ahead." Seeing that she was really shy, Chen Yuan didn't try to keep her. After Xia Qingning disappeared in the crowd, Chen Yuan turned around and looked at his roommates who were grinning. "Why are you guys so desperate to come here to welcome the new students? This is not like your style. Hee, you don't understand this." Zhao Hai came closer and raised his eyebrows mysteriously. "This is a good job, with many benefits." He held up 2 fingers and said, "First, the school gives us a subsidy of 200 yuan a day. It's free money and we should not refuse it." Besides, Zhao Hai raised his chin towards a direction not far away, with a smile on his face that every man could understand. Chen Yuan followed his gaze. "I saw a simple long table under the shade of a tree not far away, with several boxes of iced mineral water on the table. A tall and cold figure was standing behind the table, handing bottles of water to the new students who came to report. She was wearing the same white t-shirt and light blue jeans as yesterday, with her long black hair simply draped over her shoulders. Such a simple dress makes her stand out in the noisy crowd like a snow lotus isolated from the world, a unique landscape. It's Su-ko porridge. Zhao Hai lowered his voice, his tone was filled with a bit of pride and yearning. The second benefit is that I can talk to our other iceberg school beauty. Chapter 11. It's reasonable to pamper your future wife, right? The September sunshine has already brought with it some of the power of the autumn heat. Even if you hide in the shade of the trees, the heat waves still come in waves. Under the huge camphor tree not far away, Su Kajo's figure looked particularly thin. Sweat had soaked the strands of hair on her forehead, sticking tightly to her smooth forehead. A few drops of sweat slid down her graceful jawline and disappeared into her white neck. She was lowering her head, silently taking out bottles of iced mineral water from the carton and handing them to the sweaty new students and parents who came to report. Everyone who took the water from her hand would uncontrollably keep their eyes on her face for a few seconds. The girl's skin was so white that it seemed to be glowing under the mottled shadows of the trees, and her facial features were as delicate as a carefully carved work of art. Although she was obviously doing the most ordinary distribution work, her cold and elegant temperament was not diminished in the slightest. After receiving the water, many boys blushed and said thank you, but walked slowly. They wanted to take a few more glances but did not dare to be too presumptuous. TSK, I really don't understand. Zhao Hai lowered his voice, with a bit of emotion and pity in his tone. What do you think of this? One of the two beauties of Jiang University, the ice goddess of our computer department, is actually doing this kind of work under the scorching sun for a mere 200 yuan subsidy. Alas, for the sake of life, even the goddess has to bow down. Zhao Hai's words were like a tiny needle, gently piercing Chen Yuan's heart. He looked at Su Kuzhou's profile. The sunlight outlined her straight nose and slightly pursed lips. Her stubbornness and coldness were very much like the look of a little kid when he was throwing a tantrum. Chen Xingyao's face, especially her eyes and nose, are exactly like Su Kuzhou's. This discovery made Chen Yuan feel like a mixture of emotions. He couldn't tell what he felt. The woman who had helplessness and despair in her eyes when she entrusted her daughter to him last night was now here, playing the role of a qualified volunteer in an almost numb manner. No, we can't continue to be so confused. Chen Yuan made up his mind that he needed to know more. And right before our eyes, there is a ready-made intelligence dealer. He retracted his gaze, stretched out his arm, and suddenly hooked Zhao Hai's neck, pulling his strong body towards him. Oh my god, what are you doing, old Chen? Are you trying to launch a sneak attack? Zhao Hai was shocked. Okay, stop howling. Chen Yuan took him a few steps to the side and asked in a low voice, Old Zhao, aren't you known as the know-it-all in our school? Tell me, how much do you know about Su Kuzhou? Zhao Hai was stunned when he heard this, then he broke free from Chen Yuan's arm and looked him up and down, his eyes full of contempt and grief. I thought it was something else. Chen Yuan, you are really great. He slapped his thigh. The sound was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for the third and fourth brothers next to him to hear. School beauty Xia has just left, her body is still warm. Bah, her figure hasn't even left her sight, but you're already thinking about someone else? You're eating from the bowl, but you're looking at the pot. Your abacus beads are about to fall on my face. Are you worthy of school beauty Xia? Are you worthy of us innocent single roommates? Chen Yuan's mouth twitched fiercely, and he really wanted to slap this guy's mouth shut. If you say another word of nonsense, do you believe that I will post the fact that you have a crush on the junior sister in the foreign language department next door on the campus forum? No, brother Chen, I was wrong. Zhao Hai's expression changed instantly, and he came closer with a flattering look. Let us talk about it. What do you want to know? I promise to tell you everything I know. The third and fourth brothers nearby also pricked up their ears and gathered around with curious looks on their faces. Chen Yuan glared at them and said unhappily, just tell me what you know. Tisk, Zhao Hai curled his lips, cleared his throat, then lowered his voice and said mysteriously, actually, I don't know much about the campus beauty of Sucha University. She is too cold, usually keeps to herself and doesn't get close to anyone. It's not easy to find out about her. But... He paused, keeping everyone in suspense, and then continued, I do know a piece of explosive news. It is said that Su Kuzhou's family used to be very rich, and she was a real white, rich and beautiful woman. How rich were they? Let me put it this way, she was richer than your family. Think about it yourself. Richer than my family? Chen Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Although his family is not a top-tier wealthy family, they have tens of millions in savings. What does it mean to be richer than his family? He looked at the figure under the shade of the tree again. A rich young lady who once lived a life of luxury now has to sweat here for a subsidy of 200 yuan. Thinking back to the resolute and painful expression she had when she entrusted Chen Xingyao to herself last night. What did she go through during this period? Is the family bankrupt? Or did something else happen? An indescribable complex emotion surged in Chen Yuan's heart, including sympathy, curiosity, and a trace of pity that he himself was not even aware of. Just as he was lost in thought, a freshman boy who looked quite gentle and was wearing a plaid shirt and black framed glasses came with the water he had just received and did not leave immediately. He stood in front of Su Kazhou's table, hesitated for several seconds, his fair face flushed red, as if he had mustered up all his courage. Senior sister, the boy's voice was trembling slightly. Can I add you on WeChat? This scene instantly attracted the attention of several boys who were still nearby. Zhao Hai and the others also watched with great interest, ready to enjoy a good show of warriors challenging the iceberg. Hey! Chen Yuan almost subconsciously made a short and dissatisfied sound from his throat. The sound was not loud, but Zhao Hai next to him heard it clearly. Under the shade of the tree, Su Kazhou didn't even raise his head. He just shook his head slightly and continued to take water from the box. The boy in the plaid shirt had obviously run into many setbacks before, so he didn't insist too much. He just scratched his head in disappointment, turned around and left tactfully. What's wrong, old Chen? Zhao Hai turned his head and looked at Chen Yuan with a smirk on his face. The boy just asked for his WeChat, why are you yelling so loudly? What's wrong? Are you heartbroken? Or are you jealous? You're jealous. Chen Yuan's face turned red, and he immediately found an excuse to kick them. I say, are you guys human? Don't you see that there's only one girl leaking fluids over there? You guys are sitting here watching the show? You're still fucking volunteers, go over and help. Hey, don't move your feet. Old Chen, calm down. Zhao Hai and the other two hid away with a playful smile, and hurriedly explained, it's not that we don't want to go, it's the campus beauty of Su University who said that she can do it alone and doesn't want us to interfere. That's right, the third brother also agreed, they are self-reliant, so we can't force them to help, right? Stop talking nonsense and get out of here. Chen Yuan was too lazy to argue with them, so he just kicked each of them on the butt and pushed them forward. A few people were joking and walking towards the camphor tree reluctantly. Sister Sudi, we are here to help. Zhao Hai's voice arrived before he even showed up. Su Kazhou was bending over to get some water. When he heard the voice, he replied without even raising his head. His voice was clear and cold, with a hint of alienation, no need. I can do it alone. She didn't want others to see her in such a miserable state, especially those who knew her. However, when she stood up and prepared to pass the water to the next person, a familiar figure came into her sight. The leader was Chen Yuan. Su Kazhou's movements suddenly paused, and the hand holding the water bottle stopped in mid-air. She was stunned, a trace of surprise and panic flashed in her eyes, and she subconsciously tried to avoid his gaze. The sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting bright and dark spots on his face. He was wearing a simple white t-shirt today, looking clean and fresh, and was looking at her quietly. When their eyes met, the air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Chen Yuan didn't expect her to look up suddenly, and the inexplicable embarrassment in his heart emerged again. He cleared his throat, tried to make his expression look natural, and forced a not-so-experienced smile. It's time to change shifts. Chapter 12 Elbow, come home with me. It's time to change shifts. This incoherent sentence made Su Kazhou stand there in a daze. Zhao Hai, who was standing next to him, immediately understood the situation, patted his chest, and started to shout, that's right, Sister Su, you've been standing here for more than an hour, your face is getting sunburned, hurry up, go to the bottom of the shed and take a break, leave this place to us real men. The third and fourth brothers also joined in the commotion, half-heartedly squeezed over and snatched the work from Su Kazhou's hands. Chen Yuan didn't say anything else, just looked at her, with an unskilled but gentle smile on his face, and nodded to her. Su Kazhou's eyes met his for a moment. The things that happened in the villa last night and his overbearing words change shifts just now made her cold and bloodless skin blush uncontrollably. She pursed her lips, said nothing, silently moved the remaining half-box of mineral water back to the freezer, turned and walked towards the shed set up at the reception area not far away. Her back was still straight, but her steps were slower than when she came. Chen Yuan watched her sit down before looking away. Several boys took over the task of distributing water. They seemed quite responsible at first, but their true colors were exposed within 5 minutes. While handing water to the freshmen, they chatted with pretty schoolgirls and laughed all the time. They didn't look like volunteers at all. Chen Yuan was too lazy to pay attention to them. He found a chair and sat down under the shed, chatting with them in a random manner. But his eyes would always unconsciously glance in the direction of Su Kazhou. She just sat quietly in the shadow of the corner, some distance away from the other volunteers who were resting, as if isolating herself intentionally or unintentionally. She lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking, and her whole body exuded a sense of alienation that made people stay away from her. This was not the first time Chen Yuan had met her. Although they are not in the same class, their classrooms are on the same floor, so they can see each other every day. His impression of her has always been that she is always alone. Eat alone, go to class alone, and go to the library alone. At this moment, Chen Yuan noticed that Su Kazhou in the corner seemed to be breathing faster, with beads of sweat the size of beans oozing out of his forehead and sliding down his pale cheeks. A girl sitting next to her also noticed something was wrong and leaned over with concern. "Classmate, are you okay?" Su Kazhou shook his head weakly, as if he wanted to say it's okay, but no sound came out. She probably felt uncomfortable staying here, so she supported herself with the armrests of the chair and stood up unsteadily. But as soon as she stood up straight, everything in front of her eyes went dark, her body went limp, and she fell straight to the ground. Ah! The girl next to her covered her mouth in fear and let out a short scream. The movement here instantly attracted the attention of everyone around. Fuck! Chen Yuan's pupils suddenly shrank, and he almost took off. His heart skipped a beat, and he rushed towards Su Kazhou without thinking. He took 3 or 2 steps to her side, and immediately half knelt down to support her hot body. "Su Kazhou, what's wrong with you?" Su Kazhou's long eyelashes trembled and slowly opened a crack. In the blurred vision, there was an enlarged image of Chen Yuan's face, filled with tension and anxiety. Then, her eyelids drooped and she completely lost consciousness. Without any hesitation, Chen Yuan picked her up and carried her sideways. "The feeling in my hand is lighter than I imagined." A girl about 1.7 meters tall was floating in his arms, and she was unconscious. Old Chen. What happened to school beauty Su? Zhao Hai was also frightened and ran over quickly with a worried look on his face. "I don't know, it looks like she has heat stroke." Chen Yuan frowned. "I'll take her to see a doctor first." As he said that, he picked up the person and ran towards the school gate. At this time, it is hard to say whether the school clinic is open or not. Even if it is open, it will take more than 10 minutes to run from here to the school hospital. It would be faster to drive directly to a clinic outside. The silver-white Land Rover roared and rushed out of the school gate. Chen Yuan turned on the navigation and sped along, and soon found a nearby clinic that looked the most formal. The doctor in the clinic was a kind middle-aged woman. When she saw Chen Yuan rushing in with an unconscious girl in his arms, she didn't ask any questions and immediately instructed him to put the girl on the bed inside. After a simple examination, the female doctor took off her stethoscope and concluded, "It's heat stroke, plus hypoglycemia, her body is very weak." "Young man, your girlfriend didn't eat breakfast, right? Her body is so weak." Chen Yuan had expected this. This girl used to be a pampered young lady. She was already in poor health and had been standing in the scorching sun for more than an hour. Given her dire financial situation last night, she probably didn't even have a proper dinner, let alone breakfast. The doctor quickly put in 4 on her, and the cold liquid slowly flowed through the infusion tube onto the back of her white hand. Chen Yuan sat on a chair beside the bed, looking at her peaceful sleeping face, feeling mixed emotions. More than half an hour later, Su Kazhou's eyelashes moved and he slowly opened his eyes. What caught my eye was the unfamiliar white ceiling and a faint smell of disinfectant. She turned her head and saw Chen Yuan sitting on the chair next to her, playing with his mobile phone. Her eyes widened instantly, she sat up abruptly, and looked around. Where is this?" Seeing that she was awake, Chen Yuan put away his phone and asked calmly, "Awake? How do you feel?" Only then did Su Kazhou notice the small cut on the back of his hand caused by the needle, and the memories in his mind slowly returned. "Have you had breakfast?" Chen Yuan asked again. Su Kazhou shifted his gaze away from his face and shook his head guiltily. Chen Yuan sighed as expected, stood up, and said in a tone that brooked no argument, "Okay, come home with me for dinner now. Don't go to the orientation this afternoon." "Go home?" Su Kajo raised her head, and a rare hint of resentment appeared in her cold eyes, and she even spoke in a coquettish tone that she herself did not notice. No. Chen Yuan looked at her weak appearance and was too lazy to reason with her. He leaned over, and before she could react, he put his arms around her knees and back and lifted her up from the bed along with the quilt. Ah! Su Kajo screamed and subconsciously hugged his neck. What are you doing? Take you home. Chen Yuan carried her out. Su Kajo wanted to resist, but his whole body was limp and he couldn't muster any strength. She was anxious, her voice was filled with tears. No. If I don't go this afternoon, my money. I'll give you the money. Chen Yuan kept walking. I have classes tonight. It's okay. I have an acquaintance in the school and I can ask for leave for you. Chen Yuan walked to the door of the clinic in just a few steps and placed her steadily in the passenger seat of the Land Rover. Watching this man arrange everything in a domineering and forceful manner, Su Kajo felt that all his stubbornness and persistence were like paper and vulnerable in front of him. A huge feeling of shame and grievance surged into my heart, and I could no longer hold back the physiological tears, which slid down the corners of my eyes. Chen Yuan looked at her tearful face, and his heart softened for some reason. His tone also slowed down. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Besides, the child is still at home. When mentioning the child, Su Kajo paused in crying. She sniffed, as if she suddenly remembered something, raised her hand and pointed at her feet. Chen Yuan looked in the direction her finger pointed. She was barefoot, wearing only a pair of pure white socks that were washed clean. The socks tightly wrapped around her petite and delicate feet, outlining the perfect shape of her jade feet. Su Kajo looked at him and said with a heavy nasal tone, aggrieved, my shoes are still in the clinic. Chapter 13. Two Lights in the Dark. Chen Yuan's eyebrows twitched slightly. He felt that in his 20 years of life, his endurance had never been tested so intensively. He stared at the pair of feet wrapped in white socks for 2 seconds, but in the end said nothing. He just sighed silently, turned around, and walked back to the clinic with big strides. A moment later, he came out with a pair of white canvas shoes that were also a little worn out. He bent down and placed the shoes at Su Kajo's feet. During the whole process, he said nothing and moved very gently, as if he was afraid of disturbing something. Su Kajo put on her shoes silently, lowered her head, and didn't dare to look at him again. The car started again and there was no conversation along the way. After returning to the familiar neighborhood and parking the car, the two walked into the elevator one after the other. The space in the elevator car was small and the atmosphere was a bit stagnant. Chen Yuan put his hands in his trouser pockets, stood straight in front, staring at the rising red numbers. Su Kajo stood half a step behind him, his eyes fixed on his back. His shoulders were broad, and the smooth lines of his back muscles under his t-shirt revealed a calm and reliable sense of strength. It was this back figure that had lifted her up from the crowd's exclamations not long ago, isolating her from all the panic. Su Kajo clenched the corner of his clothes. Some inexplicable emotion was brewing in his heart, and it slowly spread out with a sense of inexplicable security. With a ding sound, the elevator arrived. Chen Yuan walked out first, took out the key and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, the cheerful music unique to cartoons in the living room couldn't wait to come out, followed by a rapid and childish da-da-da sound of running from far away. Dad! Mom! A small figure rushed out from the living room like a sweet little cannonball. When Chen Xingyao saw the two people standing side by side at the door, her eyes instantly lit up as if there were two stars. She did not rush towards Chen Yuan as usual, but braked suddenly and stopped steadily in front of Su Kajo, then opened her arms and hugged her thighs. The little girl's body was soft and had a pleasant milky scent. She pressed her face tightly against Su Kajo's trouser leg, tilted her head back, and asked in a soft, crying voice, Wow, Yao misses mommy so much. Why didn't mommy sleep with daddy last night? The innocent words of the child were like a bolt of lightning that struck the two adults on the scene accurately on their heads. Su Kajo was completely frozen. I'll go get you some water. Chen Yuan's desire to survive exploded instantly. He found an excuse almost immediately, walked around them without looking back, slipped into the kitchen, and perfectly handed the mess to Su Kajo. A temporary mother must also fulfill her duties as a mother. Su Kajo looked at the figure who was fleeing in panic, feeling ashamed and embarrassed, and the temperature of his cheeks got out of control again. She lowered her head and met her daughter's clear, innocent, and confused eyes. She had to force herself to put on a gentle expression that was uglier than crying. She cleared her throat, her voice a little dry, because mom has something going on recently, so she can't sleep with dad. As she said this, she felt that her toes had awkwardly dug out a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment in her shoes. Oh. Chen Xingyao nodded, not quite understanding. But children's logic is always clear and persistent. She blinked her big eyes and asked, "Then can mommy sleep with daddy tonight?" Yao Yao hasn't slept with mommy and daddy for a long time. Su Kazhou was stunned for a moment, and his brain froze. Sleep together. She couldn't imagine that scene at all. Not to mention sleeping together, she has never even held a boy's hand properly in her life. Now she was asked to sleep in the same bed with a strange man whom she had only known for less than 2 days. This was even more terrifying than asking her to run for president of the student union. Just when Su Kazhou was frozen in place, not knowing how to deal with this beyond the scope question, a deliberate cough came from the direction of the kitchen. Ahem. Chen Yuan came out holding 2 cups. He first handed one of them to Su Kazhou and whispered, "It's a freshly washed cup, don't worry." The warm wall of the cup touched his cold fingertips, bringing Su Kazhou's confused thoughts back to normal. Then, Chen Yuan squatted down, his eyes were level with his daughter's, he stretched out his finger and gently scratched her little nose, his tone was more gentle than ever before. "Chen Xingyao, don't be naughty. Mommy has been feeling unwell recently and is very tired, you know?" He paused, and continued in a negotiating tone, "Dad will make you sweet and sour pork ribs and cola chicken wings tonight. Don't embarrass Mom anymore, okay? The temptation of delicious food is huge for children." Chen Xingyao nodded immediately, like a chick pecking at rice. "I know, Dad." After saying that, she immediately let go of the hand that was holding Su Kazhou, and instead held her hand, looking up at her little face, so sensible that it made people feel distressed. "Mom, I'll help you go to the living room to rest, Yaya will give you a back massage." Su Kazhou was led by her, staggering and following her small steps towards the living room. Looking at these 2 relatives who suddenly broke into her life, one was domineering and considerate, the other was innocent and warm, her tension suddenly broke without warning at this moment. All the hard shells collapsed in an instant. Grievance, confusion, helplessness, as well as a hint of warmth of being cherished and cared for that she herself had not even noticed, all rushed to her eyes. She couldn't bear it any longer, so she squatted down in front of the sofa in the living room and hugged the small, milky body in front of her tightly in her arms. Warm tears burst out, silently soaking the little girl's shoulders. Chen Xingyao was flustered by the sudden hug and the slight tremor coming from her mother. As far as she could remember, her mother had always had a faint, distant tenderness. She had never, ever seen her mother cry. "Mom? Mom, what's wrong with you?" The little girl's voice was filled with tears, and she was so anxious that she was about to cry. "Please don't cry. Did Yao Yao say something wrong? Yao Yao will never make you angry again, please don't cry." She patted Su Kazhou's back clumsily with her little hands. This action completely broke Su Kazhou's last line of defense. She buried her face in her daughter's small neck, greedily absorbing this strange but real warmth, and whispered with a heavy nasal tone and a voice that was almost choked with sobs, "No. Mom is not angry. Mom is happy." Chapter 14. Arrested on the spot by Xia Qingning? After dinner, Chen Yuan wanted to send Su Kazhou back to school. She lives on campus. But Chen Yuan and Xia Qingning do not live on campus. When Chen Xingyao heard that her mother was leaving, she immediately dropped the building blocks in her hand, rushed over and hugged Su Kazhou's legs. Her little face wrinkled up and she was about to cry. In the end, Chen Yuan half coaxed and half deceived her, promising to take her to see her mother as soon as school was over the next day. Only then did the little girl, who kept looking back, let go of his hand. After delivering Su Kazhou, Chen Yuan also had to pick up Xia Qingning. He dialed Xia Qingning's phone. After 2 rings, the other end quickly picked up the phone. "Hello? Chen Yuan, are you done over there? My roommate and I are at the milk tea shop, do you want to come over? Wait for me in the tea shop for a while. I have some things to do here. I'll pick you up after I'm done." Chen Yuan's tone sounded no different from usual. After hanging up the phone, he turned to look at Su Kazhou. "Let's go." The silver-white Range Rover drove into the night again. There was no music in the car, only the slight sound of air from the air conditioner. Neither of them spoke. Chen Yuan held the steering wheel and looked ahead. The neon lights of the city cast flowing light and shadows on his handsome profile. He had a lot of questions to ask. He wanted to know what had happened in her family, how she had been spending the past 2 years, and what kind of absurd future was hidden behind that outrageous family photo. But when the words came to his lips, he swallowed them back. He could feel the thick layer of ice that the girl beside him had on her body to protect herself. He didn't want to use his curiosity to break it and expose her to the cold wind again. The car soon arrived at the gate of Jungchun University. Su Kajo silently unbuckled her seatbelt and pushed open the car door. She turned her head and said softly, "Thank you, for today." After saying that, she prepared to get off the car. Just as she put her hand on the car door handle, a big warm hand suddenly reached out and accurately grasped her wrist. Su Kajo's body suddenly stiffened, and he almost subconsciously wanted to pull his hand back. A familiar cold aura instantly enveloped her, which was her usual protective color that kept people at a distance. But when she turned her head and met Chen Yuan's eyes that looked particularly deep in the night, all the cold words that were about to come out of her mouth were stuck in her throat. There was no frivolity or temptation in those eyes, only a calm, undeniable seriousness. Her momentum inexplicably weakened, and she looked away and lowered her head in embarrassment, or perhaps shame. Chen Yuan didn't think so much. He loosened his grip, pulled 2 crumpled red bills from his pocket and held them out to her. "Take the money you agreed to pay me." His voice was very calm. "Don't put yourself in the hospital for this little money in the future. It's not worth it." Su Kajo was stunned. She had forgotten about this matter. Looking at the 200 yuan handed to her, she did not act pretentiously nor did she refuse. She knew she needed it now. She stretched out her slightly cool fingertips, took it, held it tightly in her palm, and said softly, "Thank you." Chen Yuan just smiled and said nothing more. He watched Su Kajo push open the car door, and his thin and stubborn figure quickly blended into the crowd at the campus gate and disappeared. Chen Yuan withdrew his gaze and was about to turn the car around to pick up Xia Qingning. "Chen Yuan?" A clear and somewhat suspicious sound exploded outside the car window. Chen Yuan was so frightened that his heart almost jumped out of his throat. He turned his head suddenly and saw Xia Qingning standing not far away, with 2 chattering girls beside her. Under the streetlight, Xia Qingning puffed out her cheeks, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes staring at him without blinking, with the 3 words "You're finished" clearly written in her eyes. "It's over, I've been discovered." Chen Yuan's mind buzzed and went blank in an instant. Did she see it? She must have seen it. She definitely saw the scene of Su Kajo getting off the car just now. What to do? I got off the car and told her now that I have actually wanted to surrender myself for a long time, and that I would be treated leniently if I confessed. Do you believe me? No, what's the point of saying this now? You can't wash yourself clean even if you jump into the Yellow River. Just as Chen Yuan's brain was working rapidly, thinking about whether to fight to the end or commit suicide on the spot, Xia Qingning had already walked over aggressively in her little leather shoes. She did not open the passenger door, but walked straight to the driver's side and glared down at Chen Yuan in the car. Chen Yuan swallowed nervously, his palms starting to sweat. Xia Qingning stretched out her hand through the car window, pretending to pull his ear. "You're so good, Chen Yuan. Why didn't you tell me when you arrived at the school gate? I called you but you didn't answer. Are you planning to rebel?" Chen Yuan was confused. "Phone call? Didn't I just talk to you on the phone?" He subconsciously took out his cell phone and saw that there were indeed 2 missed calls from Xia Qingning on the screen, from 5 minutes ago. I guess I was distracted by Su Kajo and didn't hear it. So, she was just angry because she didn't answer the phone? Since we first entered college, as long as we were both in school, we would basically go home together at night. Usually Chen Yuan would linger in the dormitory after playing ball with friends or playing games, forcing Xia Qingning to wait for him downstairs. It seems that she was angry today not because of what she saw. What about me? Xia Qingning snorted. But in front of her friends, she still gave Chen Yuan face. Seeing that he was about to die heroically, she rolled her eyes and gave him a way out. "Forget it. I am a generous lady and will not bother with you." She took back her hands, hugged them to her chest, and raised her chin slightly. "On the way back, buy me a cup of chai yen you say full sugar milk tea, and this matter will be over." After saying that, she hummed, took a proud step, walked around the back of the car, opened the passenger door and sat in. Chen Yuan breathed a sigh of relief as he watched her smooth operations. Xia Qingning's 2 friends were always standing not far away, with the same anti-smile on their faces, looking at the 2 people in the car ambiguously. One of the brave girls shouted to Chen Yuan, "Chen, my dear, please be careful." Xia Qingning fastened her seatbelt and waved her hand without looking back. "Don't worry, he's a very good driver." The 2 girls looked at each other and couldn't suppress their smirks. "Oh, Qingning, this is not the safety we are talking about. We are saying that when you are at home, you should pay attention to safety measures. Xia Qingning's face suddenly turned red like a ripe tomato. You two filthy girls. She turned around and glared at them in shame and anger. What nonsense are you talking about? Chen Yuan, let's go, ignore them. Chen Yuan looked at her embarrassed and annoyed expression and couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. He waved goodbye to the two girls who were still winking at each other, then stepped on the accelerator and the car merged smoothly into the traffic, heading towards home. Chapter 15 tonight is so exciting. In the Cha Yen Yusei milk tea shop, the warm yellow lights and the sweet fragrance in the air are supposed to relax the body and mind. Chen Yuan felt very uncomfortable. The iced lemon tea in front of him had already formed a layer of fine water droplets, but he didn't drink a sip. Xia Qingning sipped the full sugar milk tea. The cream was sprinkled with chopped pecans, which was just the right sweetness. She crossed her two slender legs and leaned back slightly on the sofa in the booth. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes leisurely looked at the absent-minded man opposite her, with a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. What are you thinking about? She stirred the pearls at the bottom of the cup with a straw and said lazily, my soul has flown away. Ah? No, nothing. Chen Yuan came back to his senses, picked up the cup and took a big gulp. His mind was filled with Su Kazhou's thin figure and the little ancestor at home. Now he just wanted to send the great god Xia Qingning away quickly and then rush home. Really? Xia Qingning said in a long tone, why do I feel like you have a guilty conscience from head to toe today? Nonsense, Chen Yuan tried to remain calm. I'm just a little tired today. I played ball with someone in the afternoon and dealt with some student union matters. Oh? So tired that you couldn't even hear me on the phone? My phone was on silent mode and I forgot to turn it back on. Xia Qingning smiled noncommittally and changed the subject. Has your new God of War limited edition PS5 arrived? How does it feel? I'll go to your house to try it out some other day. Ah, here it comes. Chen Yuan's mind almost didn't react, and he subconsciously thought of the little God of War at home. It feels pretty good, but a little sticky. Clingy? Why are gaming consoles clingy? Xia Qingning's eyes narrowed dangerously. Chen Yuan instantly realized what he had said, and was about to break out in a cold sweat. He quickly tried to make amends. What I meant was that the game was so fun, I couldn't put it down once I started playing it. It was so addictive, I couldn't stop playing it once I started. After he said this, he felt that this explanation was ridiculous and pale. Xia Qingning looked at him, as if he was about to short-circuit, but did not continue to ask. She suddenly leaned forward and sniffed the air with her small white nose. Chen Yuan's heart skipped a beat. She leaned so close that her black hair almost brushed his chin. The familiar, sweet scent of her perfume penetrated his nostrils, making him feel unprecedented pressure. Chen Yuan, Xia Qingning narrowed her eyes and scanned him from head to toe like an X-ray. Why do you smell like cheap shampoo? She paused and added, it's not mine, and it's not yours. Here it comes. The final judgment has finally come. He immediately thought of Su Kazhou and the faint smell of her shampoo, which was like the most ordinary shampoo sold in the supermarket. Simple and clean, yet incompatible with his and Xia Qingning's lives. The brain started overclocking 0.01 seconds after it crashed. The desire to survive burst out with infinite creativity at this moment. Oh, you mean that? He managed his facial expressions like an actor, and even showed a trace of disgust on his face. I picked up Lao Zhao from our dormitory this afternoon. He had just broken up with his girlfriend, and he was so miserable. He was so broke that he probably used the kind of shampoo that costs 9.9 yuan in the supermarket, with free shipping and a big bottle of conditioner. It was in a green bottle, and it smelled like industrial apple essence. I asked him to sit in the back, but he insisted on sitting in the front passenger seat, saying that the view was good and he could forget his sorrow. Do you think it's unlucky or not? This speech is well reasoned, rich in details, and the characters are well established. Xia Qingning burst out laughing, and her tense expression instantly collapsed. She was amused by his words, industrial apple essence flavor. Zhao Hai is too miserable. She smiled and shook her head, seeming to completely believe this statement. She leaned back on the sofa and continued to sip her milk tea, but an imperceptible gleam flashed in her beautiful eyes. This small detail has been firmly engraved in her mind. After finally finishing the milk tea, Chen Yuan felt as if he had just fought a tough battle and was exhausted all over. He drove Xia Qingning to the gate of her villa as quickly as possible and stopped the car steadily. Okay, we've dropped you off, go in quickly. Chen Yuan unbuckled his seatbelt, wishing he could turn around and leave immediately. Are you in such a hurry to get me out? Xia Qingning didn't move. Instead, she turned sideways and looked at him with a smile. No, it's because the lights in your house are on. My uncle and aunt must be waiting anxiously. Chen Yuan pointed to the brightly lit villa not far away, his tone sincere. My dad went to a dinner party today, and my mom should still be at the company. There is only a nanny at home. Xia Qingning blocked his way out with just one sentence. She suddenly changed her normal behavior, stretched out her hand and hugged Chen Yuan's arm, her whole body softened, and she said in a nasal, sweet tone, "No, I'm suddenly thirsty, the milk tea just now was too sweet, I'm going in to drink some water before leaving. It just so happens that I haven't seen your new game console yet. It's over. I have to go in today." How could he refuse? Say that there was no water in my house? Or that my game console had grown legs and ran away? Any excuse at this moment would seem to be a cover-up and would only make her more suspicious. This feels so painful. The cute little face of his daughter Qin Xingyao flashed through his mind. If she woke up now and called out Dad, that scene, he simply couldn't imagine it. Instead of living in fear of being exposed every day, why not? Frank. That's right, be honest. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. This kind of life is not for human beings. Hiding and making up lies one after another, he felt like he was going schizophrenic. He is not a natural actor, and if he continues to act, he will be exposed sooner or later. If you stick your head out, you will get a knife. If you hide your head, you will also get a knife. It's better to die quickly. Chen Yuan took a deep breath, and his eyes became tragic as if he had made some important decision. He turned around and was about to make a true confession to Xia Qingning. Actually, I've wanted to surrender myself for a long time. But just as he opened his mouth, the word I had not yet come out. The door of the villa opened. A beautiful woman wearing a champagne-colored dress and a cashmere shawl walked out of the door. She had a graceful temperament and a gentle smile on her well-maintained face. She walked straight towards the Land Rover, her eyes fell on the two people in the car, and the smile on her face became more loving. Chen Yuan, thank you for taking our Ning Ning home. When Xia Qingning saw her mother, she felt like she was electrocuted. She immediately let go of Chen Yuan's arm, moved to the side, and kept a short safe distance, with an embarrassed smile on her face, as if she had been caught. Mom, why are you here? I just came back from playing cards at Aunt Zhang's house, and when I saw Chen Yuan's car, I came over to take a look. Zhou Meizhu looked at her daughter with a smile, a hint of I understand in her eyes, and then turned to the petrified Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan's head was still buzzing and he was completely unable to think. Seeing that his face looked bad, Zhou Meizhu asked with some concern, Chen Yuan, why do you look so bad? Are you tired? No, hello, auntie. Chen Yuan's tongue was almost tied and he greeted him stiffly. Zhou Meizhu smiled and didn't ask any more questions, thinking it was just the embarrassment of a young man being caught by his elders. She pointed in the direction of Chen Yuan's house and said, "Oh, by the way, we have stewed kidney beans and pork ribs tonight. I thought you were too lazy to cook at home, so I asked Sister Wang to serve you a portion. Come, take it, and remember to eat it while it's hot when you get home." Thank you, auntie. Okay, I won't bother you young people anymore. Zhou Meizhu opened the back door and said to Xia Qingning, who was sitting in the passenger seat, Ningning, go home for dinner. A feeling of ecstasy at having survived a calamity instantly swept over his body, and he almost kowtowed to Zhou Meizhu on the spot. How can this be Xia Qingning's mother? This is clearly a living bodhisattva who saves people from suffering. Oh. Xia Qingning responded, with disappointment written all over her face. She glared at Chen Yuan resentfully, as if saying you're lucky, then reluctantly unbuckled her seatbelt, pushed the door open, got out of the car, and walked into the gate of the villa. Zhou Meizhu smiled gently at Chen Yuan, then we'll go first, drive slowly. Okay, goodbye, auntie. Chen Yuan immediately put on a well-behaved and sensible expression. Watching the two people disappear around the corner, Chen Yuan let out a long, deep sigh and slumped down in his seat. He raised his hand and wiped his forehead, his palm covered in cold sweat. Tonight is really exciting. Chapter 16. Follow her dad. The few short minutes he spent in front of Xia Qingning's house were more torturous than the calculus test he took. The appearance of Aunt Zhou Meizhu is like a divine soldier sent from heaven, the manifestation of Guanyin Bodhisattva. He is now extremely grateful that in order to please his future mother-in-law, he had always maintained the image of a good young man with good character and academic performance, and who was sensible and well-behaved in front of her. Personality can save lives at critical moments. I returned to the garage of my villa, turned off the engine and took out the key. He carried the still warm thermos and walked up the stairs step by step. The aroma of kidney beans and pork ribs wafted out from the cracks, carrying a strong taste of home, but it left him with mixed feelings. What is this? He gently placed the thermos on the table in the dining room and let out a long sigh. The whole villa was quiet. He put on his slippers very quietly, like a thief breaking into his own home. The door of the master bedroom was ajar, letting in a dim light from the bedside lamp. Chen Yuan tiptoed and pushed the door open. The small figure curled up in the middle of the big bed, sleeping with his legs spread out. Chen Xingya was not holding her teddy bear in her arms. Instead, she was hugging a black PS5 game controller tightly, with her little face pressed against it, sleeping soundly. She smacked her lips twice, and I wonder if she used the joystick to perform some earth-shattering trick in her dream and cleared the final level. Chen Yuan looked at this scene, feeling both angry and amused. He walked over and carefully tried to pull the cold handle out of his daughter's arms, but as soon as he touched it, the little girl whimpered twice and hugged him even tighter. Well, this has really become a sticky game console. He gave up and could only shake his head helplessly, bending over to tuck in the quilt for her. The little guy's breathing was even and long, with a pleasant milky scent, which instantly soothed all the anxiety in his heart. Raising a daughter is much more tiring than fighting a war god, but it is also more healing. He tiptoed out of the room, closed the door, and headed straight into the bathroom. Hot water gushed out from the shower, washing over his tired body. He closed his eyes and let the water flow down his cheeks, but his mind was in a mess. The self in the mirror had a trace of bloodshot eyes and the words "survived a disaster" were written all over his face. He wiped the water droplets off his face and started to complain wildly in his mind. What is this? The official girlfriend hasn't even been spotted yet, but the reserve wife and biological daughter have already been packaged and shipped out. While others were leveling up and fighting monsters, he was skipping levels and directly parachuting from the novice village to the hidden copy of the final boss. This life is unbearable. He felt that if he continued to lie like this, he would sooner or later suffer from schizophrenia. On one side is Xia Qingning, the childhood sweetheart who knows her well. On the other side is Su Kuzhou, the cool school beauty and mother of a child, and in the middle is the soft and adorable daughter who may set the whole place off at any time. Should we let them meet? Oh, let us think about it. After taking a shower, I felt that the feeling of guilt had finally faded a little. I changed into my home clothes and collapsed on the sofa in the living room. At the same time, at the Xia family villa, more than 10 kilometers away. The lights in Xia Qingning's room were bright. After she returned to the room, the obedience she showed in front of her parents and the coquettishness she showed in front of Chen Yuan disappeared without a trace on her face, and was replaced by an almost cold calmness. She placed her phone on the desk, tapped the screen a few times with her fingertips, and pulled up a photo. The background of the photo is the original wooden table of the Cha Yinyusei, but the focus is on the shoulders of Chen Yuan's black t-shirt. She took that photo in the milk tea shop just now, when Chen Yuan was distracted and pretending to be playing with his phone. She used 2 fingers to slowly enlarge the photo. On the pure black cloth, a very thin, long black hair lay there quietly. It wasn't long enough, nor was it curly enough, and it was obviously not hers. Xia Qingning swiped to the next photo expressionlessly. It was a selfie she and Chen Yuan took a few days ago. She zoomed in again and carefully compared the texture and color of her hair. Then, she thought about Chen Yuan's refreshing short hair. The length doesn't match. The hair quality doesn't match either. Chen Yuan was acting very abnormal today. From not answering the phone, to that lame explanation about the clingy game console, to the smell of cheap shampoo on him. Every detail, like a puzzle piece, was slowly piecing together in her mind a truth that she didn't want to see. Zhao Hai? Broken heart? Industrial apple scented shampoo for 9.9 yuan with free shipping? This story is really well written, with rich details, self-consistent logic, and even the tragic images of the characters are established. Under normal circumstances, she might have believed it. But today, something was wrong with Chen Yuan. The Chen Yuan she knew, although a little cunning at ordinary times, was never vague about important matters, and would not be that nervous in front of her. Unless, he is hiding a huge secret. Xia Qingning's eyes became sharp. She saved the photo of the hair in an encrypted album and turned off her phone screen. The screen went dark, reflecting her beautiful but smiling face. Chen Yuan lay on the sofa for a long time before he felt alive again. He sat up, took out his phone, unlocked it, and the screen was still on the call log interface. He hesitated for a moment, opened WeChat, and found the contact with the gray rabbit avatar. Su Ko porridge. Has she arrived at the dormitory? Is the journey smooth? Was anyone seen? A series of questions swirled in his mind, but he couldn't type a single word into the typing box. What identity should he use to ask? Classmate? Friend? Or the child's father? Just when he was about to poke a hole in his phone screen due to his confusion, a WeChat message suddenly popped up on the top of the screen. It's the gray rabbit's avatar. The message was simple, just 2 words. Sukajo, we arrived. Chen Yuan's heart seemed to be gently lifted by an invisible hand and instantly fell back to its original place. He responded almost immediately. Chen Yuan, that's good. After sending it, I felt it was a bit dry, so I thought about it and added another sentence. Chen Yuan, did you encounter any trouble? Sukajo, no. Her style is still concise and to the point, which fits her image as a cool and aloof school beauty. Chen Yuan looked at this cold reply and didn't know what to say for a moment. The silence between the two seemed a little awkward even through the phone screen. After a while, the other party sent another message. Sukajo, how is the child? When Chen Yuan saw the word child, his heart softened. A smile appeared on his face unconsciously, and all his fatigue and entanglement seemed to disappear at this moment. He got up from the sofa and tiptoed into the bedroom again. Chen Xingyao still maintained that bold sleeping posture, with her little hands still tightly grasping the game controller. Chen Yuan found a perfect angle and used his mobile phone to secretly take a photo of her sleeping soundly, holding the controller and drooling. Then he sent the photo and typed with a hint of joking tone. Chen Yuan, sleeping like a pig. You say, is this naughty spirit just up to you? It was a test, a cautious joke with a hint of intimacy. Jiangcheng University, girls' dormitory. Su Kajo sat at the desk, looking at the photo on the screen of his mobile phone. The little girl in the photo was sleeping defenselessly with a hint of glistening tears at the corner of her mouth. The ice and snow on her cold face began to melt, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly uncontrollably, forming a very faint but real arc. Very cute. When she saw Chen Yuan's last words, it's up to you, her fingertips holding the phone paused slightly. Subconsciously, she wanted to reply, it's up to you. But once these words were spoken, the meaning changed completely. Doesn't this indirectly acknowledge that the child is the product of both of them? This is too bizarre and ridiculous. Nothing obviously happened between them. How could Sukajo have a daughter out of nowhere with a boy she had only known for a short time? No, you can't reply like that. Her self-esteem and pride allowed her to quickly suppress the inexplicable throbbing in her heart. Then, a barely perceptible hint of arrogance flashed across her beautiful eyes, and her slender fingers typed a line of words on the screen. Sukajo, follow her father. Chapter 17 Xia Qingning steals home. Follow her dad. These 3 words left Chen Yuan stunned for a long time. He looked at the phone screen and didn't know how to answer the call for a moment. Is this girl trying to distance herself from him, or is she trying to pull off an extreme tug of war with him? He couldn't help but think of Su Kajo's cold and stubborn face, and then thought of the guilty look on his face when he lied to Xia Qingning just now. It seems, it's really up to him. Chen Yuan smiled mockingly and typed a reply. Chen Yuan, go to bed early. Su Kajo, yeah. The conversation ended neatly. Chen Yuan put down his phone, lay on his back on the sofa, looked at the ceiling, and sighed deeply. What is this? The next morning, the sun was shining brightly. Chen Yuan drove to the downstairs of Xia Qingning's house with 2 faint dark circles under his eyes. He didn't sleep well that night, and he rehearsed various versions of the confession in his mind, but the more he thought about it, the more confused he became, and the more he felt that he couldn't bring it up. As soon as the car stopped, Xia Qingning ran out of the villa. She seemed to be in a very good mood today, with a bright smile on her face, full and sweet. She opened the car door, sat in the passenger seat, and then did something that Chen Yuan did not expect. She turned sideways, hooked her arms around his neck, leaned over, and quickly kissed his cheek with her soft lips. Good morning. Her voice was as sweet as honey. Chen Yuan froze. He felt the soft touch remaining on his cheek, and his mind went blank. What is going on? Judging from the way she acted last night, shouldn't she have given herself a trial as soon as she got in the car? Why did you initiate the kiss? What is this girl up to? Are you stupid? Xia Qingning looked at his dumbfounded expression and burst out laughing. She let go of his hand, sat back in her seat, and fastened her seatbelt skillfully. No. Chen Yuan came back to his senses and felt his heartbeat was out of order. He tried to remain calm as he started the car, but his heart was beating fast. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. The more Xiao Qingning acted like this, the more uneasy he felt. On the way to school, Xiao Qingning chatted with him about school gossip and shared interesting things she saw on WeChat moments, as if nothing had happened. Chen Yuan responded incoherently, but his attention was highly focused, like a prisoner about to be executed, waiting for the other boot to drop. Sure enough, when we were almost at school, the boots arrived. Xiao Qingning fiddled with her nails seemingly casually, and casually said, "By the way, I forgot to ask you yesterday, where is your PS5? I don't have classes this afternoon, so I want to go to your house and play for a while." Chen Yuan's hands gripping the steering wheel suddenly tightened and his scalp instantly felt numb. Go to his house? There is a little ancestor hidden in the house who may blow up the whole place at any time. His brain was working fast, and he almost blurted out an excuse, "Not today, I have an appointment with Lao Zhao and others to play basketball this afternoon, and no one is home." Oh. Xiao Qingning responded and didn't ask any more questions. She lowered her head, picked up her phone, her fingertips slid quickly across the screen, and a meaningful arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. She clicked on a chat box with the note "Dog-headed military advisor" and sent a message. Plan B is launched. As soon as the get out of class was over at noon, Chen Yuan didn't even have time to eat lunch. He grabbed his backpack and ran to the parking lot. He was really worried about Chen Xingyao being alone at home. Although the little girl was very well behaved, he always felt uneasy. Just as he ran downstairs to his villa and was about to go upstairs, a figure suddenly flashed out from behind the green belt next to him and blocked his way. Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan was startled and looked carefully. It was Xiao Qingning's best friend, He Xin. He Xin? Why are you here? He Xin looked a little anxious, with sweat on his forehead. "Qingning is looking for you, it's urgent. She is waiting for you at the movie club, and asked me to block you here." Movie club? Chen Yuan frowned. In order to meet academic credits, he and Xiao Qingning signed up for the film club in their freshman year, but that club was basically an empty shell, and the number of times they went there could be counted on one hand. What urgent matter did Xiao Qingning have that would make her wait for him in that place? What's the emergency? Chen Yuan asked. I don't know either. He Xian's eyes were a little vague, not daring to look him in the eye. She asked me to come find you, saying it was urgent and asked you to come over quickly. Although he was full of doubts, seeing He Xian's anxious look, Chen Yuan did not dare to delay. What if something really happens? He had no choice but to suppress the thought of going home and turn to walk towards the school's student activity center. The film club's activity room is in the innermost corner of the third floor, and usually no one comes here. Chen Yuan pushed open the door. It was empty inside, with only a few rows of dusty old chairs, and even the lights were not on. Where is Xiao Qingning? Chen Yuan turned around and asked He Xian, who followed in. Ah? He Xian's expression was obviously panicked, and her eyes began to look around. She just sent me a message saying that she was going to the bathroom and would be there soon. Yes, she will be there soon. Chen Yuan stood there, not moving. He waited for a few more minutes. There were still only the two of them in the activity room. It was so quiet that they could hear each other's breathing. Something is wrong. Something is so wrong. The alarm bells in Chen Yuan's heart began to ring. According to Xiao Qingning's personality, if there was something really urgent, she would definitely bombard people with calls directly instead of sending a close friend to pass on the message. Her style of doing things has always been simple, direct, and resolute. She would never go through such a convoluted process. Combined with her abnormal intimacy in the morning, the temptation about PS5, and now this plan full of loopholes to lure the tiger away from the mountain. A terrible thought exploded in his mind. He turned his head abruptly, staring at Xin, who was about to curl herself up into a ball, and his voice became cold. "Xiao Qingning, did you go to my house?" Xin was frightened by his look and shuddered. She subconsciously took a step back and stammered, I don't know what you are talking about." Looking at her guilty look, there was nothing Chen Yuan didn't understand. Oh no! My house is about to be robbed. At the same time, Haitian Villa Complex. Xiao Qingning stood at the door of Chen Yuan's villa and took out a key from her bag. That was the spare key she had secretly made a long time ago when Chen Yuan wasn't paying attention, and she had never used it. She looked up at the window on the second floor. The innocent and sweet smile on her face had long disappeared, replaced by excitement and sharpness. She inserted the key into the keyhole and turned it gently. Click. The door opened. The corners of Xia Qingning's mouth slowly curled up into a beautiful arc, and she whispered to herself, "Let me see what treasures you have hidden in your house." Chapter 18. You can do whatever you want to me. At the entrance, Xia Qingning changed into a pair of pink rabbit slippers that Chen Yuan always had. Her movements were gentle and without making any unnecessary noise. She knew the layout of the living room by heart. The sofa, coffee table, TV cabinet, everything maintains the casual and somewhat lazy cleanliness that Chen Yuan had when he lived alone. She didn't rush to search, but scanned it with her eyes first. Wherever you look, there are familiar traces. Except the empty strawberry yogurt box on the coffee table. Chen Yuan doesn't like yogurt, especially the strawberry flavor. Xia Qingning's fingertips gently brushed across the small empty box, and her eyes narrowed slightly. She picked it up, put it to her nose, and could still smell a faint sweet scent. Her gaze slowly moved and fell on an inconspicuous stuffed bear in the corner of the sofa. That was not a gift from her, nor was it something Chen Yuan would buy. There seemed to be a thin red string tied on the little bear's ear, which was woven a bit clumsily but with great care. Interesting. Xia Qingning's lips curled up slightly. She put the yogurt box back to its place, took light steps, and walked towards the corridor connecting the rooms. The door of the guest room was open, and the inside was clearly visible. Apart from the standard guest room configuration, there were no personal belongings. The same goes for the study. The bookshelves are filled with Chen Yuan's favorite models and game discs. Everything is in order. The bathroom door was ajar. She pushed open the door and her eyes immediately locked onto the sink. Next to Chen Yuan's toothbrush, there is a small children's toothbrush with cartoon patterns printed on it, and next to it is a mouthwash cup with the same pattern. In addition to Chen Yuan's blue towel, there was also a brand new, soft pink towel hanging on the towel rack. The chain of evidence is being connected one by one. Xia Qingning didn't touch those things, but just watched quietly. Her expression didn't change at all, she was terrifyingly calm. Finally, only the master bedroom was left. The tightly closed door was like a dividing line, separating the world she was familiar with and the secrets hidden by Chen Yuan. She could imagine that behind the door might be a woman's messy clothes, or long hair scattered on the bed, or maybe it was the woman herself. Xia Qingning took a deep breath, grasped the door handle, and pressed down gently. The door opened silently. On the other side, Chen Yuan was driving his car and felt like he was shooting a low-budget action movie. He almost stepped on the accelerator, and the car flexibly moved through the traffic while ensuring that it did not exceed the speed limit. He was not worried about what Xia Qingning would do to Chen Xingyao. Although Xia Qingning has many tricks up her sleeve, she is kind by nature and would not attack a child. It was the scene that worried him. Xia Qingning pushed open the door and saw Chen Xingyao sleeping soundly on the bed. Then the two women, one big and one small, looked at each other. Then, Xia Qingning called him and asked him in a cold voice, "Chen Yuan, you'd better give me an explanation." Just thinking about that scene, Chen Yuan felt his scalp tingling and his back chilled. At times like this, he, the person involved, must be present. Whether it's kneeling on a washboard or signing an unequal treaty, he has to do it in person. He couldn't bear to let a little girl like Chen Xingyao face the firepower of the big devil Xia Qingning. Faster, faster. Chen Yuan stared at the red light ahead, extremely anxious, wishing he could install a pair of wings on his car. After finally reaching the villa area, he almost drifted the car into the parking space. Without even completely turning off the engine, he grabbed the keys and rushed to his own door. He looked up at the window on the second floor, but the curtains were drawn and he couldn't see what was going on inside. It's over. Could it be that the high ground has been breached? Chen Yuan's fingers trembled slightly as he quickly entered the password on the combination lock. With a ding sound, the door lock opened. He pushed open the door and entered the house in a flash. The living room was empty and eerily quiet. There was no confrontation as imagined, no crying, and not even a hint of gunpowder. "Qingning?" He called out tentatively, his voice sounding a little out of place in the empty living room. "I'm here." A clear and cheerful voice came from the direction of the kitchen. Chen Yuan was stunned. Kitchen? The script is wrong. Shouldn't the three-court trial be held in the bedroom or living room? Why did you go to the kitchen? Are you sharpening the knife? With a tragic feeling as if he was heading to the execution ground, he walked towards the kitchen step by step. Before he even reached the door, a familiar aroma of food filled his nose. It was the taste of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, his favorite dish. Chen Yuan stood at the kitchen door, completely dumbfounded. Xia Qingning was standing in front of the stove, wearing the silly cartoon apron he had bought. Her long hair, which had been loose, was neatly tied into a high ponytail, which drew a series of energetic arcs behind her head as she stirred the spoon. "You're back?" Xiao Qingnian heard the footsteps and turned to look at him, with that bright smile on his face that he was so familiar with. "Just in time, the last dish will be ready soon. Go wash your hands and get ready to eat." What is going on? In the past, Xiao Qingning often came to his house and cooked for him like a snail girl. Chen Yuan had long been accustomed to her invasive care. But today is different. There is a nuclear bomb hidden in the house that may explode at any time. When he sees this warm home scene, he feels guilty and uncomfortable all over. I'll go upstairs and change my clothes first." Chen Yuan made a lame excuse, turned around and wanted to run upstairs. He must immediately confirm Chen Xingyao's safety. Why change clothes? There's no one else at home. Xiao Qingning turned off the fire, put a plate of delicious tomato scrambled eggs on the plate, walked past him with the dish, and headed for the dining room. "Come and eat quickly, or it will get cold soon." Chen Yuan stood there, in a dilemma. "No, I have to go up and take a look. I'm sweating and feeling uncomfortable. I'll be down soon." He said this and rushed up to the second floor in 2 steps without caring about Xiao Qingnian's reaction. He first rushed into the master bedroom and lifted the quilt, but there was no one there. He lay on the ground again and looked under the bed, but still no one was there. He opened the closet and saw his clothes hanging inside, neatly arranged, and there was no trace of the little one either. Chen Yuan frowned tightly. Where are the people? He ran to the guest room and study, and even pulled back the shower curtain in the bathroom to look. He searched the entire second floor, but there was no trace of Chen Xingyao, not even a single hair. Could it be that I am overthinking? Xiao Qingning just came here to cook him a meal? Was the strategy of luring the tiger away from the mountain just a misunderstanding on the part of Xin? Impossible. Chen Yuan stood in the corridor on the second floor, his heart in a mess. Where did Chen Xingyao go? At this moment, a pair of soft arms wrapped around his waist from behind, and the warm body pressed tightly against him. It's Xia Qingning. Her cheek rested on his back, and her voice came out muffled with a hint of grievance and coquettishness. Chen Yuan, I'm sorry. Chen Yuan's body froze instantly. I shouldn't have doubted you. Xia Qingning tightened her arms, her voice nasal. I asked you about the PS5 this morning because I wanted to find an excuse to come to your house for a surprise inspection. Then I asked Xin to lie to you. I thought you had another woman hiding in your house. Her voice became smaller and smaller, revealing a sense of fear and guilt. I checked the house from top to bottom, it's spotless, nothing is there. I wronged you, please don't be angry with me, okay? Xiao Qingning walked around in front of him, raised her little face that was full of I was wrong words, her eyes were slightly red, and she looked pitiful. To make amends, today, no matter what you want to do to me, I won't resist. Please forgive me this time, okay? Chen Yuan felt mixed emotions when he saw her like this. He knew that although Xiao Qingning looked like a little sun, cheerful and lively, fearless on the surface, in fact, she was more sensitive than anyone else, especially when it came to matters concerning him. All the frank words he had prepared were stuck in his throat and he couldn't utter a single word. What can he say? Say you guessed it right, I did hide someone, but the person I hid was my daughter? This sounds even more outrageous than I'm hiding an alien. Chen Yuan looked at her clear and cautious eyes, and his mind suddenly moved. As if possessed by a ghost, he told her the most absurd truth in a joking tone. He cleared his throat and tried to make his expression look like he was telling a joke. What if? I said I actually have a child, but I have nothing to do with the child's mother, and nothing has ever happened between us, would you believe it? Xiao Qingning was stunned for a moment, then she burst into laughter, stretched out her finger and gently poked his forehead. Where did you hear this joke? You can even make up such nonsense just to make me happy. She laughed so hard that tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. You're still a child, and you can't even take care of yourself. Okay, I forgive you. Come down and eat. I'm starving. As she said that, she took Chen Yuan's hand and dragged him downstairs without saying anything. Chen Yuan was pulled by her and sat at the dining table in a daze. There were 3 dishes and a soup on the table, all of which were his favorites. Xia Qingning had already served the meal and handed it to him, then she sat down and looked at him with a smile. Eat it quickly and see if my cooking skills have deteriorated. Chen Yuan picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and put it into his mouth. It's still that familiar taste, sweet and sour, just right. But he had no appetite, and only one thought was circling in his mind. Xia Qingning didn't find her. She was really gone. Chen Xingyao, where did you go? Chapter 19. More than one girlfriend. Chen Yuan felt that the meal was tasteless and unpleasant. Xia Qingning had a very good appetite. While eating, she was enthusiastically planning her afternoon schedule. One moment she said she wanted to go shopping to buy some autumn clothes, and the next moment she said that the newly released movie looked good. Chen Yuan nodded throughout the whole process, but there was only one thought in his mind: where did Chen Xingyao go? He tried to find excuses to slip away several times, but Xia Qingning blocked them with various reasons without saying a word. Hey, the collar of your t-shirt has become loose after washing. Come with me to go clothes shopping this afternoon, and I'll pick out a few for you. The soles of your sneakers are almost worn out. Go, change them into new ones. It's so boring for me to watch a movie alone. You have to accompany me. Chen Yuan felt like Tang Monk who was trapped in a circle by Sun Wukong with his golden cudgel. Xia Qingning was that circle, and he couldn't get out of it. After finally making it to the afternoon, Xia Qingning burped contentedly and finally agreed to go home for a nap. Chen Yuan felt as if he had been pardoned, and he sent the girl back home as quickly as possible. Only after watching Xia Qingning's back disappear behind the villa gate did he breathe a long sigh of relief. He felt as if he had just been pulled out of the water, his whole body wet. When I got home, there was no one there. An hour passed and still no one showed up. 2 hours passed and still no one showed up. As the sun began to set, Chen Yuan's heart sank a little. A living person just disappeared out of thin air? The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. He took out his cell phone and prepared to send a message to Su Kazhou. Although he didn't know whether Su Kazhou knew where his daughter was, she was his only clue now. Just when his finger was about to touch the gray rabbit head portrait. Ding dong. The doorbell at the villa's door came clearly through his Bluetooth headset which had been turned on. Chen Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Xia Qingning? She's back again? Did something fall down? Or has she finally discovered something and this is the final showdown? He ran to the door in 2 steps, took a deep breath, and opened the door with a fearless attitude. The person standing at the door was not the aggressive Xia Qingning he had imagined. The afterglow of the setting sun stretched the 2 figures into long lines. Su Kazhou stood there, holding the sleeping Chen Xingyao in his arms. She looked a little tired, with her hair slightly messy in front of her forehead due to the wind. There was no expression on her cold face, but her eyes unconsciously avoided Chen Yuan's sight. Chen Xingyao's little head was resting on her shoulder, she was sleeping soundly, and her little hand was tightly holding the wrapper of a half-melted ice cream cone. In Su Kazhou's other hand, he was holding a huge shopping bag filled with all kinds of stuffed toys. A pink unicorn doll poked its head out of the bag and was looking at Chen Yuan innocently with its shiny plastic eyes. The tense expression on Chen Yuan's face, which looked as if he was ready to sacrifice himself heroically at any time, instantly collapsed when he saw the 2 figures, one big and one small. An indescribable feeling of ecstasy and peace of mind surged up from the bottom of my heart. You guys? The smile on his face was from the heart, so bright that it was dazzling. I was wondering why I didn't see Yao Yao all afternoon. It turns out she went out with her mother. He walked quickly forward and carefully took his daughter, who was sleeping like a pig, from Su Kazhou's arms. The little guy moved in his arms, as if he smelled a familiar scent, and opened his eyes dazedly. Seeing that it was Chen Yuan, he immediately stretched out his 2 chubby little arms and said in a baby voice, "Daddy, hold me. Hold me, hold me." Chen Yuan's heart almost melted. He held his daughter firmly in his arms, kissed her soft little face, and reached out to pinch her upturned little nose. Are you having fun? Then, he turned his gaze to Su Kazhou who was still standing at the door. Su Kazhou felt a little uncomfortable being looked at by him, and cleared his throat. His voice was still clear and cold, but if you listened carefully, you could hear a hint of embarrassment that was barely noticeable. I didn't have classes this afternoon, so I thought of coming to see Yao Yao. It turned out that she wanted to eat ice cream, so I took her out for a walk. Ice cream? Chen Xingyao and Chen Yuan's arms seemed to have some keywords activated, and she immediately became energetic. She raised her other hand high, and in her hand was a bunch of colorful plush pendants, like a string of candied haws. Look, Dad. The little girl showed off by shaking the trophies in her hand. These are all bought by mom. And that one. That one too. Her little hand pointed at the huge shopping bag at Su Kajo's feet, her eyes sparkling with pride. Chen Yuan looked at the pile of toys that were obviously very expensive, and then looked at Su Kajo's t-shirt that had been washed to a pale color, and his mind was as clear as a mirror. He smiled and said to his daughter, "Why don't you thank your mother quickly?" "Thank you, Mom." Chen Xingyo immediately turned her head and kissed Su Kajo loudly on the cheek. Then she buried her face back in Chen Yuan's neck contentedly and continued her date with Zhou Gong. Su Kajo's body stiffened for a moment, and a thin layer of red turned to his cheeks at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Come in first." Chen Yuan turned sideways and made way. Su Kajo walked in carrying the huge shopping bag, his movements still a little stiff. Chen Yuan carried his daughter upstairs, put her on the bed, and covered her with a quilt. When he went downstairs again, Su Kajo was standing in the middle of the living room. Although it was not his first time here, he still seemed a little at a loss. "Sit down, don't stand." Chen Yuan pointed to the sofa. Su Kajo shook his head and put the shopping bag on the coffee table. Chen Yuan looked at her and suddenly asked, "Do you have any money left?" Su Kajo's body trembled slightly, but she nodded quickly, her eyes fell on the floor, and her voice was very light, "There is more." Chen Yuan knew she was lying. That bag of toys must have cost at least several $100s, and it must have used up all her savings. There was a brief silence between the two. The only sound in the air was the faint hum of the refrigerator. Chen Yuan sighed in his heart. He suddenly felt that he couldn't go on like this. Xia Qingning was very careful and well defended, and he couldn't find a way to confess. If we keep dragging it on like this, sooner or later we'll be in trouble. Since we can't attack the main gate, maybe we can try to attack from the flank. He looked at the cold and stubborn girl in front of him and made up his mind. Chen Yuan's tone was a little unnatural, even with a bit of nervousness that he himself didn't even notice. "Su Kajo, actually. I want to tell you something." Su Kajo raised his head, and his pair of clear black and white eyes looked at him quietly, waiting for his next words. "Actually, I have a girlfriend." After Chen Yuan said this, he felt as if he had used up all his strength. He was even prepared to face the other person's looks of shock, contempt, or anger. However, Su Kajo's reaction was completely beyond his expectations. She just looked at him quietly, without any extra expression on her face, as if she had known about this for a long time. After a few seconds, she even nodded slightly, her cold eyes calm, and asked in a calm tone of stating facts. "I know. There should be more than one, right?" The muscles at the corners of Chen Yuan's mouth twitched uncontrollably twice. That outrageous family photo instantly emerged in his mind. In the photo, in addition to Su Kajo, there was a circle of beautiful ants around him whose faces could not be seen clearly, but all of them were extremely gorgeous. "It seems that there is more than one. Chapter 20. Mom said she wants to sleep with you today." As soon as these words came out, the air seemed to freeze for 3 seconds. Chen Yuan felt as if the CPU in his brain had burned out, and it even crashed for a moment. The outrageous family portrait reappeared in his mind. In the photo, in addition to Su Kajo, there was indeed a circle of beautiful ants of various shapes and sizes with different styles. Although their faces were blurry, the scene was so grand that people would believe they were a reinforced company. Could it be that my future self will really live like the people in online novels? Looking at Su Kajo's calm face, the most disobedient muscle at the corner of Chen Yuan's mouth began to twitch uncontrollably again. He suddenly felt that his tragic emotion of dying bravely for the country was a joke in front of the other party's eyes that said, "I know, I understand, just continue." No one took him seriously, or rather, they had seen through him long ago. It felt like a primary school student mustering up the courage to admit to the teacher that he only copied one person's answers during the exam, but the teacher pushed his glasses and said calmly, "I know, you also copied from 3 other people. I have sorted out the papers." The feeling of frustration is overwhelming. Chen Yuan cleared his throat and decided to force the topic back to his own script. He couldn't let the other party lead him by the nose anymore. "Well, what I mean is..." He struggled to organize his words, trying to make himself appear sincere rather than shameless. "If I introduce her, my current girlfriend, to you, would you accept it?" After asking this question, Chen Yuan himself felt it was a bit ridiculous. Su Kajo's reaction was very direct. She shook her head without any hesitation. Chen Yuan's heart skipped a beat, but then he felt that this was a normal reaction. He even imagined what Su Kajo was thinking. "You already have a girlfriend and you asked me to have a baby for you, and now you want me to meet her? What do you want to do? Are you going to put on the annual drama of the wife tearing apart the mistress? Sure enough, Sukajo looked at him with a hint of scrutiny and alienation in his eyes. She was silent for a moment before she spoke slowly. Her voice was still cold, but it revealed an unquestionable determination. I don't want to see her. Chen Yuan understood. Put yourself in his shoes. If he were Sukajo, a college student struggling to make ends meet, and was suddenly involved in such a complicated emotional entanglement, his only thought would probably be to get out of it as quickly as possible. She was afraid of trouble, afraid that the other party was an unreasonable person, and even more afraid that her life would be turned upside down. This was undoubtedly adding insult to injury for her. Just as Chen Yuan was about to say something to ease the atmosphere, Sukajo continued, I won't restrict your freedom, and you don't have to feel that you owe me anything. I have 2 part-time jobs at school now, and my salary will be paid next month. After a month, I will take Yao Yao away and will not disturb your life. She spoke calmly and clearly, as if she was describing a future that had already been planned. 1 month. Chen Yuan's heart tightened. This girl has even found a way out for herself. She wasn't consulting with him, she was informing him. Looking at her stubborn eyes, Chen Yuan suddenly smiled. I did not mean that. His smile made Sukajo a little dazed. Chen Yuan took a step forward, closing the distance between them. He stared into Sukajo's eyes, which seemed calm on the surface, but underneath he was confused and panicked. He took a deep breath and, in a half-joking, half-serious tone, made a suggestion that would make any normal person drop his jaw. Or, can you live in peace? Sukajo's eyes suddenly widened. She probably thought she had heard wrongly, and a thin layer of blush quickly appeared on her fair cheeks at a speed visible to the naked eye. The red color spread from her cheeks to her ears, instantly making her cold face come alive. She looked at Chen Yuan and moved her lips as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, all her words turned into a low curse that was both angry and shameful. Scumbag! The voice was not loud, but it carried a hint of coquettishness that she herself was not aware of. After cursing, she turned around abruptly and walked quickly towards Chen Xingyao's bedroom on the 2nd floor, almost fleeing in panic, forgetting to even take the huge shopping bag on the coffee table. Looking at her slightly hasty back, Chen Yuan couldn't help laughing out loud. This reaction was much cuter than he had expected. He slumped down on the sofa and let out a long sigh. If my future self can really deal with so many beautiful ants, then I must have some unique personal charm, or some special method. If it is possible in the future, why not now? Thinking of this, Chen Yuan's mentality became calmer. Don't be in a hurry, take your time. Some things, if stated explicitly, will only block the way. Now, maintaining a delicate balance and letting time take its course may be good for everyone. There is still a long way to go, so let's take it one step at a time. He glanced at the direction where Sukajo disappeared, thinking to himself that for the time being, the best strategy seemed to be to not meet each other. I didn't force it, for fear that something might go off accidentally and set the whole house on fire. Chen Yuan glanced at the wall clock. It was getting late. Sukajo had classes tomorrow, so it was time to send her back to school. She went upstairs to find Yao Yao now. She probably wanted to be close to her daughter for a while and say goodbye to her before leaving. This thought just flashed through my mind. With a creaking sound, the door of Yao Yao's bedroom on the 2nd floor was suddenly yanked open. Then, a little figure in bare pajamas appeared at the stairs. She held the railing, half of her head stuck out, and shouted excitedly in her clear and loud voice that could be heard throughout the villa. Dad! Mom said she wants to sleep with you today. Chapter 21, Sukajo stays overnight at Chen Yuan's house. Just as Chen Yuan picked up the cup of water to calm himself down, he heard a shocking voice from a child at the stairs. Puff! A mouthful of water spurted out. Luckily he turned his head in time to avoid the tragedy of flooding Jinshan Mountain. As soon as the figure in the bare pajamas at the stairs finished speaking, another figure rushed out of the room like a gust of wind. Sukajo picked up Chen Xingyao, who was still holding the railing with a look of wanting credit on her face, and tightly covered her little mouth that dared to say anything. She hugged her daughter, her face red from her neck to her ears, and even her eyes, which were always clear and cold, were filled with moisture and shame. She looked embarrassedly at Chen Yuan, who was sitting on the sofa downstairs with an equally dazed look on his face, and her voice became urgent and chaotic. She's talking nonsense. I didn't say that. This excuse was so weak that even she didn't believe it. Chen Yuan felt like his brain was really going to burn out. This daughter is simply a strength tester sent from heaven, specifically to test his heart's ability to withstand stress. Chen Xingyao, with her mouth covered, was still struggling, whimpering, and kicking her short legs, and she finally managed to break free from her mother's arms. She grabbed Su Kazhou's arm, pouted her little mouth, and started her coquettish offensive. Mom, Yao Yao didn't say anything nonsense. Mom, please stay here tonight. Yao Yao hasn't slept with Mom for a long time. I want to listen to Mom tell the story of Little Red Riding Hood, and I want to hold Mom to sleep. As the little girl spoke, her voice began to take on a tone of grievance and tears, and her big eyes were so watery that one could melt people's hearts. Su Kazhou's heart felt like it was being tightly grasped by a hand, causing him to feel a tingling pain. Didn't she want to fall asleep holding her daughter? But when she thought of the single bed in school that was less than 1 meter wide and those roommates with whom she was not very close, she couldn't say Mom will take you back to the dormitory. But stay here. Living in the house of a man I had only known for a few days, with whom I had a complicated relationship, and who had made such ridiculous suggestions to me. Su Kazhou's self-esteem and upbringing were completely unacceptable to her. She stood on the stairs holding her daughter, feeling caught in a dilemma, and her eyes turned red. Looking at the two figures, one big and one small, upstairs, one was so aggrieved that he was about to cry, and the other was so stubborn that he was about to cry. Chen Yuan suddenly felt that his headache was gone and his heart was no longer panicked. He sighed, stood up from the sofa, with a helpless and gentle smile on his face. How about staying overnight? He looked up at them. It's so late, it's not safe for me to take you back to the dormitory. You and Yao Yao sleep in the master bedroom on the second floor, and I'll sleep in the guest room downstairs. He specifically emphasized the separate sleeping arrangement and put it in a very correct position. This proposal was like a step that was just right for Su Kazhou. The solid defense in her heart seemed to loosen a little. She couldn't help but lower her head and glance at Chen Xingyao in her arms. The little girl was looking at her with her big eyes like black grapes. The hope and desire in her eyes were so burning that she couldn't refuse. Chen Yuan saw her hesitation and added, "Don't worry, I have a class in the first period tomorrow morning and I have to leave at 7 o'clock. I can just take you back to school on the way." This sentence became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Not only did it solve the accommodation problem, but it also solved the transportation problem for tomorrow morning. Everything seemed so logical and reasonable. Su Kazhou finally stopped struggling, tightened his arms around his daughter, and then uttered an almost inaudible Seeing her nod, Chen Xingyao immediately burst into laughter and gave Su Kazhou a kiss on the face. Chen Yuan also smiled and felt completely relaxed. Well, shall I go get you some pajamas and toiletries? Good. Chen Yuan turned and walked towards the cloakroom and the master bedroom. He did have women's pajamas, and they were brand new, with the tags still on. That was when Xia Qingning came to visit before. She forced him to buy it in case she got drunk and didn't want to leave one day. He complained at the time that she was just wishful thinking, but he didn't expect that it would be put to other use today. He picked out a set of the most conservative cotton long-sleeved pajamas, took out a brand new towel and toothbrush from the locker, and handed them to Su Kazhou. Su Kazhou took the thing and her fingers accidentally touched his fingertips. Both of them quickly withdrew their hands as if they were scalded. Her cheeks began to heat up again. Holding her pajamas and towel, she lowered her head and said in a voice as thin as a mosquito, I want to take a shower first. After a busy day, she was indeed sticky, and more importantly, she needed an independent space to calm down. No problem. Chen Yuan smiled naturally and pointed to the bathroom in the master bedroom. Everything is in there. I'll adjust the hot water for you. He entered the bathroom first, turned on the shower skillfully, and adjusted the water temperature. Su Kazhou followed behind him, holding her things, standing awkwardly at the door, watching his busy back. The bathroom was soon filled with warm steam, which softened the slightly awkward atmosphere. Chen Yuan just breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the biggest bomb of the night had finally been removed. Just as he tested the water temperature with his hand and was about to tell her it was ready, a curious little head poked in from the door. Chen Xingyao looked at the scene in the bathroom, blinked her innocent eyes, and asked a question that made time stand still in her clear voice that could penetrate the sound of water. Aren't Mom and Dad going to take a bath together today? The air froze instantly. Chen Yuan's hands froze under the water, and Su Kazhou's body, holding her pajamas, was completely petrified. The little girl didn't notice the weird atmosphere at all, and continued in her innocent tone, when we were at home before, you always took a shower together, and once you went in, you would take a long time to come out. Chapter 22, Su Kazhou is extremely embarrassed. After hearing what Qin Xingyao said, Chen Yuan and Su Kazhou were stunned. The warm steam was still rising in the bathroom, and the rushing sound of the shower became the only background sound, but it seemed to be infinitely far away and extremely unreal. Chen Yuan's hands froze under the water. The water temperature was just right, but he only felt a chill rushing from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Su Kazhou was holding her pajamas, and she even forgot to flutter her eyelashes. When we were at home, you always took showers together, and it took you a long time to come out once you were in. The little girl's innocent addition made the two little adults unable to hold their breath. What does before at home mean? What does every time we wash together mean? Chen Yuan's brain was working rapidly, trying to search for any fragments related to Su Kazhou and taking a bath together from his 20 years of barren life memories. The result is a blank. Is the dad this child is talking about himself? But this face, these eyebrows and eyes, are clearly his own. He felt like he was not taking care of his daughter, but solving a world-class unsolved case. The atmosphere at the bathroom door was no longer awkward, it was on the verge of exploding. Chen Yuan could even feel the low pressure emanating from Su Kazhou, a mixture of shame, anger, and panic. If you don't speak up, the newly built steps will collapse. The two people moved almost at the same time. Chen Yuan suddenly turned off the shower. Su Kazhou's eyes darted around in the air in panic, but she didn't dare to look at him. Chen Yuan cleared his throat, which was dry and astringent. He squatted down and tried to make his voice sound like a normal father. Ahem, Yao, Daddy has already washed today, this afternoon. He is very clean, so he won't wash with Mom. This explanation was full of loopholes, but he couldn't think of a better one. Su Kazhou's head buzzed and he almost stopped thinking. As she listened to Chen Yuan's lame explanation, she felt her face was hot enough to fry an egg. She didn't dare stay for another second. Holding the pajamas and towel in her arms as if she were grabbing a life-saving straw, she lowered her head and rushed into the bathroom past Chen Yuan. With a bang, the door was closed, followed by the crisp sound of locking. The suffocating atmosphere was completely cut off by a door panel. Chen Yuan let out a long sigh, feeling as if he had just fought a tough battle and was exhausted all over. He turned around and glanced at Chen Xingyao, who had an innocent look on her face. The little girl was tilting her head, seeming to be still thinking about the logic behind his words. He rubbed his daughter's hair helplessly and decided to give up pursuing those terrifying background settings for the time being and just deal with tonight first. The waiting time always seems extraordinarily long. Chen Yuan and Chen Xingyao played the string game on the big bed in the master bedroom for a while, but his mind always involuntarily drifted towards the bathroom. The sound of water stopped for a long time, but there was no movement inside. He was getting a little worried when the bathroom door lock clicked and opened. Chen Yuan looked up subconsciously, and then his breath missed a beat. Su Kazhou came out. She changed into the most conservative set of cotton long-sleeved pajamas picked by Chen Yuan. The loose style concealed her slim figure, but made her look even more slender and soft. Her long black hair was not tied up, and was draped over her shoulders, with water dripping from the ends. The misty water vapor made her originally fair skin look slightly pink. Those eyes that were always as cold as frost now seemed to have been washed by water, losing all their guard and alienation, leaving only a bit of moist, helpless haziness. At this moment, she is no longer the high and mighty school beauty Su Kazhou. But she is a girlfriend who is extremely shy. Chen Yuan just watched and forgot what to say for a moment. Mom, you are so beautiful. Chen Xingyao on the bed broke the silence first, clapping her hands and exclaiming in admiration. The clear childish voice brought Su Kazhou back to his senses. The light pink on her cheeks quickly deepened and spread to her small earlobes. She walked quickly to the bedside as if escaping, hugged her daughter in her arms, and used her small body to block Chen Yuan's sight. Let's go to bed. She hugged Chen Xingyao and said to Chen Yuan without raising her head, with a barely perceptible tremor in her voice. Okay. Chen Yuan nodded, his voice a little dry. He watched the two figures, one big and one small, lie down and cover themselves with the quilt. Su Kazhou kept her back facing him the whole time. Daddy won't sleep with us? Chen Xingyao's little head popped out from under the quilt again and asked the three classic questions of the night. Chen Yuan walked over, bent down, stretched out his hand and pinched her upturned little nose, and a gentle smile reappeared on his face. Dad has some work to do downstairs, you just sleep with Mom obediently, okay? Okay then. Chen Xingyao pursed her lips. Although she was a little reluctant, she still nodded sensibly. Good night, Dad. Good night. Chen Yuan tucked in the corners of the quilt for them, turned off the main light, leaving only a dim bedside lamp, then turned around and gently closed the door of the master bedroom. Back on the first floor, Chen Yuan felt like he had traveled back from another dimension. He walked into the guest room, adjusted the air conditioning temperature to a comfortable 26 degrees, then collapsed on the bed in a big shape, staring at the ceiling in a daze. What happened tonight was more exciting than anything he had experienced in the past month. After a moment, he jumped up from the bed, picked up his mobile phone, skillfully opened the food delivery app, and ordered himself a large glass of iced lemon tea. After doing all this, he breathed a sigh of relief as if he had completed his mission for the day. When I swiped open the phone screen, the chat box at the top was Xiaoqingning's. He thought about it and decided to take the initiative, typing the next line and sending it over. "I'm so sleepy. I'm going to sleep first." Then, without waiting for the other party to reply, he clicked on the icon of its search, hit and retreat game on the desktop, put on headphones, and turned up the volume of his phone to maximum. The fierce gunshots and the roars of his teammates instantly filled his ears, temporarily isolating the beauty upstairs and those unresolved mysteries into another world. Tonight, he needed some pure, physical stimulation to offset the mental nuclear explosion. Fighting is fun. Chapter 23 I Can Be Your Lover. Since Chen Yuan worked until very late yesterday, he was too sleepy to get up the next morning. However, he had promised to take Su Kajo to class last night, so he couldn't delay any longer. A man's promise, especially one made in such a delicate relationship, is more important than a military order. He struggled to sit up from the bed, rubbed his swollen temples, and resigned himself to starting to get dressed. As soon as he pushed open the bedroom door, a strong smell of food overbearingly penetrated his nostrils. It's not just a simple milk cereal, but a smoky, mixed aroma of fried eggs and toast. Chen Yuan followed the scent to the restaurant, his steps unconsciously becoming lighter. The morning light shines softly into the open kitchen through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Su Kojo had her back to him. She had her long black hair casually tied into a bun at the back of her head with a hair tie, revealing her fair and slender neck. The early morning sunlight gave her a gentle golden edge, making her look focused and quiet. She was carefully placing the fried soft-boiled eggs on a plate, next to which were 2 slices of golden toast and a cup of warm milk. As if she heard the noise behind her, she turned around with the food tray and happened to meet Chen Yuan's sight. With a swish, her fair cheeks were instantly stained with a thin layer of red. The fingers holding the dinner plate tightened slightly, and her lips moved, but she didn't know what to say. Finally, she simply lowered her eyes and silently placed the plate on the table. Chen Yuan smiled. The embarrassment and awkwardness of last night seemed to be diluted by this breakfast full of life. He didn't say much, but just walked to the bathroom and started washing up. When he came out after cleaning up, Su Kujo had already coaxed Qin Xingyao up. The little guy was sitting in a high chair, eating the loving breakfast prepared by his mother in small bites, with a look of happiness and satisfaction on his face. "Dad, the food Mom cooks is the most delicious." The little guy did not forget to show off to Chen Yuan. Yes, you are the lucky one." Chen Yuan smiled and pinched his daughter's cheek, then said to Su Kujo, "Eat quickly, I will take you back to school after you finish eating." Su Kujo responded in a low voice, eating toast in small bites, and never dared to look up at him. After a quiet and somewhat subtle breakfast, Chen Yuan told the little one to stay at home and watch cartoons and wait for him to come back, then he took Su Kujo out. The car drove smoothly out of the villa area. Time is short and the task is heavy. After delivering Su Kujo, he had to turn around to pick up Xiaoqingning. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan unconsciously stepped on the accelerator. Soon, the gate of Jiangchun University came into view. The car stopped and Su Kujo unbuckled his seatbelt but was reluctant to get out. She pinched the strap of her schoolbag and was silent for a moment before she finally mustered up the courage and turned her head to look at Chen Yuan. Thank you." Her voice was very soft. "Also, money for breakfast?" "Stop it." Chen Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "It's just breakfast. If you feel bad about it, just make it for me next time you have the chance." Su Kujo's face turned red again. She nodded quickly, as if she was afraid that he would go back on his word. She opened the car door and ran out, her back looking a little hasty. Chen Yuan watched her disappear into the crowd and shook his head helplessly. This girl is as thin-skinned as a piece of paper. He glanced at the time, immediately turned the car around and sped towards Xiaoqingning's home. After speeding all the way, we finally parked the car steadily in front of the Xia family villa 1 minute before the agreed time. Almost as soon as the car stopped, a familiar figure opened the door and got in. Xia Qingning wore a light blue dress today with her long hair draped over her shoulders, looking pure and lively. After getting in the car, she was as skilled as ever. She first leaned over and lightly pressed her soft lips on Chen Yuan's cheek. Morning. With a chuckle, she sat back in her seat with satisfaction and fastened her seatbelt. She caught a glimpse of the inured and slightly helpless expression on Chen Yuan's face, and the curve of her mouth deepened. After sending Xia Qingning to the bottom of the teaching building, Chen Yuan was finally able to take a breath and slowly walked into his classroom. As soon as he stepped into the classroom, he felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong. The boys who were supposed to be studying hard or catching up on sleep all raised their heads, their eyes fixed on him with a knowing, ambiguous smile on their faces. Zhao Hai, the second oldest student in the dormitory sitting in the front row, whistled directly. Hey, our great lover Chen is here. How was your date with school beauty Xia last night? That's right. Brother Chen, you are so mean. You actually hid such a big thing from us. Tell me the truth, how far has it progressed? Did you hold hands? Did you kiss? A group of people started to talk and make a noise, and the whole classroom became lively. Chen Yuan's eyes were fixed precisely on the culprit. Zhao Hai, is it you who is talking nonsense everywhere with your big mouth? Zhao Hai immediately raised his hands and shouted innocently, Brother Chen, you really wronged me. It was Lao San. Lao San was definitely the first one to mention it in our dormitory group. The third brother who was pretending to read in the corner shuddered all over, raised his head suddenly, and widened his eyes. Damn it! Zhao Hai, you are slandering me. It was you who asked me first if I saw Brother Chen and school beauty Xia together, and then I told you. Brother Chen, you have to believe in my character, this thing was definitely spread by Zhao Hai, the guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Chen Yuan looked at the two funny guys who were blaming each other and shook his head with a smile. Let it spread. Anyway, it's just a love gossip, which is much better than the shocking news that Chen Yuan, a sophomore in the computer department, already has a 15-year-old daughter, and the child's mother is Su Kazhou, a cool school beauty in the same department. Thinking of this, he calmed down instead. He pulled out a chair and sat down, too lazy to pay attention to the group of gossiping guys. Just then, someone patted his shoulders twice from behind. Chen Yuan turned his head subconsciously. A bright and beautiful face came into view. She had eye-catching big wavy golden hair, and a makeup as delicate as a magazine model, especially the slightly upturned eyeliner, which made her exude an extremely aggressive beauty. Jelena. What should I say about this classmate? If I were to sum it up in one sentence, it would be the bold words she often said. At this moment, she was supporting her chin with one hand, looking at Chen Yuan with interest, a playful smile on her red lips. I heard, she lowered her voice, her warm breath almost brushing Chen Yuan's earlobe, you got Xia Qingning? Without waiting for Chen Yuan to answer, she blinked, moved closer, and declared clearly, word by word, in a voice that only the two of them could hear. It's okay. I can be your lover. Chapter 24, Eating from the bowl, looking at the pot, and thinking about other people as fields. The warm breath brushed past the ear, carrying with it the signature, slightly aggressive scent of Jelena's perfume. Chen Yuan's body subconsciously stiffened for a moment. Lover? How exactly is this woman's thought process structured? If a normal person hears that someone has a girlfriend, shouldn't he tactfully back away? How come when she got here, she fast-forwarded to the position of applying for a lover? Chen Yuan looked at the face in front of him that was so bright that it was almost scorching, and his thoughts couldn't help but drift back to his freshman year. Ji Lina liked him, and this became an open secret in the whole department since the first day of military training at the beginning of the school term. In fact, Chen Yuan himself was also puzzled. He recalled again and again the days under the scorching sun, but he really couldn't think of what earth-shattering thing he had done to make this young lady look at him differently. Maybe, it was just because during a break, he saw her face turn pale and handed her an unopened bottle of mineral water? Or maybe, when she was about to collapse from practicing marching, he happened to be standing next to her and subconsciously supported her when her body swayed? All in all, they are little things not worth mentioning. But from that day on, Jelena looked at him differently. It was a look that was a mixture of curiosity, desire to conquer and undisguised admiration. What made Chen Yuan even more puzzled was that he later learned from Zhao Hai, the gossiper, that Ji Lina came from a wealthy family and was also in business. Although her family's scale was not as large as his, she was definitely a daughter raised in wealth. She wasn't after money. Was it because he could repair computers? Because he could help her rank up in games? Or was it because he could take care of the kids? When this thought came to his mind, Chen Yuan himself found it absurd. That can only be because you want to look handsome. I already have a girlfriend.
Chen Yuan calmed himself down and tried to state the fact in the calmest tone, hoping to dissuade the overly enthusiastic classmate in front of him. He added silently in his heart, not only a girlfriend, I even have a 5-year-old daughter.
If she knew, would she directly propose to be Xingyao's stepmother?
Thinking of that scene, Chen Yuan's temple began to ache again.
When Jelena heard his words, there was no disappointment on her face. Instead, she smiled even more playfully.
She held up an index finger with bright red nail polish and shook it gently.
I told you, it's okay.
She leaned closer again, lowering her voice even more. Xia Qingning is your official girlfriend, I won't compete with her. I can be your lover, without any official status, and without causing you any trouble.
How about it? Consider it? The corners of Chen Yuan's mouth twitched uncontrollably.
He was totally at his wits' end.
Talking to a woman like Jelena is like explaining the joy of climbing to a fish. It's completely different.
Her worldview is unique and indestructible. In her view, any conventional refusal might be interpreted as a trick of playing hard to get.
What can he do? Beat her up? Or kneel down and beg her to let me go?
Just when Shen Yuan was feeling overwhelmed and almost suffocated by the strong smell of perfume, a life-saving cry came from the classroom door.
Chen Yuan. Someone's looking for you. The one who was shouting was a boy from the next class.
He leaned against the doorframe and winked in Chen Yuan's direction. His ambiguous smile was full of brother, I understand. Not only him, but the eyes of other people in the classroom also shifted from between Chen Yuan and Ji Lina to the door, and then all turned to a certain direction in the corridor. Zhao Hai and the others who were originally making a fuss now stretched their necks, looking ready to watch a good show. Ji Lina straightened up, looked outside in the direction of everyone's gaze, then raised her eyebrows, a meaningful smile appeared on her red lips, she stopped pestering, and turned back to her seat. Chen Yuan breathed a sigh of relief as if he had been pardoned.
Who is it? Could it be that Xia Qingning forgot something and came back?
He was puzzled, and under the inquiring gazes of his classmates, he stood up and walked out of the classroom. However, when he walked into the corridor and saw who it was, he was stunned. The person standing there was not Xia Qingning, nor was it anyone he knew who might come to see him.
It's Su Porridge.
She just stood quietly by the window in the corridor, still wearing the same clothes she had worn in the morning. The noisy corridor seemed to be isolated by her cool aura, forming an independent and quiet little space. She was holding a box of pure milk in her hand. It looked like she had just bought it from the store downstairs. There was still a thin layer of water vapor on the box. When she saw Chen Yuan coming out, her eyes dodged for a moment, and her fingers gripping the milk carton tightened, as if she was in that state of helplessness again. Students from other classes had already noticed the situation here. After all, the two campus beauties of the computer department, one was recognized as a cold and aloof girl, and the other was the rumored girlfriend appeared at the door of the same classroom on the same morning because of the same person.
This news was really explosive.
Chen Yuan could feel the gazes coming from all directions, but he couldn't care less at the moment.
He walked up to Su Kazhou, looked at her slightly tense face, slowed down his voice and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?"
Su Kazhou was silent for 2 seconds, as if he had prepared himself mentally, before he finally raised his head and handed over the milk in his hand.
"For you."
Her voice was soft but clear.
"Thank you for taking me to school this morning."
"So that's why." Chen Yuan looked at the box of milk, then at her expression of relief as if she had completed some important task, and suddenly felt a little funny and inexplicably soft in his heart. He clearly said, "Make it for me next time you have the chance," but she ended up settling the matter over with a box of milk. This girl's train of thought is sometimes similar to Jelena's, except that one is so unrestrained that it is hard to resist, while the other is so awkward that it makes people laugh and cry.
"You're welcome." Chen Yuan took it with a smile.
The cool touch from his fingertips calmed his chaotic thoughts a little. Mission accomplished, Su Kazhou seemed to breathe a sigh of relief.
She didn't say another word, but just nodded at him so quickly that the amplitude was almost invisible, then turned around and walked away quickly in the direction of her department's teaching building with the same cold steps. There was a familiar sense of haste in her back. Chen Yuan held the box of milk, stood there and shook his head. He turned back to the classroom, and as soon as he stepped through the door, he was greeted by a thunderous roar of discussion. Everyone's face was filled with shock, astonishment, and excitement. The way they looked at Chen Yuan could no longer be described as ambiguous.
It was the way they looked at a god, a monster, or an epic sea king. Zhao Hai, who was just blaming the other brother, was now standing in his seat, one hand on his waist, pointing at the mountains and rivers with the other, spitting everywhere, his voice drowning out everyone else's.
As soon as Chen Yuan entered the room, he clearly heard his concluding remarks. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. You still don't believe me. Look. Look. What a god-level operation.
I just sent away my childhood sweetheart, the school beauty Xia, and right after that, the blonde Lena with big curly hair came up to me.
And that's not all. The aloof school beauty Sue, who doesn't care about anyone, actually came to deliver milk in person. What is this? This is the legendary, eating from the bowl, looking at the pot, and thinking about other people's fields. Chapter 25 Love Meal.
Zhao Hai's shocking summary, eating from the bowl, looking at the pot, and thinking about other people's fields, set off a huge wave in the entire classroom. The way all the boys looked at Chen Yuan changed from gossip to admiration, as if they were looking at a founder of a school of thought. The veins on Chen Yuan's forehead twitched, and he was too lazy to defend himself.
This kind of thing, the more you explain it, the worse it gets. He walked straight back to his seat, put the box of ice milk on the corner of the table, ignored the thunderous discussions around him and Zhao Hai's endless technical analysis, took out his textbook, and tried to create an atmosphere of a master who turned a deaf ear to the outside world and focused on reading the books of sages. After finally waiting until the bell rang for the end of get out of class, Chen Yuan was just about to pack up and slip away when Zhao Hai and the third brother surrounded him like hungry wolves. Come on, come on. Brother Chen, you have to treat us today. Yes.
We must go to Xiao Chao on the third floor of the cafeteria and teach us some experience.
Confess and be treated leniently, resist and be treated severely. School beauty Xia, Lina, and school beauty Su, which one do you like the most?
Chen Yuan was dragged by several people and almost carried out of the classroom. I have something to do at home today, so I have to go back early.
Chen Yuan tried to break free.
In fact, she didn't need to go home today, as Su Kazhou had already prepared food for the little one.
Don't worry, Brother Chen, it's only a meal.
Zhao Hai hooked his neck and refused to let go.
Don't worry,
we won't delay you from going home to do your work. If there is no follow-up to what you did today, we won't be able to sleep for several nights. Unable to resist this group of energetic guys, Chen Yuan was finally dragged to the crowded cafeteria.
A few people just found a seat in the restaurant on the second floor.
The dishes they ordered haven't come yet, but Zhao Hai can't hold back anymore.
He lowers his voice and starts a new round of interrogation. Brother Chen, seriously, why is Su Xiaohua here to bring you milk? What's going on between you two?
Chen Yuan took a sip of water and was thinking about how to make up a reasonable excuse when he felt the seat next to him being pulled away and a beautiful figure sitting down.
Then, a soft hand with a hint of coolness naturally wrapped around his arm. What are you talking about? It's so lively?
A crisp voice with a hint of laughter sounded in my ears. Chen Yuan turned his head and saw Xia Qingning looking at him with a smile. Her beautiful eyes swept over the roommates at the table who were silent and stiff-faced for a moment, and finally her gaze returned to Chen Yuan with a hint of just the right amount of blame. Why did you come to eat without waiting for me? Zhao Hai and the others were so scared that their souls almost flew away. We were just discussing School Beauty Su enthusiastically, but one of the main characters, School Beauty Xia, suddenly appeared behind us like a miracle. This feeling was more exciting than being caught by the counselor for playing with mobile phone in class. Several people looked at each other in confusion, almost breaking out in cold sweat, their mouths shut tighter than clamshells, fearing that any word that came out of their mouths would trigger a world war.
No, nothing. Zhao Hai reacted the fastest, laughing dryly. We were just talking about it.
Brother Chen was very serious in class today, and he was preparing to apply for a scholarship.
Xia Qingning seemed not to notice the guilt in his words.
She just nodded and pushed her plate towards Chen Yuan. There was a piece of sweet and sour pork on it that she hadn't touched.
This is too sweet, I'll give it to you.
Her movements were intimate and natural, as if she had done it thousands of times. A thrilling catching an adulterer was resolved with just a little effort on her part. After dinner, Xia Qingning left chatting and laughing with a few of her close friends who had come over after hearing the news, without ever asking them what they had been talking about. After the others left, Zhao Hai and his companions breathed a sigh of relief as if they had been pardoned. The gossiping mind just now has disappeared at this moment. Chen Yuan ignored them, took out his cell phone, clicked on the familiar, deserted profile picture, and sent a message.
Have you eaten yet?
After waiting for a few minutes, the other party replied with one word.
Without.
Chen Yuan frowned and continued typing.
Where is it? This time the reply was quicker. Part-time job, eat immediately. Chen Yuan thought about it. Sukajo's part-time job, besides the library, is the cafeteria? Where are you now? I'll bring you some food. Need not. 2 words, expected rejection.
Chen Yuan shook his head helplessly, put away his phone, said hello to Zhao Hai and the others, and walked towards the cafeteria kitchen alone. He remembered hearing someone mention it last time that Su Kajo also had a part-time job in the cafeteria, responsible for cleaning after meals. Behind the cafeteria window, a kind-looking auntie wearing an apron was cleaning the table.
Chen Yuan walked up and asked politely, "Auntie, hello, I want to ask you about someone." "Who is it, young man?"
Auntie raised her head and asked with a smile.
"Su Kajo, do you know him?" "Oh, Xiao Zhou." Upon hearing this name, the aunt's smile became even brighter. "Of course I know that girl.
She's pretty and hardworking, but she doesn't like to smile."
"Why, are you her boyfriend?" This seems to be the standard question all elders ask when they see a man and a woman together.
Chen Yuan smiled, neither admitting nor denying, but just following her words and asking, "No, I'm her classmate."
"Auntie, do you know where she is now?"
"They just finished their work.
"They should be resting and eating in the back."
Auntie said, pointing in the direction of the kitchen, "Look, go in through that door, the innermost corner is where they rest."
"Thank you, Auntie." Chen Yuan thanked him and walked over quietly.
He didn't go in directly, but just stood by the door and looked inside through the small glass window on it. Just one glance and he stopped in his tracks. In a corner of the kitchen, there is a small square table.
Su Kajo was sitting alone at the table with his back to the door.
She had taken off her always clean coat and was wearing the slightly loose blue work clothes distributed in the cafeteria. Her hair was neatly tied behind her head. In front of her was a stainless steel plate, on which was half a steamed bun and some unclearly distinguishable leftovers that seemed to have been collected from various windows. She ate slowly and quietly, and her thin back looked particularly frail under the dim light.
Chen Yuan frowned unconsciously.
He suddenly remembered that Su Kajo was once a rich lady who was the center of attention. This feeling of falling from the clouds to the quagmire is enough to crush anyone with a weak will. She can now sit here so calmly, eating leftovers and struggling to survive with her own hands.
How much tenacity and bitterness must be hidden behind that cold and aloof appearance?
He stood there in silence for a while, but ultimately did not push the door open. If I walked over to her at this moment, any words of comfort would seem like showing off, and any look of pity might hurt her carefully maintained self-esteem. He turned around, retreated quietly, and walked back to the side of the enthusiastic aunt.
"Auntie, can you lend me a pot and a stove?" Chen Yuan asked with a smile. The aunt was stunned for a moment, then smiled knowingly. "Want to make a loving meal for your girlfriend?"
Chen Yuan did not refute, but took out a few hundred yuan bills from his wallet and handed them over. "Auntie, thank you for your help.
Can you help me get some tomatoes, eggs, and your best beef?"
A few minutes later, Chen Yuan tied on an apron and stood in front of the steaming stove. Cut vegetables, beat eggs, and cooked noodles, all in one go. Soon, a bowl of fragrant tomato, beef and egg noodles came out of the pot. A big bowl full of golden scrambled eggs, bright red tomato soup, emerald green onions, and a ridiculously thick layer of beef on top. He brought the noodles to the aunt and begged, "Aunt, please help me bring this bowl of noodles to her and say it's what's left over from the window today.
It would be a waste if she doesn't eat it."
The aunt looked at the bowl of noodles with incredibly solid ingredients, then looked at Chen Yuan, and smiled so much that her eyes narrowed into slits.
"Okay, Auntie understands." Auntie held the noodles and walked happily towards the kitchen.
Su Kajo heard footsteps, looked up, saw it was the cafeteria auntie, and then lowered his head again.
"Xiao Zhou, you haven't finished eating yet?"
Auntie put the bowl of steaming hot noodles in front of her and replaced her plate with leftovers.
"Here, this is what the window left today. It's still hot. It would be a pity to throw it away. Eat it." Su Kajo was stunned.
She looked at the bowl of noodles in front of her, which looked delicious and had a strong aroma of tomatoes and beef. She raised her head and looked at her aunt with some confusion. The aunt winked at her, said nothing more, and turned away. Su Kajo lowered his head and his eyes fell on the bowl of noodles. The soup was rich, the eggs were fluffy, and there were so many beef slices that they almost covered the noodles.
How could this be left over from the school window?
She picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of beef and put it in her mouth.
The meat was tender and well marinated.
She chewed slowly, and for some reason, Chen Yuan's face, which always had a helpless smile, appeared in front of her.
The hot air blurred my vision.
Su Kajo sniffed and cursed softly in a voice that only he could hear.
What an idiot. Chapter 26 Performers at the Orientation Party.
The bowl of tomato, beef and egg noodles with incredibly rich ingredients finally went into Su Kajo's stomach. She ate very slowly, savoring every strand of noodle and every piece of beef until she had finished every last sip of soup. The heat in the bowl gradually dissipated, and her eyes, which were always covered with a thin layer of ice, seemed to show signs of melting. She did not send a message to Chen Yuan, but just silently washed the dishes and returned them to the cafeteria aunt, who was smiling meaningfully.
Some things don't need to be spoken out.
She took note of the guy who tried to maintain her pitiful self-esteem in his own clumsy way.
He was a little drowsy during the professional class in the afternoon. The professor was explaining an obscure programming language at the podium, but Chen Yuan's thoughts drifted away.
He thought of Su Kajo's thin back, and then of Xiao Xingyao calling him dad softly, and a smile unconsciously appeared on the corners of his mouth without him even noticing.
Hey, brother Chen, what are you thinking about? Why are you smiling so charmingly?
Zhao Hai nudged him with his elbow and brought the phone screen closer.
Look, the department has sent out a notice. Our department is required to perform at least one show at the welcome party.
The voting link for our class has also been sent to the group. Chen Yuan came back to his senses and took a look at the voting app in the class group. When I clicked on it, Ji Lina's name was prominently listed on the candidate list, followed by several good-looking girls in the class.
Do we need to vote for this? The third brother leaned over and said, It must be Jelina. Good things should be kept in the family.
That's not necessarily true. Zhao Hai shook his head and analyzed with a serious face. Classes are classes, and departments are departments. The majority of our class's tickets will definitely go to Ji Lina. After all, we'll see her every day. But if we look at the entire computer department, the real fight between the gods has just begun. As he spoke, he clicked on an anonymous voting post in the department, and the battle there was indeed much more intense. The votes for several popular candidates rose alternately, but the one far ahead was a name that almost never participated in such activities: Su Kajo. Her votes were far ahead of others by a huge margin.
The comments section was filled with grief. With Miss Su here, why would anyone else choose? Just give out the awards directly.
I'm willing to spend 10 years of singleness in exchange for the school beauty Su to smile back at me at the welcome party.
Wake up upstairs, Miss Su will only give you a cold back. I love your back, too. PR. Zhao
Hai was amazed and turned his attention to Chen Yuan. Brother Chen, the critical moment has come.
Who are you going to vote for? The one in the bowl or the one in the pot?
Before Chen Yuan could say anything, he felt a gust of fragrant wind coming towards him. Ji Lina had already come up behind him without him noticing. Her breath was as sweet as orchid, and her voice was so charming that it could drip water. Of course you vote for me, right, classmate Chen Yuan? She leaned down slightly, supporting the back of Chen Yuan's chair with one hand, and the fingers of her other hand almost touched the screen of his mobile phone.
Her plump breasts brushed against his arm intentionally or unintentionally.
That posture and that tone caused the boys around to burst into ambiguous laughter.
Chen Yuan's forehead began to ache again.
He calmly moved his chair to the side, creating a safe distance, before raising his head.
What are you doing? See if you secretly voted for me.
Jelina's eyes turned into two crescents when she smiled, and her lips were only a few centimeters away from his cheek, as if she was expecting something. Chen Yuan looked at her expression that said, "Come and kiss me," and suddenly found it funny.
He did not hide anymore.
Instead, he met her gaze, slowly operated a few operations on his phone, and then showed her the screen. He did not vote for anyone on the candidate list, but manually typed the 3 words Su Kajo in the other column and clicked submit. Sorry, Chen Yuan smiled, his tone calm but clear. I have already voted for the campus beauty of our department. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. The boys who were making a fuss around him all quieted down and looked at Chen Yuan in disbelief. They thought that this was another one-sided teasing by Jelina and Chen Yuan's helpless dodge. No one expected that Chen Yuan would reject so directly in this way.
This is no longer simply unromantic, it is a direct shot at Jelina's charm that she is most proud of. The smile on Jelina's face froze.
She probably never thought that she would get such an answer.
But she was Jelina after all.
After being stunned for only 2 seconds, she started smiling again, but there was a hint of inexplicable resentment in her smile. She stretched out her finger and gently tapped Chen Yuan's chest, her tone as mournful as if she were singing an opera. Alas, I forget the old one when I find the new one.
I can't be your wife, and now even my identity as your lover is being taken away from me?
This sentence, which contained a huge amount of information, once again set off a thunder among the crowd.
Zhao Hai and the third brother opened their mouths wide, and the way they looked at Chen Yuan had changed from admiration to awe. My goodness, they are still discussing the issue of bowls and pots on the first floor, and Brother Chen is almost entering the Shura field between the wife and the lover? Chen Yuan didn't respond. He just complained silently in his heart, "You think too much. I don't plan to let Su Kaizhou be your newcomer, let alone have a lover." He simply felt that the cool figure sitting alone in the corner of the kitchen, eating half a steamed bun and leftovers, was worthy of his vote. It has nothing to do with romance, it's just about the stubbornness of struggling in the mud but still refusing to bend. This little disturbance ended with Jelena leaving with hatred. In the evening of the same day, the final voting results were announced on the school forum and department group. There is no doubt that the actor from the computer department will be Su Kaizhou. She decides what specific programs she will appear in. The actress who played the role of another popular department, the law department, was Xia Qingning. The two campus beauties will perform at the welcome party next Friday as the faces of their respective departments. As soon as the news came out, the entire Jiangcheng University forum was in an uproar, and countless people said that they had already bought telescopes and were ready to occupy an advantageous position in the front row. Zhao Hai immediately shared the link to the dormitory group, followed by a long string of WTF and awesome. Brother Chen, did you see that? It's a battle between two kings. On one side is the childhood sweetheart, school belle Xia, and on the other side is the school belle Su, with whom you have an incredible relationship. Who are you going to cheer for? Chen Yuan did not reply to the message in the group. He looked at the two names listed side by side on his phone and felt a headache for a moment. He could imagine what kind of overwhelming attention he would face on the day of the sports meet. What makes him even more headache is that with Su Kaizhou's cold personality, is he really willing to be the performer that everyone is paying attention to? Will this cause her unnecessary trouble? He opened the chat box with Su Kaizhou and typed a line of words, wanting to ask her what she thought, but after thinking about it, he deleted them word by word. The results have been announced, and there is no point in asking these questions now. Besides, in what capacity did he ask? Finally, he changed the subject and sent a completely irrelevant message. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, in front of the children's hospital, is that okay? There was a quick reply from the other side. It's still the same concise style. Chen Yuan put away his phone and let out a long breath. The sports meet next Wednesday will certainly be a battlefield, but tomorrow is the moment that truly decides one's fate. Where will the relationship between him, Su Kaizhou, and the little girl named Chen Xingyao go? Perhaps after tomorrow, there will be a preliminary answer. Chapter 27, Paternity Test. Chen Yuan was despised. On Saturday morning, the sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting mottled shadows on the floor. At exactly 9 o'clock, Chen Yuan had packed everything. He deliberately changed out of his usual casual t-shirt and jeans and put on a light gray casual shirt and a pair of dark trousers. He looked a lot more calm, like a young office worker who had just entered the workplace and was trying hard to play the role of a reliable adult. Chen Xingyao, who was carefully dressed up by him, looked like a little princess who had just walked out of a fairy tale book. She wore a pink puffy skirt with small hairpins in the same color, which fixed her two pigtails in a playful and cute way. Are you ready, little princess? Chen Yuan squatted down and adjusted the hem of her skirt. Chen Xingyao nodded vigorously and stretched out her chubby little arms. Daddy, hug me. Chen Yuan smiled and picked her up, kissing her soft face. The little girl exuded a pleasant milky scent. He weighed the sweet little burden in his arms and strode towards the door. Let's go get Mom. 15 minutes later, Chen Yuan's car stopped at the gate of Jiangcheng University. He didn't turn off the engine, but just rolled down the window and searched the crowd passing by. Soon, a familiar figure appeared. Su Kaizhou was wearing a simple white long-sleeved t-shirt and washed-out jeans, a black baseball cap on his head, and a large mask on his face, which completely covered his eye-catching face. Chen Yuan was not surprised by this. Given her current popularity on the school forum, going out this way would indeed save her a lot of trouble. He didn't honk the horn, but just watched her cross the road quietly, opened the car door, and sat in the passenger seat. Almost at the same time the car door closed, Chen Xingyao in the back seat had already unbuckled the child seat safety belt and threw herself into Su Kaizhou's arms like a little pink cannonball, her baby voice full of joy and dependence. Mother! Su Kaizhou's body seemed to stiffen for a moment, then quickly softened.
She took off her mask, revealing her beautiful face. The thin layer of ice in her eyes that had never melted for years quietly melted into spring water the moment she looked at her daughter. She reached out and gently rubbed Chen Xingyao's face. Looking at this scene, Chen Yuan felt his heart soften. He started the car, merged smoothly into the traffic, and drove towards the children's hospital.
The atmosphere in the car was very comfortable.
Chen Xingyao lay in Su Kazhou's arms like a kitten, sharing her interesting stories in a low voice. Su Kazhou listened quietly, occasionally responding in a low voice, his eyes never leaving his daughter's face.
However, Chen Yuan still keenly sensed something was wrong.
Su Kazhou seemed to be concentrating, but her hands on her knees unconsciously clenched the corners of her clothes, and her knuckles turned slightly white due to the force.
She is nervous.
Chen Yuan could guess what she was thinking. If Chen Xingyao was not her child, then everything she had these days, this sudden warmth and support, would it be like a short dream, and after waking up, she would have to return to the reality of being alone? He wanted to say something to comfort her, but he felt that any words like "don't worry" would be pale and powerless at this moment. So he changed the subject, trying to divert her attention.
How do you feel about the department choosing you to perform at the welcome party?
Sure enough, Su Kazhou was stunned for a moment. He shifted his gaze away from his daughter and looked at the street scene rapidly receding outside the car window, his eyes a little vague.
I don't want to go.
Why?
Chen Yuan asked.
Su Kazhou was silent for a moment, and said in a low voice, the performer is the face of a department, so he should be glamorous and beautiful.
Bright and beautiful.
Chen Yuan immediately understood the unspoken meaning in her words. Her old clothes that were always washed clean but obviously old, and Xia Qingning's exquisite dresses that looked like they were from a fashion photo shoot at any time and anywhere, were indeed two different worlds. She didn't want her embarrassing reality to be magnified in front of all the teachers and students in the school.
That's just one of the reasons. He could probably guess the other reason.
She is like a snail that is used to hiding in its shell and just wants to stay quietly in her own world. However, the identity of the sign holder will undoubtedly push her into the spotlight and be scrutinized by thousands of eyes. Chen Yuan did not ask any more questions, but just silently increased the speed of the car.
Soon, we arrived at the children's hospital. The two men held Chen Xingyao's hands, one on each side, and walked into the busy outpatient hall.
The sunlight came in through the tall glass curtain wall and shone on the three of them, creating a strange sense of harmony. Chen Yuan has a tall stature and handsome features. Su Kazhou has a cool temperament and beautiful looks. Chen Xingyao in the middle is even more delicate and cute, like a New Year picture doll.
This family of three is the focus of attention wherever they go.
They came to the floor where the paternity testing center was located.
The atmosphere here was obviously much more depressing than downstairs.
There were quite a few people sitting on the benches in the corridor, mostly middle-aged men and women with serious expressions, or young couples with gloomy looks. The appearance of Chen Yuan and Su Kazhou immediately attracted everyone's attention.
It's just that they are too young and their temperament is too outstanding.
Especially Chen Yuan, who was dressed appropriately and had a watch on his wrist that looked very valuable, which made him exude a calmness that was inconsistent with his age.
As a result, all kinds of speculation and whispers filled the air. TSK, another rich second generation, judging by his appearance, he must have gotten the girl pregnant, and now he doesn't want to admit it.
That girl is really pretty, but it's a pity that her eyesight is not good.
That little girl looks quite similar to him.
If he doesn't recognize her, he would be a complete jerk. These discussions, neither loud nor quiet, naturally drifted into Chen Yuan's ears. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he started to complain wildly in his heart.
Getting pregnant? Is your imagination too rich?
He was too lazy to pay attention to the gossip and walked straight to the window and handed in his ID card and related information. Su Kazhou also silently took out his ID from his bag and handed it over. Sitting in the window was a middle-aged male doctor who was wearing glasses and looked a little serious.
He took the two people's information expressionlessly and glanced at their ID cards.
Chen Yuan, 20 years old, Su Kazhou, 20 years old. The doctor frowned, looked up at the overly young parents in front of him, then looked down at the little girl they were holding, his tone filled with undisguised scrutiny and coldness.
How old is the child? Chen Yuan answered calmly, 5 years old. 5 years old?
The doctor's voice suddenly rose in pitch, and the hand holding the ID card stopped in mid-air. The air seemed to freeze. He confirmed the year of birth on his ID card again, looked at Chen Xingyao who had an innocent face, and finally, his eyes shot towards Chen Yuan like a sharp sword. That look was filled with shock, contempt, and a kind of heartache for looking at the scum of society.
The doctor quietly clenched his hands under the table into fists. He took a deep breath in his heart, and only two words were echoing wildly in his mind. What a beast! 20 years old, the child is 5 years old. Doesn't this mean that at the age of 15? What a beast! No, worse than beasts. Chapter 28, They are really my biological children.
Facing the doctor's eyes that almost nailed him to the pillar of shame, the corners of Chen Yuan's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He felt that his current situation was more bizarre than any wronged male protagonist in a drama.
Doctor, let's do an appraisal.
Chen Yuan was brief and to the point, too lazy to explain.
Explain what? Are you saying that this child traveled back from the future?
He was afraid that after he finished speaking, the next place he would go to would not be the paternity testing center, but the mental health center. The middle-aged male doctor snorted heavily, as if expressing his contempt with his breath. He threw out a few packaged cotton swabs and collection tubes from the window and said in a stern tone, "Go over there and collect the oral mucosa sample yourself, and send it back after you're done." Chen Yuan took the things and pulled Su Kaizhou to a relatively secluded corner.
Open your mouth, ah.
Chen Yuan unwrapped a cotton swab, half squatted down, and spoke to Chen Xingyo, who looked curious. The little guy cooperated very well and opened his mouth obediently. Chen Yuan carefully used a cotton swab to gently scrape the tender inner wall of her mouth a few times. The little princess seemed to feel a little itchy and started giggling, with her eyes curved into two cute little crescents. This innocent laughter seemed to make the depressing atmosphere in the corridor a little more relaxed. When it was Su Kaizhou's turn, she seemed a little embarrassed. She silently took the new cotton swab handed to her by Chen Yuan, turned her back, and quickly completed the sampling. When she turned around, Chen Yuan saw that her ears were a little red. Finally, it is Chen Yuan himself. He finished the task in no time and handed the 3 sealed sample tubes back to the window. The doctor took it and without even looking at them, he directly wrote out a payment slip and a piece of paper with the time to pick up the report, and pushed them out of the window. Come and get the results at 4 p.m. The whole process was filled with official indifference and strong personal emotional condemnation. Chen Yuan held the list and felt like he had just walked out of a courtroom. He looked back at the window and complained silently in his heart, "Brother, I hope your jaw doesn't drop to the ground when you see the results this afternoon." The time waiting for the results is long and agonizing. Especially for Su Kaizhou. They did not leave the hospital, but found a relatively quiet bench to sit on. Chen Xingyo had been playing for the whole morning and was exhausted. She had now fallen asleep in Su Kaizhou's arms, breathing evenly and softly. The sunlight came through the window, casting a light golden hue on her long eyelashes. Su Kaizhou held her motionlessly, his eyes almost greedily depicting his daughter's sleeping face, from her perky little nose to her rosy pink lips, as if he wanted to engrave it all into his mind and into his bones and blood. Her world was once a dry well. There were no waves, no echo, only endless, cold silence. She was used to being alone and using indifference as a protective color to isolate herself from the outside world. Until Chen Xingyo appeared. This small, soft child who called her mom in the sweetest voice in the world was like a ray of light that came into her world without any warning and illuminated every corner of the dry well. It turns out that being relied upon and trusted unreservedly by others is such a warm feeling. It turns out that having a little concern in life is such a sweet burden. She couldn't imagine what would happen if the conclusion on the paper at 4 o'clock in the afternoon was negative. Does that mean that this beam of light will be taken away by someone? Chen Yuan will take Chen Xingyao to find the real mother. And she was going to retreat back into the well and face the familiar, suffocating darkness again? When she thought of this, her heart felt like it was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand, and even breathing became difficult. She hugged Chen Xingyao's arms, and unconsciously tightened them a little. The little guy in his sleep seemed to sense something. He moved uneasily, with his little brows slightly frowned. Su Kaizhou immediately relaxed his grip, reached out his hand, and gently smoothed the wrinkles between his daughter's brows with his fingertips. Chen Yuan was sitting next to her, taking in everything. He could feel the panic and anxiety that was almost overflowing from her. He wanted to say something, but felt that any words would be superfluous. He just stood up, went to the vending machine, bought a bottle of warm milk, unscrewed the cap, and handed it to her. Su Kaizhou was stunned for a moment and raised his head. Her eyes were a little red, and her cold eyes were now filled with moisture and fragility. She didn't say anything and silently took the milk. The warm touch came from the bottle, along her fingertips, and warmed her heart. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. When Chen Yuan's name was called again on the radio, Su Kajo's body visibly stiffened. Chen Yuan stood up, patted her shoulder, signaled her with his eyes to be at ease, and then walked towards the window alone.
It's still the same middle-aged male doctor.
His expression was still businesslike, but when he looked up and saw that it was Chen Yuan, the contempt in his eyes seemed to intensify. He took out the report that belonged to them from a pile of reports, and without even looking at it, handed it directly through the window. That light piece of paper seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds at this moment. Chen Yuan did not return to his seat immediately, but stood where he was and directly tore open the sealed bag. Su Kajo's eyes were fixed on his back, and he was so nervous that cold sweat broke out on his palms. Chen Yuan pulled out the appraisal report, quickly scanned the complex terms and data in front of it, and directly landed on the conclusion part at the bottom.
Conclusion.
According to the results of DNA analysis, under the premise of excluding identical twins, close relatives, and exogenous interference, the probability of paternity between the tested persons Chen Yuan and Chen Xingyao is 99.9999%, supporting that the tested person Chen Yuan is the biological father of Chen Xingyao. According to the results of DNA analysis, under the premise of excluding identical twins, close relatives, and exogenous interference, the probability of paternity between the tested persons Su Kazhou and Chen Xingyao is 99.9999%, supporting that the tested person Su Kazhou is the biological mother of Chen Xingyao. Support the biological father. Support biological mothers. Chen Yuan stared at the bold black words and felt like his brain crashed for a moment.
He blinked and looked again. That's right. Black and white, scientifically certified.
He turned around slowly and met Su Kazhou's eyes that were filled with anticipation and fear.
He didn't say anything, just nodded slightly at her and handed her the report.
The moment Su Kazhou's eyes touched the conclusion, her nerves, which had been tense for the whole day, finally broke completely in an instant.
A huge, surging ecstasy overwhelmed her like a tide.
She felt like a drowning person who finally took her first breath of fresh air, and the whole world became clear and bright. She lowered her head, looked at her daughter who was sleeping soundly in her arms, and tears fell without warning. Those were not tears of sadness, but the purest joy and gratitude after unloading all the burdens. 1 drop, 2 drops, fell silently on Chen Xingyao's pink skirt, leaving a small dark mark. She smiled, a smile that came from the heart, with tears in it, and was an extremely brilliant smile. Chen Yuan, who was standing next to him, felt like he was on a roller coaster, extremely complicated. After solving Su Kazhou's biggest worry, his own worry began to flare up. On the way back, Su Kazhou held Chen Xingyao in his arms and sat in the back seat, exuding an unprecedented gentle aura. While Chen Yuan was driving, his mind was in a mess.
Biological? Are they really his biological children? This is fucking science. 99.9999%.
The probability of passing the advanced mathematics exam is higher than his.
So, this daughter who suddenly appeared is not some new scam or prank? Is it true that she traveled back from the future? Chen Yuan's hands gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles slightly tightened. An extremely absurd idea was growing wildly in his mind. Did he, Chen Yuan, an ordinary 20-year-old male college student, really have a daughter with Su Kazhou, the cold school beauty of Jiangcheng University, when he was 15 years old, without his own knowledge? What kind of outrageous urban legend is this? He quickly reviewed the trajectory of his life when he was 15 years old. He goes to and from school every day, either doing homework at school or playing games at home. Apart from his mother and the female teachers of various subjects, the number of opposite sexes he has met is very few. He could swear to God that his life at the age of 15 was as pure as a blank sheet of paper. So here comes the question. Since it didn't happen in the past, it can only be the future? So, he and Su Kazhou will really get together in the future and have such a lovely daughter? Then the daughter took a time machine, or used some black technology, and went back to the time when they were still students?
Chen Yuan felt as if his worldview was being pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly.
He glanced at the back seat through the rearview mirror.
Su Kazhou was lowering his head, gently curling a strand of Chen Xingyao's hair with his fingers, his eyes so gentle that tears could be dripping from them. Chen Xingyao smacked her lips, rubbed against her arms, and fell into an even deeper sleep.
This scene is as warm as a painting. And he, the protagonist of this painting, the nominal father, the only thought at this moment is, holy shit, is there really such a thing as time travel in this world? Chapter 29. I want to kiss you. I'll go to your house in the afternoon.
The car drove smoothly on the way back to the city. In the rearview mirror, Su Kazhou was holding his daughter, and the lines of his profile appeared particularly soft in the flowing light and shadow. After the identification results came out, she relaxed completely. The tense and fragile feeling that seemed like it would break at any time disappeared, and was replaced by a kind of settled peace. While driving, Chen Yuan still had the 99.9999% on his mind.
Science is sometimes more mysterious than metaphysics.
He admitted that he was a pragmatic person.
Since science had stamped its stamp on it, it would be foolish to dwell on the fact that this is unscientific. The problem right now is not to dwell on the past, but to solve the future. A living daughter, a mother who is legally and blood related, and is a confirmed child. He is responsible for these two people. Chen Yuan glanced at the pair of canvas shoes on Su Kaizhou's feet, which were a little pale from washing, and had an idea in his mind. We're not going to school,
he suddenly said, turning the steering wheel at the next intersection.
Su Kaizhou in the back seat raised his head, a little confused. Where are we going? Let's go to the mall.
Chen Yuan said succinctly, let's buy some new clothes for Yao, and by the way, a few pieces for the three of us as well. Su Kaizhou opened his mouth and wanted to say no, but looking at Chen Yuan's profile that did not allow any objection, he swallowed his words back. She knew that behind the words, the three of us, it was obvious who she really wanted to buy it for.
Facts have proved that once men take action, they are extremely purposeful.
After entering the mall, Chen Yuan went straight to the children's clothing area and changed Chen Xingyao's clothes from head to toe. Then, under the glorious banner of buying parent-child clothing creates a more family atmosphere, he confidently dragged Su Kaizhou to visit the women's clothing area.
Su Kaizhou was resistant at first.
She was used to being frugal, and every number on the tag seemed to remind her of her current predicament.
But Chen Yuan didn't give her any chance to refuse.
Whenever she liked something, he would just ask the shopping guide to get it in her size.
Chen Xingyao turned into the best assist, her little mouth looked as if it was covered with honey.
Mom, this pink dress is so beautiful, like a princess. Mom, this white coat will look great on you. Under the influence of her daughter's clear childish voice and Chen Yuan's unquestionable insistence, Su Kaizhou reluctantly changed several sets of clothes. When she walked out of the fitting room wearing a light blue dress, even the shopping guide's eyes lit up. Her cold temperament is neutralized by the gentle color, which makes her skin look whiter than snow and her neck look longer. Chen Yuan's Adam's apple rolled unconsciously, and he took out his phone directly, this one, and the ones I just saw, all included. Coming out of the clothing store, Su Kaizhou was already holding several shopping bags in his hands, feeling a little unreal. When passing by a high-end shoe brand store, Chen Xingyao suddenly stopped and pointed at a pair of silver-pointed high heels decorated with tiny crystals in the window, her eyes sparkling.
Dad, look at those shoes, they are so shiny and beautiful. Mom will look like a fairy when she wears them.
Su Kaizhou's eyes fell on his shoes and he was in a trance for a moment. She remembered that a long time ago, in the place called home, she also had an independent dressing room with shoe cabinets filled to the brim with high heels of various styles and brands, which were her daily routine. Now, she only has this pair of canvas shoes that she has worn for a long time and another pair of sneakers for replacement. Just when she was distracted, Chen Yuan pushed the door and walked into the store, took out the shoes and walked in front of her.
Try.
Su Kaizhou came back to her senses abruptly. She recognized the brand and knew the price of the shoes. She shook her head almost instinctively, it's too expensive, and I don't need them.
Mom, try it, Yao wants to see it. Without saying anything, Chen Xingyao grabbed Su Kaizhou's arm and dragged him to the sofa. Her daughter's coquetry is her most irresistible weapon.
Su Kaizhou sat down helplessly, watching Chen Xingyao take the pair of exquisite high heels like a little adult, squatting in front of her, and trying to help her put them on in a very professional manner. Looking at her daughter's clumsy yet serious appearance, Su Kaizhou's heart softened and a smile appeared in her eyes. She gently took off her canvas shoes and white cotton socks, revealing a pair of feet as white as jade. The feet are slender and delicate, the toes are round and cute, and every part is so exquisite that it looks like a work of art carved by a famous artist. Chen Xingyao held the shoes, but didn't know where to start, and her little face wrinkled.
Yao is so good, Su Kaizhou smiled and touched her head, let mommy do it herself.
Just as she was about to reach out to take the shoes, a large bony hand took the shoes away first. Then, another warm hand grasped her slightly cold ankle.
Su Kaizhou's whole body stiffened.
Chen Yuan half knelt in front of her, holding her ankle with one hand and holding the pair of silver high heels with the other, and carefully helped her put them on. His movements were gentle, and the thin calluses on his fingertips rubbed against the sensitive soles of her feet, bringing a slight shudder. Su Kaizhou's heart skipped a beat and she subconsciously tried to pull her foot back, but he held it firmly. She could only sit there stiffly, watching him lower his head and concentrate on putting on his other shoe. The whole process took only a dozen seconds, but it felt like a century to Su Kajo. When she stood up, the silver high heels perfectly wrapped her feet, instantly making her figure look taller, and her temperament changed from cold and gentle to a hint of unattainable stunningness.
It fits perfectly.
Chen Yuan stood up and looked at her face. His tone was calm, but there was a hint of admiration in his eyes that he himself didn't even notice. Su Kajo's cheeks felt a little hot and she avoided his gaze. When we walked out of the mall, it was almost dusk. Chen Yuan put all the bags into the trunk and started the car again. This time, the car did not drive towards Jiangcheng University, but stopped in front of a high-end residential area.
What are you doing here?
Su Kajo held Chen Xingyao, who had fallen asleep again, and looked at the unfamiliar environment outside the window in confusion.
Get off.
Chen Yuan turned off the engine, got out of the car first, then came around to help her open the door. He led them into a building, took the elevator to the 16th floor, and opened the door of room 1602 with the key.
From now on, you and Yao Yao will live here.
Chen Yuan turned on the light in the room and explained to the stunned Su Kajo, 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, fine decoration, complete home appliances, I just rented it.
You live here, you don't have to live in the dormitory, you can see Yao Yao every day.
And it's close to the school, so it's convenient for me to come here, it's closer than when I go home. Chen Yuan said it easily, as if he had just done a trivial thing. This was indeed the best arrangement he could think of for Su Kajo and his daughter. Of course, there is a little bit of selfishness here that cannot be told to outsiders. That is, it can effectively avoid the sudden attack from that woman Xia Qingning. His childhood sweetheart was pretty and smart, but her personality was a little too proactive. I used to find an excuse to go to his house on weekends, such as "Auntie, let me help you cook."
But after we confirmed our relationship, I'm too lazy to even find an excuse.
Chen Yuan could almost foresee that if he brought Su Kajo and his daughter back to his home, Xia Qingning would get the news in less than half a day. When the two women meet, one is the mother of his daughter in the legal sense, and the other is his current girlfriend in name only.
That scene makes my scalp tingle just thinking about it.
Renting a house perfectly solves all problems. He is such a clever little fellow. Chen Yuan was congratulating himself in his heart for his foresight when the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He took it out and saw a WeChat message pop up on the screen. The sender was Xia Qingning, whom he had just been thinking about.
The content is simple and crude, full of her usual style. Xia Qingning, I want to kiss you. I'll go to your house this afternoon. Chapter 30. Woman, you are playing with fire.
This woman, Xia Qingning, is like a worm in his stomach. She always jumps out and gives him a fatal blow when he thinks everything is fine.
Want to kiss? And come in the afternoon?
It sounded as if they had lived together for 800 years. Chen Yuan quickly calculated the time in his mind. It would take at least half an hour to drive back to his home from here. He estimated that when Xia Qingning sent the message, she was already on the way, and now she might be almost at his doorstep. Chen Yuan cleared his throat, trying to make his voice sound calmer. Get familiar with the house first.
Make a list of what you need and I'll bring it over tomorrow.
Yao Yao has fallen asleep, so you should take care of her first.
I have some urgent matters at school, so I have to go back first.
Su Kajo was holding her daughter, standing in the newly renovated living room, still somewhat dazed by this huge change. She looked at Chen Yuan, who seemed to be in a hurry, nodded, and said softly, "Okay, you, be careful on the road." She didn't ask what the emergency was, but just quietly accepted his arrangement. This sense of distance without asking or probing made Chen Yuan feel relieved, but at the same time, an inexplicable ripple arose in his heart. Without having time to think about it, Chen Yuan rushed out the door in a hurry after saying the last few words. Chen Yuan drove the car at full speed as if he was going to participate in an F1 race. When he finally opened his door, panting, the living room was empty. He just breathed a sigh of relief when the doorbell rang. What is coming cannot be avoided. Chen Yuan adjusted his expression and opened the door. The person standing outside was none other than Xia Qingning. She was wearing a simple white t-shirt and denim shorts, her long hair was tied into a neat ponytail, and she had a bright smile on her face. The only thing that didn't match her refreshing outfit was the huge silver suitcase at her feet, which was almost half her height.
You were kicked out by your parents, so you plan to live with me permanently?
Chen Yuan leaned against the doorframe, raised his eyebrows, and took the handle of the suitcase.
The box is quite heavy.
You wish. Xia Qingning rolled her eyes at him, put on her slippers, and walked into the living room as if she knew the way.
Won't there be a welcome party in a few days? I'm here to ask you to give me some advice on what to wear.
She patted the big box and showed a sly smile. Inside are all the candidate costumes I carefully prepared for you. Chen Yuan looked at her expression that said praise me quickly and felt speechless. In order to choose a set of clothes for the sports meeting, she dragged a suitcase over specially.
Only Xia Qingning could do this. Okay, then you take over and I'll be the judge.
Chen Yuan resigned himself to his fate and dragged the suitcase to the center of the living room.
Xia Qingning was very satisfied with this.
When she opened the box, it was as if she had opened a Pandora's box. The first set, energetic sports style. She took out a pink sports suit from the box and ran into the bedroom. A few minutes later, when she appeared again, Chen Yuan's eyes indeed lit up. The pink short top reveals a slender waist, and under the sports shorts of the same color are two straight and long legs. Paired with white sneakers, the whole person is full of youthful vitality, like a fresh and tender peach.
How is it?
Xia Qingning turned around on the spot. Not bad, very suitable for running, and it looks like he can take first place. Chen Yuan commented pertinently.
That's right.
Xia Qingning raised her chin proudly and went back to the bedroom.
The second set, sweet girl style. This time it was a white tennis skirt paired with a canary yellow polo shirt.
When worn by Xia Qingning, it looks less aggressive and more like the sweet and obedient girl next door. The wind blew, and the hem of her skirt lifted slightly, making her look like the heroine from a campus idol drama.
It looks good.
This is how a cheerleader should dress.
Chen Yuan continued to nod.
The third set, the salty cool sister style.
Black work jumpsuit, marten boots, and a baseball cap.
As soon as Xia Qingning appeared, the atmosphere in the entire living room changed. That cool and sassy feeling makes her exude a strong aura of keep away from strangers. Chen Yuan touched his chin and praised sincerely, perfect, you are simply a walking clothes rack, you look good in anything you wear. Xia Qingning was very pleased with this comment, but she obviously had a finale. She smiled mysteriously, don't worry, there's one last set.
Chen Yuan was a little curious.
The previous sets had different styles, but they were all perfect.
He couldn't think of what else Xia Qingning could come up with.
This time, Xia Qingning stayed in the bedroom a little longer. When the bedroom door opened again, Chen Yuan was drinking water with his head down. He raised his head when he heard the noise and almost spit out a mouthful of water.
Xia Qingning was wearing a modified dark red velvet cheongsam.
The cheongsam is of classic style, with a stand-up collar and buttons, outlining her slim and graceful figure, but the cut is also extremely bold. The skirt only reached the middle of the thigh, and the worst part was the high slits on the sides that almost reached the top of the thigh. She just walked a few steps out of the bedroom, the dark red cloth swayed with her steps, the lines of her white and slender legs were faintly visible in it, and every step she took was thrilling. This is not a welcome party, this is clearly a beauty pageant. The previous few sets were just pleasing to the eye at best.
And this is simply setting fire to people's hearts.
Especially when paired with Xia Qingning's beautiful yet somewhat charming face, she grasped the contradictory feeling between purity and desire perfectly.
Isn't this not suitable for the welcome party?
Chen Yuan put down his water cup, his throat a little dry. When you perform, are people going to watch the show or your beautiful legs? He didn't finish his words, but his meaning was self-evident. Xia Qingning seemed not to understand his implicit meaning. Instead, she took a few steps towards him. The slit of her cheongsam revealed more scenery as she moved. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes moving, with a sly smile on her lips. Why not?
I think it's pretty good.
She moved closer, her warm breath almost spraying on Chen Yuan's face. Chen Yuan, she lowered her voice with a hint of bewitching, tell me the truth, is it because this is too revealing that you are jealous and don't want others to see it? Looking at her asking questions knowing the answer and looking smug, Chen Yuan suddenly felt that reasoning with her was the stupidest thing to do in the world.
This woman is a cunning fox. She sets traps step by step and waits for him to fall into them. In that case,
a string in Chen Yuan's heart suddenly broke. He suddenly stretched out his hand, and amid Xia Qingning's surprised cry, he picked her up and carried her sideways.
What are you doing?
Xia Qingning subconsciously hugged his neck, and her cheongsam became even more messy because of this action.
Chen Yuan didn't answer. He walked a few steps to the sofa and put her on the soft sofa. Before she could react, a tall figure approached her, one hand supporting her side, the other hand clasping the back of her head, and hot kisses rained down on her. Xia Qingning was a little confused at first, but soon stopped resisting and instead took the initiative to respond to him. As their lips and teeth were entangled, Chen Yuan's hand,
which was originally resting on the sofa, began to dishonestly follow the smooth fabric of the cheongsam and reach out to.
Xia Qingning trembled all over and her breathing became disordered in an instant.
She let Chen Yuan do what he wanted, but she was thinking with satisfaction in her heart.
Humph, you're quick to react. However, isn't this guy's concentration too good?
According to her plan, when she changed into her third cool sister style outfit, he should not be able to control himself.
Chapter 31 I'm in charge of everything.
The air on the sofa seemed to be ignited and the temperature continued to rise.
Xia Qingning's initial pride and initiative were quickly shattered by Qing Yuan's fierce attack.
The cheongsam that she had carefully chosen to win the hearts of her opponents now became a shackle that bound her, leaving her powerless to fight back in this struggle.
Her little tricks of seduction seemed so vulnerable after Chen Yuan got serious about it. Chen Yuan, stop. Xia Qingning's voice trembled slightly.
The hand that was originally around his neck now pressed against his chest, but it was too soft to exert any strength.
I was wrong. I surrender. This woman finally realized that she was afraid.
Chen Yuan moved a little distance away and looked at her flushed cheeks and blurred eyes. The anger in his heart disappeared for the most part, replaced by a kind of helplessness that made him feel neither amused nor helpless.
He lowered his head and whispered in her ear in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Will you dare to play with fire again in the future?" The warm breath made Xia Qingning's ears itch.
She buried her head in Chen Yuan's neck and replied muffledly, "I don't dare anymore." The sound was as small as a mosquito's hum, but it carried a hint of grievance and unwillingness. Chen Yuan chuckled and finally let her go. He sat up, pulled her up, and helped her tidy up her messy cheongsam. Xia Qingning lowered her head, not daring to look at him, the blush on her face spreading all the way to her ears. The queen, who was full of aura just now, is now as obedient as a kitten who has done something wrong.
Okay, stop pretending.
Chen Yuan pinched her cheek, change back into your own clothes, and I'll take you home.
Oh. Xia Qingning responded and fled back to the bedroom. Chen Yuan looked at her fleeing back and shook his head.
This girl always wants to control everything, but she doesn't know that once some things start, she has no control over them. A few minutes later, Xia Qingning changed back into a white t-shirt and denim shorts, regaining her refreshing and energetic look, but the blush on her face had not completely faded. She silently packed her suitcase and folded the candidate outfits one by one.
What exactly are you going to perform at the welcome party? Chen Yuan asked, leaning against the door. Play the piano.
Xia Qingning said without raising her head, I originally wanted to play a more exciting song, but now I think I should play the Moonlight Sonata, which is more peaceful and simple. Chen Yuan was amused by her words. Okay, you have good artistic talent, and everything you play sounds good. After sending Xia Qingning and her huge suitcase home, Chen Yuan drove alone on the way home. The evening breeze blew in through the car window, blowing away the ambiguous atmosphere that remained in the car and gradually calming his somewhat restless heart. The image of another mother and daughter involuntarily emerged in his mind.
I wonder if they have adapted to the new environment, and whether Yao Yao sleeps well.
He took out his cell phone and dialed Su Kazhou's number. After the phone rang a few times, it was connected, but a childish voice came from the receiver.
Hey, Dad.
Chen Yuan was stunned for a moment, then laughed.
He parked the car on the side of the road and softened his voice. Why is it Yao Yao who answered the phone? Where's Mom? Mom is in the room. Yao Yao sounded very happy. Yao Yao seemed to hear Mom singing just now.
Her cell phone was in the living room.
I saw Dad written on it, so I picked it up. Singing?
Chen Yuan was a little surprised. In his impression, Su Kazhou had always been cold and taciturn, and it was hard to imagine her singing alone in the room.
Really?
Did Mom sing often in the past? He continued the topic.
Yes. Yao Yao's tone was full of pride. Mom sings so well.
Mom said that Grandma used to be a very good singer. She learned from Grandma.
Singer? Chen Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Is Su Kazhou's mother a singer? Doesn't that mean she comes from a celebrity family?
This amount of information was a bit overwhelming for him to digest for a while. No wonder Su Kazhou always has a unique temperament, and no wonder she has such an outstanding appearance.
But if that was true, how could she have ended up like this? Countless questions swirled in Chen Yuan's mind, but he didn't ask any more questions. These things should not be heard from a child. Got it. Our Yao Yao is awesome. Chen Yuan brought the topic back to the topic. It's getting late.
Remember to brush your teeth and wash your face before going to bed.
Got it? Got it. Good night, Dad. Good night, baby. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yuan leaned back in his seat and didn't start the car for a long time. Su Kuzhou seemed to be shrouded in layer upon layer of fog. Every time he thought he saw something clearly, he would discover more mysteries. On the other side, in the living room of the new home, Su Kuzhou walked out of the room wearing a comfortable cotton pajamas, with her soft long hair draped over her shoulders, washing away the coldness and defensiveness of the day and adding a bit of homely gentleness. She saw her daughter holding her mobile phone, sitting on the sofa and swinging her short legs. Yao Yao, who are you talking to on the phone? It's Dad. Shen Xingyao saw her mother and immediately raised her phone like a treasure. Dad just called Mom and Yao Yao answered the phone. A faint smile spread across Su Kuzhou's cold face. She walked over, held her daughter in her arms, and gently straightened the collar of her pajamas. What did he say? Her voice was very soft, with a hint of anticipation that she herself was not aware of. Shen Xingyao raised her little face, tried hard to recall, and then repeated in a very serious tone, Dad told me to tell Mom that you can do whatever you want, don't worry, he will take care of everything. After saying that, the little girl imitated the strongmen on TV, puffed up her arms vigorously and made a strong pose. Su Kuzhou was completely stunned. Do whatever you want, don't worry, he will take care of everything. These words were like a stone thrown into the lake of her heart that had been silent for a long time, causing ripples all over. How long had it been since she heard something like that? As I recall, from kindergarten to high school, every time there was a cultural activity in school, the first person the teachers thought of was her. At that time, she was the most dazzling presence on the stage. She could sing, dance, play the piano, and do everything. She can choose her favorite programs and wear the most beautiful dress without any scruples, because she knows that her parents are always standing behind her. They would smile and say to her, Kuzhou, go do what you want to do, Mom and Dad will always support you. But then, the sky fell. The little princess who was once the center of everyone's attention fell into obscurity in an instant. She put away all her light, hid all her talents, learned to be indifferent, and learned to disguise herself, because no one would say to her I'm responsible for everything anymore. Until today, these words reached her ears again through her daughter's mouth, from the man she had just met. Su Kuzhou's eyes felt a little hot, and she hugged her daughter tightly in her arms, as if to gain some strength. At this moment, Shen Xingyao seemed to remember something and broke free from her arms. Yes, Mom, Yao Yao has something for you. The little girl ran to a cabinet in the living room, stood on tiptoe, and with some difficulty dragged out a beautifully wrapped gift box. This is what my father gave me before he passed away. He told me to give it to my mother personally. Su Kuzhou looked at the square gift box and his heart skipped a beat. She walked over, took the gift box, and felt it sinking slightly in her hand. The ribbon was carefully untied and the lid of the box was slowly lifted. The next second, her breath suddenly stopped. A silver-white evening dress lay quietly inside the red velvet lining of the gift box. The skirt is a tube-top design, and the upper part is dotted with tiny, star-like diamonds that reflect brilliant light under the lights. The waistline is just right, and underneath is a light and flowing gauze long skirt, layered like the shimmering surface of a lake under the moonlight. Su Kuzhou stretched out his hand, and his fingertips gently touched the cool and silky fabric. When did he prepare it? That man didn't say many nice words, but he responded to all her anxieties and embarrassment with the most direct actions. The words he is responsible for everything may not just be Yao Yao's innocent words. Chapter 32 Computer Science Performer, Su Kuzhou. Su Kuzhou didn't know how long he stood in front of the dress. The lights in the living room seemed to become gentle because of the diamonds flowing on the skirt. It had been a long time since she touched such gorgeous clothes. Ever since her mother passed away, her world has become black, white, and gray. Those brilliant colors that once represented the stage, lights, and dreams, along with the beautiful dresses, were locked away in the deepest cabinet of her memory and sealed never to be opened. She thought she would always wear the simplest cotton t-shirt and jeans, and use her simplicity and coolness to resist all scrutiny and inquiry from the outside world. But now, someone used a key to pry open the rusty lock. Mom, you like this skirt so much. Chen Xingyao came over at some point, her little head resting against her legs, looking up at her. Is this the best looking of the gifts Dad gave me? Su Kuzhou came to his senses, slowly squatted down, and hugged his daughter in his arms. She didn't answer, but rubbed Yao Yao's soft hair gently with her cheek. Mom, put this on and Yao Yao will take a picture for you, okay? The child has no resistance to anything sparkling. Put this on and Mom will be the most beautiful princess in the world. Princess.
What a distant and even somewhat ridiculous word. The image of her mother wearing her performance clothes and hugging her backstage flashed through Sukajo's mind. My mother always has a pleasant fragrance on her body. Her voice is gentle but powerful. Our son Kujo was born to be on the stage. But now, the stage collapsed and the princess fell into the mud. She subconsciously wanted to refuse, but her habitual retreat and defensiveness entangled her like vines. But when the words came to her lips, looking at her daughter's clear, bright eyes full of expectation, she couldn't say a word. She could be cruel to herself and hide all her light, but how could she bear to let her daughter's world become dim along with her? Yao Yao should see a confident and shining mother, not a mother who always hides in the corner and even has timid eyes. The words "he is responsible for everything" rang in my ears again. She didn't know what Chen Yuan was feeling when he said this. Maybe it was just a casual word of comfort, or maybe it was Yao Yao's exaggerated retelling. But at this moment, this sentence became the last straw that broke all her defenses. Su Kajo took a breath, and the breath was slightly trembling, but it also blew away the haze that had lingered in his heart for a long time. She let go of her daughter, stood up, and looked at the gift box again. This time, there was no longer confusion and retreat in her eyes, but a hint of determination that she herself did not even notice. She did not try on the dress immediately, but carefully put it away and put it back in her bedroom closet. Then she picked up Yao Yao and kissed her on the cheek.
Yao Yao, do you want to hear your mother sing? I want to. Chen Xingyao's eyes lit up instantly and she nodded vigorously. Su Kojo smiled. It was the first smile from the heart without any impurities in all these days. She carried her daughter back to the living room, did not turn on the TV, and did not find any accompaniment. She just sat quietly on the sofa and hummed an old nursery rhyme in the most gentle voice. That was the song her grandmother taught her mother, and her mother taught her. The singing echoed in the small house. Yao Yao soon calmed down in her arms and her eyelids began to twitch. Su Kojo patted his daughter's back gently, but his eyes were looking towards the night outside the window, as if he had penetrated the endless darkness and saw the faint starlight in the distance. After Yao Yao fell asleep, Su Kajo carried her back to the children's room, covered her with a quilt, and then picked up his mobile phone. She found an unfamiliar number, which was left by the director team of the welcome party when they sent out the notice. Her fingertips hovered on the screen for a long time before she finally sent a text message. Hello, I am Su Kajo from the Computer Science Department. Can I still sign up for my personal program for the welcome party? The next day, Jiangcheng University. Chen Yuan yawned as he walked along the tree-lined avenue. He thought about Su Kajo for a long time last night, and was also bothered by Xia Qingning, so he didn't sleep well. His mind was now filled with the words "singer's daughter." He didn't want to pry into other people's privacy, he was just curious. What on earth did a girl from that kind of family go through to become what she is today? As he walked, he took out his cell phone and habitually opened the campus forum of Jiangcheng University. The top posts are all related to the upcoming welcome party. Surprise! The host lineup of this year's welcome party has been revealed, with all the male and female celebrities gathered together. Rational analysis: which program of this year's welcome party is most likely to go viral? Vote top 3 welcome party programs you're most looking forward to. Chen Yuan casually clicked on the voting post. Ranked first is the modern dance of Lin Weiwei, the flower girl of the Academy of Arts. It is said that Lin Weiwei is a professional, has won many awards, and is very popular in the school. The girl in the photo has long flowing hair and a slim figure, and she really looks like a star. In second place was a performance by a rock band, which looked very exciting and explosive. The third one, Chen Yuan's eyes twitched. Xia Qingning piano solo Moonlight Sonata. The following comments have already reached hundreds of floors. Fuck. Goddess Xia is going to play Moonlight? This doesn't look right. I thought she was going to play Flight of the Bumblebee or Croatian Rhapsody. What do you know about the above? This is called contrast cuteness. The pure school beauty plays the Qingxin Moonlight, just thinking about it makes me feel excited. Pure heart and few desires? Why do I read a hint of resentment from these 4 words? Could it be that some blind man has offended our goddess? Chen Yuan silently closed the post, feeling like he had been shot in the knee. He was about to put away his phone when a new official announcement suddenly popped up on the forum homepage. Notice on the announcement of the final list of programs for the 20XX welcome party. Final list? Wasn't it decided long ago? He clicked on it with a hint of doubt and directly scrolled to the last attachment of the program list. The host, the opening dance, the band performance.
He scanned them quickly, his eyes paused for a second on Xia Qingning's name, and then continued to move down. Right at the end of the list, he saw a newly added show.
Personal program, solo. Performer, Computer Science Department, Su Kajo.
Chen Yuan's steps suddenly stopped. He stared at the name and confirmed it several times.
Su Porridge? Did she really sign up?
In an instant, all the fragments of last night were connected. It turned out that she took the words "he is responsible for everything" to heart. It turned out that she accepted the dress. Chen Yuan stood there, looking at the cold name on the phone screen, and couldn't help laughing. It was not a laugh, nor was it a laugh for fun, but a smile that came from the heart, filled with relief and expectation. He seemed to be able to see what the girl, who always kept her head down and wrapped herself in indifference, would look like when she stood under the spotlight again. He put away his phone and looked up at the sky. The summer sun is shining brightly, shining through the gaps in the leaves, bringing warmth. He thought that this welcome party seemed to be becoming more and more interesting. He didn't send a message to Su Kajo immediately. He knew that any words would be superfluous at this moment. He simply turned around and walked in another direction. For some things, having a stage and courage alone is not enough, you also need the best battlesuit and the strongest backing. And he happens to be able to give both.
Chapter 33 Welcome Party Host. A few days later. The backstage of the welcome party was like a boiling pot. The place was bustling with people, and the air was filled with the smell of hairspray, sweat, and makeup from everyone applying it. Students dressed in various performance costumes were walking in a hurry. Xia Qingning is undoubtedly the most dazzling existence in this network. She was wearing a bright red long dress today. The silky fabric fit her slender body and outlined her curves perfectly. The color should have been warm and flamboyant, but when she wore it, because of her beautiful face, it forced a sense of aloofness and coldness. Bright and distant, two completely opposite temperaments are perfectly combined in her. Don't move, my hair is messy. Chen Yuan's voice sounded in her ears, and he stretched out his hand and tucked a strand of knotty hair behind her ear very naturally. This action was not intimate, but it was enough to make the gazes of those around them who were secretly watching them suddenly become meaningful. Computer science genius Chen Yuan and law school beauty Xia Qingning, this pair of childhood sweethearts, are recognized as a pair. Now this intimate scene backstage has added the most vivid footnote to the long-standing scandal. Many boys stared with their eyes wide open, secretly beating their chests and stamping their feet, thinking that another beautiful girl had been taken away by a pig. The girls were whispering to each other, and their envious and jealous looks were like tiny needles piercing Chen Yuan's back. Look at them, they are such a good match. I heard that Chen Yuan rejected several beautiful girls from different departments for Xia Qingning. Childhood sweethearts are just different. This atmosphere is amazing. Chen Yuan turned a deaf ear to the whispers. He knew these college students' gossipy souls too well. Their imaginations were even richer than those of online writers. He is just an ordinary tool, nothing more. Okay. He withdrew his hand and patted the non-existent dust on his palm. Xia Qingning looked at him through the makeup mirror in front of her, her lips curved into a beautiful arc. Thank you. Aren't you going to get ready? The host will be on stage soon. I'm just about to go. Chen Yuan found a perfect excuse to get out of the situation. I have to go and brush up on my words. This is my first time as a host. I don't want to get stuck on stage. That would be embarrassing. Go ahead, don't be nervous. Xia Qingning nodded, with full trust and a subtle sense of self-righteousness in his tone. Chen Yuan, as if pardoned, turned around and squeezed out of the crowd. He did not go to the host waiting area, but instead made many detours and headed towards a row of relatively secluded independent practice rooms deep backstage. The further you go in, the quieter the noise becomes. The air also seemed to become fresher. He unconsciously quickened his pace, thinking about something in his mind. I don't know how prepared she is. Will she wear that dress? He was unsure, yet had an inexplicable sense of anticipation, like waiting for a blind box to be opened. He stopped in front of a door with a sign that read Vocal Practice Room 3. The door was not closed tightly, leaving a gap, and clear and clean humming sounds floated out intermittently. There were no lyrics, just a pure melody, like a stream flowing in a mountain stream, creating a piece of pure land in the noisy backstage. Chen Yuan's heart also calmed down. He raised his hand and knocked gently on the door. The humming stopped abruptly. A few seconds later, a cold voice came from inside, "Come in." Chen Yuan pushed the door open and walked in.
The practice room is simply furnished with only a piano and a few chairs. Su Kajo was standing by the window, still wearing the simplest white cotton t-shirt and jeans, and the star-studded dress was hanging quietly on the hanger beside her. The moonlight poured in through the glass window, giving her entire body a soft silver edge. She didn't look at him, but just looked out the window at the night with a focused expression. The whole space was so quiet that you could hear breathing. Shen Yuan felt that any opening remarks at this time would be redundant. He was about to say something, perhaps encouragement, or perhaps just a simple reminder that it was time to change her clothes. However, before he could finish his words, a fragrant breeze blew from behind him without warning. Then, a soft and elastic arm hooked his neck and made him stagger backwards. "Chen Yuan, I finally caught you." A charming voice sounded in his ears, and the breath was as sweet as orchid, with a strong and overbearing jasmine scent, which instantly made the cool air in the room turbid. Chen Yuan froze. He knew who it was without turning around. His co-host tonight is Ji Lena, who is studying broadcasting. She had already changed into her hosting gown, a tight black sequin miniskirt that perfectly outlined her hot figure, long black curly hair, bright red lips, every detail declared her presence. "My handsome partner, I've been looking for you for almost half a circle." Ji Lena didn't treat herself as an outsider at all. She almost hung her whole body on Chen Yuan. She leaned close to his ear and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Let's hurry up and rehearse the opening remarks before going on stage to cultivate tacit understanding." Chen Yuan felt like his neck was about to be broken by her, and he complained in his heart, "Big sister, are you developing a tacit understanding or a cervical spondylosis?" He subconsciously tried to break free, but out of the corner of his eye he glanced at the other person in the room. Su Kajo had turned around without me noticing. She just stood there quietly, watching Chen Yuan being choked by Ji Lena, with no expression on her face and her eyes as calm as an ancient well without ripples, as if the vivid scene before her was just a meaningless ball of air. But Chen Yuan clearly saw that the faint light in her eyes, which were originally looking at the moon outside the window, seemed to dim at that moment. Chapter 34 Finale. Chen Yuan struggled for a while, but to no avail. Jelena clung to him even tighter, her red lips almost touching his earlobe. "Don't move, it would be bad if someone saw us." Chen Yuan screamed in his heart, "Sister, your current posture is really bad." His eyes swept towards Su Kajo again. She had already withdrawn her gaze and lowered her eyelids. Her long eyelashes cast a faint shadow under her eyes, and her whole body returned to her isolated posture. Chen Yuan felt inexplicably depressed. He cleared his throat and said to the accessory on his body in a tone as serious as possible, "Student Ji Lena, we are hosts, not wrestlers. We will go on stage soon. Let's go to the waiting area to rehearse the lines. The light here is not good." "Oh, you are really thoughtful." After hearing this, Jelena loosened her arm and patted him on the shoulder in a charming manner. "Let's go, my good partner." She turned around and walked out first with a swaying step, her sequin skirt drawing streaks of light under the light. Chen Yuan rubbed his bruised neck and took a last look at Su Kajo. She still stood there, motionless, without even raising her head. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, like "remember to change your clothes" or "come on," but in the end he said nothing and turned around and followed him out. Some words, at that moment, seemed to have lost the qualification to be spoken. The two stopped in a relatively quiet corner backstage. Ji Lena took out the script and said enthusiastically, "Come on, let's go through it from the beginning, especially the opening. The momentum must be strong. I will say 'dear leaders and guests,' and then you will say 'dear teachers and classmates.' Our voices must be intertwined to reflect the tacit understanding between us." Chen Yuan responded absent-mindedly, but Su Kajo's dimming eyes kept replaying in his mind. "That starry dress is still hanging on the hanger, will she wear it? What if she suddenly decides not to go? Chen Yuan? Chen Yuan." Ji Lena tapped his arm with the script in dissatisfaction. "You are distracted. Are you mesmerized by my charm and can't even remember the words?" No, Chen Yuan immediately came back to his senses and flipped through the script expressionlessly. "I was thinking, should we add a B-box segment when we open the show? This way it will look more trendy." Jelena was stunned. "Ah? It's just a joke," Chen Yuan said seriously. "Let's hurry up, we don't have much time." Looking at his face that said "stay away from me and focus on your career," Ji Lena curled her lips, feeling unwilling, but she could only put those little thoughts aside temporarily. The welcome party started on time at 7 o'clock in the evening. The spotlights on both sides of the stage swept across the entire venue and finally converged in the center of the stage. The passionate opening music instantly ignited the entire auditorium. "Dear leaders and guests. Dear teachers and students. Ji Lina and Shen Yuan's voices came one after another, spreading to every corner through the speakers. Ji Lina's voice was sweet and infectious. She was wearing a black sequin short skirt, which was dazzling under the lights, and she exuded a confident glow. Shen Yuan was wearing a well-tailored black suit and had an upright posture, which was completely different from his usual casual attire, causing many girls in the audience to exclaim in surprise.
"Good evening, everyone," they said in unison. The audience instantly erupted into thunderous applause and cheers.
Especially in the area where boys from the computer science department gathered, Zhao Hai and his companions shouted at the top of their lungs, as if they were going to rip the roof of the auditorium off.
"Source God is awesome. Brother Yuan, you are so handsome."
Shen Yuan's eyes twitched, and he decided to pretend that he didn't know those embarrassing guys.
After the opening remarks, the show officially began. The quality of programs at university welcome parties is mostly mixed.
There were people who sang love songs out of tune with guitars and ran away to Java, there were people who performed crosstalk so awkwardly that they dug their toes into the ground, and there were a few boys who did a K-pop dance that they thought they were very handsome, but their movements were so stiff that they looked like they were doing radio gymnastics.
Chen Yuan and Ji Lina were waiting on the side stage. He felt nothing at all and even wanted to laugh.
Soon, it was the art department's group dance turn. A group of girls in classical dance costumes filed out, their sleeves fluttering and their dancing gracefully, finally bringing the aesthetics of the party back to normal levels.
Next came Xia Qingning's piano solo.
Ji Lina announced in a very charming voice, "Next, let's welcome Xia Qingning from the law department with the warmest applause." The atmosphere in the venue was pushed to a climax again. Under the spotlight, Xia Qingning, wearing a bright red dress, walked gracefully to the grand piano in the center of the stage and sat down. She nodded slightly to greet the audience, and then her slender fingers fell on the black and white keys.
At the end of the song, she stood up and bowed to the audience again.
Amid the thunderous applause, her gaze passed through the crowd and landed precisely on Chen Yuan on the side stage, with a meaningful smile on her lips. Chen Yuan responded with a standard host smile, then walked onto the stage with Ji Lina. "Thank you Xia Qingning for the wonderful performance." Ji Lina's voice was full of envy. "She is worthy of being our school beauty, she is beautiful and plays the piano even better." Chen Yuan took over the conversation and glanced at the script. It is indeed an audio-visual feast.
However, tonight's surprises are far from over. Next, it will be the last program of this evening party, and it is also the most anticipated program.
His voice became steady, and the noisy discussions in the auditorium gradually died down.
Everyone pricked up their ears.
They all knew who would be the finale. Another mysterious campus beauty from Jiangcheng University, Su Kaozhou, who has only been heard of but never seen.
There are too many legends about her.
Some say she is so beautiful that she seems otherworldly, while others say she is so cold that she can frostbite people. But almost no one can see her in public. She is like a shadow living in a legend, and tonight, this shadow is finally going to come into the light. People's expectations reached their peak at this moment, even overshadowing the enthusiasm that Xia Qingning had just created.
Ji Lina also felt this strange atmosphere.
She glanced at the script and said in a slightly mysterious tone, "She is the legendary heavenly voice. She is the most dazzling star tonight. Now, please welcome our finale guest tonight, Su Kaozhou, to bring us her singing." The words fell. With a click, all the lights in the venue, including the spotlights on the stage, went out at the same time.
The entire auditorium fell into extreme darkness and silence. Everyone held their breath. In the darkness, the senses are infinitely magnified and people can only hear each other's subtle breathing and heartbeats. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds.
In this suffocating silence, a clear, rhythmic sound rang out without warning.
Despair. Despair. Despair.
It was the sound of high heels stepping on the wooden stage. The sound was neither fast nor slow, and each beat seemed to step on everyone's heart. It slowly moved towards the center, step by step, from the depths of the stage. At this moment, a beam of silver-white spotlight suddenly dropped from the sky and hit the center of the stage accurately. In the light, a figure appeared clearly. There was a sound of gasps from the whole audience.
Su Kaozhou was just standing quietly in the beam of light.
She was wearing a silver-white strapless evening gown, the skirt of which was covered with tiny sequins that looked like diamonds. Under the light, it reflected a light as bright as the stars.
The silky fabric clung to her body, outlining curves that were slimmer than Xia Qingning's red dress, yet more breathtaking.
The hem of the skirt flowed to the ankles like moonlight, revealing a pair of white and delicate feet wearing stiletto heels of the same color. She did not wear bright makeup like Xia Qingning, and was almost bare-faced, with only a touch of silver glitter at the corners of her eyes, which echoed the starlight on her skirt. The long black hair was simply tied up, revealing the slender white neck and delicate collarbone. After a brief silence, the auditorium erupted with unprecedented applause and cheers, almost drowning the entire space. However, Su Kajo, who was at the center of the stage, turned a deaf ear to all this. Her gaze passed through the dark crowd and the noisy waves, and accurately found Chen Yuan standing in the shadow of the side stage.
Eyes met.
Chen Yuan looked at her, looking at the girl who was only looking at him under the spotlight of everyone. He didn't smile, but just nodded slowly and solemnly at her. Su Kajo's originally tense shoulders seemed to relax slightly the moment he saw him nod. She also nodded slightly in response. Then she turned around, faced the thousands of audiences in the darkness, took a deep breath, and put the cold microphone to her lips.
Chapter 35 Jealous Women.
No prelude, no accompaniment. When everyone thought that a magnificent symphony would begin, a clear and ethereal female voice flowed out from the microphone without any preparation. It was a song they had never heard before. The melody was simple, but it carried an indescribable sadness and tenderness. Su Kajo's voice is very special, cold yet with a hint of fragile warmth.
No one in the audience was talking, no one was whispering, and even their breathing became cautious. Oh my God! Is this really a student party? How is this atmosphere different from a celebrity concert? Don't talk, just listen. I feel like saying one more word would be a blasphemy to her. The whispers were so low that they were soon lost in the silence. At the same time, in the shadow of the side stage, Chen Yuan calmly raised his mobile phone and turned on the video recording function. The camera was steadily focused on Su Kajo in the center of the stage, framing her and the spotlight together. Yao Yao has been at home these days.
After knowing that her mother will sing at the welcome party, she has been pestering him every day, asking in a baby voice, "Dad, Yao Yao wants to watch Mom sing.
Dad wants to take a video of Yao Yao.
It has to be beautiful." When Chen Yuan thought of his daughter's big eyes full of expectation, his hand holding the phone became steadier.
Yo!
A seductive voice sounded in his ears.
Ji Lina came over at some point, her eyes flicking back and forth between his phone screen and Su Kajo on the stage, finally landing on his focused profile, a playful smile on her lips. "Chen Yuan, you can do it, a childhood sweetheart, the school beauty Xia, and a cool and elegant school beauty Su. Are you planning to take them all?" She paused, her tone becoming more ambiguous, "But I have no objection. I know I can't compare to the two of them, so just leave the position of lover to me, I'm not picky." The corner of Chen Yuan's mouth twitched violently.
He really wanted to smash the phone on the woman's head to see what was inside.
"This is recorded for the children, don't talk nonsense."
He lowered his voice, squeezed out a few words from between his teeth, and his face was full of disgust. After saying that, he took a look at the recorded video clip and pressed the delete button without hesitation. He didn't want Yao Yao to watch the video of her mother singing with a strange woman's vicious words attached. After confirming the deletion, he clicked on the recording again, and the camera was once again firmly aimed at Su Kajo. The song ended, and the last chord of the song dissipated into the air. Su Kajo on the stage slowly opened his eyes and stood quietly for a few seconds.
The entire auditorium remained silent.
It was not until a few seconds later that thunderous applause and cheers erupted like a volcano, more intense and lasting than any previous show.
"Su Kajo. Goddess. It's so beautiful. Another one."
Su Kajo bowed deeply to the audience, without saying a word, then turned and walked into the darkness backstage. The beam of light followed her figure reluctantly until she completely disappeared, and then it suddenly went out. The atmosphere of the party reached its climax and also came to an end.
Ji Lina and Chen Yuan walked onto the stage, said a few closing words, and announced the successful conclusion of the evening party.
The lights came on and the students began to leave the venue in an orderly manner, with excitement still on their faces. Zhao Hai and his friends shouted "Yuanshan is awesome" a few more times, and only after being warned by Chen Yuan with their eyes did they squeeze into the crowd arm in arm. Chen Yuan had just stepped off the stage, and before he had time to catch his breath, a slender arm suddenly wrapped around his arm.
It's Xia Qingning.
She had changed out of her eye-catching red dress and put on a simple white one with a faint smile on her face. She didn't show any dissatisfaction at being overshadowed by Su Kajo, as if the matter had nothing to do with her.
"Let's go, Chen Yuan, let's go home." She came over skipping and took his arm affectionately. At this time, Ji Lina walked over gracefully in high heels. Her eyes paused for a second on Xia Qingning's arm around Chen Yuan, and she joked with a smile, "Are our hero and heroine going on a date?" Chen Yuan, why don't you see me off after working so hard all night?
When Xia Qingning heard this, the smile on her face faded. She raised her eyes and looked at Jelena, with a barely perceptible coldness and scrutiny in her eyes, and then she snorted coldly. She had heard from Chen Yuan a long time ago that this class beauty was interested in him. Xia Qingning never gives a good face to any potential threat who tries to get close to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan was caught between two women and was overwhelmed. Seeing this, Xia Qingning not only did not loosen her grip, but hugged him even tighter. She looked up at Chen Yuan and said, "My mom asked us to go back early. She said she hasn't seen you for a long time." Chen Yuan was at a loss when he heard the word auntie. He and Xia Qingning's families were old friends and had a very good relationship. The other party's parents almost regarded him as half a son. He sighed, took out his cell phone, opened Su Kazhou's WeChat, and sent the complete video of more than 4 minutes that he had just re-recorded.
Chen Yuan, the video Yao Yao wanted.
"I have to send my girlfriend home tonight, so I want to send you home. Please go back by yourself and be careful."
The message was sent successfully. He put away his phone and said to Xia Qingning, "Let's go."
Xia Qingning then smiled with satisfaction. Like a victorious white swan, she took Chen Yuan's arm and walked past Ji Lina, who had a playful smile on her face, and headed out of the school gate. On the other side, Su Kazhou was in the independent dressing room backstage, having changed back into his usual t-shirt and jeans, which had been washed a little bleached. She carefully put the dress that was as dazzling as the stars into a dust bag and held it in her hand. The dress was very expensive, so she wanted to keep it well and return it to Chen Yuan.
She walked to the school gate, and the evening breeze blew, bringing a hint of coolness.
She looked at the busy street outside the school gate and took out her cell phone to take a look. On the screen was the message and video file that Chen Yuan had just sent. She didn't click on the video, but just stared at the sentence, "I'm going to take my girlfriend home tonight," for a long time. Then, she silently put her phone back in her pocket, picked up her dress bag, and prepared to walk home. Her residence is not far from the school, and it takes about 20 minutes to walk back. Just as she took a step forward, the roar of an engine came closer and closer.
A fiery red Porsche 911 stopped steadily in front of her in an extremely showy manner.
The car window slowly rolled down, revealing a charming face. Ji Lina put one hand on the steering wheel and used the other hand to touch her long wavy hair. She raised her eyebrows at Su Kazhou and said with her red lips slightly opened, "My little beauty, it's not safe to walk alone at night." Her eyes fell on the dress bag in Su Kazhou's hand, and her smile deepened.
"Do you want me to give you a ride?" Chapter 36 Third Mom.
Su Kazhou looked at the overly flashy Porsche in front of him and the equally overly flashy woman in the car, and instinctively wanted to refuse.
She and Jelena had almost no interaction.
One is a school-famous cool campus beauty, the other is an equally famous but very different style bright and beautiful class beauty.
They are like two extreme ends of the spectrum. When you meet them on campus, they are not even acquaintances. "No, thank you. I can walk back very close."
Su Kazhou's voice was very soft, with a kind of distant politeness. But Jelena seemed not to hear her refusal. She pushed open the car door and walked down in 7-inch high heels. Her height of over 1.7 meters plus the heels allowed her to look down on Su Kazhou, who was 1.7 meters tall. She had a pleasant perfume about her, warm and direct, just like herself.
"Oh, you're welcome."
Ji Lina took Su Kazhou's arm in a familiar manner. The touch was warm, but the strength was irresistible.
"It's so late.
It's dangerous for a girl to walk on the road at night. Besides, you are holding such a valuable thing in your hand. What if you get robbed?
Get in the car, sister will take you."
Her enthusiasm was like a fire, making Su Kazhou feel a little overwhelmed. The other party's reasons sounded impeccable, and it would seem a bit inhumane for her to refuse again.
The moment Su Kazhou hesitated, Ji Lina half pushed and half pulled him into the passenger seat.
The interior of the car was filled with the same scent of perfume that Jelena was wearing. Su Kazhou carefully held the dust bag containing the dress in his arms. His body was slightly tense. He looked at the street scene rapidly receding outside the car window without saying a word. "Where do you live?" Jelena glanced at her out of the corner of her eye while steering the wheel skillfully.
Su Kazhou gave an address.
After hearing the address, Jelena's fingers gripping the steering wheel paused for an imperceptible moment, and then the playful smile on the corner of her mouth deepened.
"A well-known high-end apartment in Jiancheng. It has strict security and its residents are either wealthy or noble."
She had heard the rumors about Su Kajo in the school a long time ago, saying that she came from a poor family, lived in financial difficulty, and was able to go to college with the help of scholarships and student loans.
But how could a girl from a poor family live in such a luxurious apartment? A bold idea began to grow wildly in Jelina's mind.
The Porsche drove smoothly into the apartment's underground garage and stopped next to an exclusive parking space.
Su Kojo unbuckled his seatbelt and prepared to get out of the car holding his dress bag. "Thank you, today." She thanked him sincerely. "Is that a dry thank you?"
Jelina turned off the engine, turned sideways, and looked at her with interest with her fox eyes.
"Why don't you invite me up to have a drink of water and sit down?" Su Kajo turned around and met those charming eyes.
There was no malice in those eyes, only undisguised curiosity.
After a few seconds of silence, Su Kajo nodded, "Okay." She took Jelina upstairs in the elevator. The moment she opened the apartment door, the smile in Jelina's eyes completely froze.
This is a large flat of nearly 200 square meters, decorated in the popular minimalist and light luxury style, with a full set of smart home appliances. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room, you can see the dazzling night view of the entire Jiangcheng. There was a faint sweet fragrance in the air, not the cheap air freshener, but the scent of some high-end aromatherapy. At the entrance, there is a pair of men's slippers and a pair of pink bunny children's slippers.
All the details confirmed Jelina's guess. Su Kajo, the cool and aloof school beauty who presented herself as pure and innocent and aloof from worldly affairs, was actually being kept by a man. And looking at these children's slippers, that man may even have a child?
This discovery made Jelina's heart sink.
The first person she thought of was Chen Yuan. That fool Chen Yuan must have been deceived by this woman's appearance. He even recorded a video for her so attentively at the party.
No, she must find evidence and expose the true face of this woman.
She cannot let Chen Yuan be kept in the dark and fall into such a complicated quagmire. "Your house is so beautiful."
Jelina put on slippers, looked around, and exclaimed calmly.
"It's not my home. I'm just staying here temporarily."
Su Kajo explained softly, took out a pair of new guest slippers from the shoe cabinet and handed them to her, then turned around to pour water.
"Temporary stay? That sounds nice."
Jelina sneered in her heart.
"Isn't this Canary's standard rhetoric? Wow, you have a duplex here?" Jelina pointed to the stairs leading to the second floor as if she had discovered a new world, and asked in surprise, "Can I take a look?"
Su Kajo came over with a cup of water. A trace of embarrassment flashed across his face, but he still nodded. "Okay, you can take a look at it at your leisure." After getting permission, Jelina immediately put the cup of water on the coffee table and walked to the second floor with a clear goal. She wanted to find any trace of that man, and it would be best if she could take a few photos and send them to Chen Yuan as hard evidence. There are 3 bedrooms on the second floor, 2 of which have their doors closed and 1 has its door ajar.
Jelina's intuition told her that there must be the surprise she wanted behind the 2 closed doors.
She tiptoed to the door of one of the bedrooms and was about to push it open.
Etc.
Su Kajo's somewhat anxious voice came from downstairs.
Jelina stopped moving.
She turned around and saw Su Kajo standing at the stairs, looking up at her with an unprecedentedly nervous expression.
"You can't enter that bedroom."
Su Kajo's tone was pleading. "Someone is sleeping in there, and it will wake her up."
Someone is sleeping. These 6 words exploded in Jelina's mind like a thunderbolt. She gasped. Okay, Su Kajo, you are too lazy to even act, right? Just hide the person at home and still be afraid of being woken up?"
Jelina felt her blood rushing to her head.
She wouldn't allow it.
She would never allow anyone to deceive and hurt Chen Yuan like this. Why should the man she held in her hands, whom she was reluctant to touch, be toyed around in the palm of her hand by such a two-faced woman? If she really gets ahead of herself today, don't blame me for being rude. In an instant, Jelina had already thought of more than a dozen ways to tear apart the green tea person. But she still suppressed her anger, put a perfect smile on her face again, and walked down from upstairs.
"I'm sorry, I didn't know someone was resting." She pretended to apologize. "It's getting late, I won't disturb you, I'm leaving now." She didn't want to stay here any longer. She wanted to leave immediately and tell Chen Yuan everything that happened here. Su Kajo seemed relieved and sent her to the door. "Okay, be careful on the road." Jelina changed her shoes, opened the door of the apartment, and was about to leave. Just at this moment. Squeak! Behind her, the bedroom door on the second floor that she had tried to push open was opened from the inside.
A little girl in pink bunny pajamas rubbed her sleepy eyes and walked out barefoot. She looked to be about 4 or 5 years old, delicate, like a porcelain doll.
The little girl stood by the railing on the second floor, looking down in a daze.
When she saw Sukajo's figure, her eyes lit up and she called out in a baby voice with a thick nasal tone.
"Mom, I'm awake." Jelena froze in place as if struck by lightning. "Mother?"
She turned around slowly, inch by inch, staring at the little girl upstairs, then looked at Sukajo, who had a calm expression downstairs, and felt that her worldview was experiencing a magnitude 12 earthquake.
"Sukajo has a child?" And looking at the child's age, he must be at least 4 or 5 years old. A 20-year-old college student actually has a 4 or 5-year-old child? Sukajo neither refuted nor explained.
She just raised her head and gave the little girl upstairs a smile so gentle that it could squeeze water out of her, and said softly, "Yao Yao, be good, put on your slippers before going downstairs, the floor is cold." As she said this, she prepared to go upstairs to pick up the child.
With a loud boom, Jelena's worldview completely collapsed. A cool school beauty, having a child out of wedlock, having a mistress in a luxurious house.
This was too much information, and her brain CPU was almost burned out. She had to leave immediately. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, she would not be able to help but question him out loud. She wanted to tell Chen Yuan this shocking news immediately so that he could see clearly what kind of person the goddess he had been thinking about was, and she was such a person who could subvert his worldview.
Jelena turned around and tried to escape from this suffocating apartment.
But the moment she turned around, the little girl named Yao Yao from upstairs happened to look at her.
The little girl blinked her big eyes like black grapes and looked at the strange beautiful ant curiously.
She tilted her little head, as if trying to identify something. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something, and her eyes instantly lit up like stars in the sky. She stretched out her chubby little finger and pointed at Jelena at the door in surprise. She used all her strength to shout in a baby voice.
Third mother. Chapter 37. Who is the father of the child? Third mother?
Jelena's foot, which was about to step out of the door, hung stiffly in the air. She maintained this difficult movement and slowly turned her head with a rusty feeling on her neck. Her gaze passed over Sukajo's calm face and was fixed on the delicate little girl upstairs.
"Little baby, can you call me again? Who's mom? Third mother?"
Jelena took a deep breath and felt like smoke was coming out of the top of her head. She has lived for 20 years and can swear to heaven that she has never given her true heart to anyone except that bastard Chen Yuan. With such a pure and innocent body, not to mention giving birth to a child, even her hands have never been touched by other men.
Mom is mom, but what kind of hellish number is this? Is there a first mom and a second mom in front? Is there a fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth in the back?
She turned her head suddenly, and her eyes were like two poison flying knives, shooting towards Sukajo.
"Great, Sukajo, you are really good. In order to prevent me from exposing you, you are trying to drag me down at all costs, right? Even the children are being used?"
"My dear," Jelena squeezed out a few words from between her teeth, trying to make her voice sound less like a cannibalistic female demon, "you may have recognized the wrong person.
Auntie is not your mother."
After saying that, she glanced at Sukajo with disdain.
That look seemed to say, "Look at the good kids you taught."
Sukajo was also dizzy by the call of third mom.
She was not as ignorant as Jelena. On the contrary, she might know too much. She accidentally glanced at the infamous harem photo in Chen Yuan's mobile phone.
In the photo, women of different styles, fat and thin, surrounded Chen Yuan, smiling charmingly.
She just thought it was ridiculous at the time and didn't look closely at anyone's face. But now, Jelena's bright and flamboyant face gradually overlapped with a vague figure in her memory. Could it be that she is one of them? And they are numbered? Ranked third? Just as the two adult women were having different thoughts and stormy waves in their minds, the culprit upstairs had already taken action. Chen Xingyao put on her pair of pink bunny slippers and rushed to Jelena at the speed of light like a small cannonball rolling down the stairs. She raised her little face, and her big, black grape-like eyes flickered at Jelena, filled with joy of reunion after a long separation. "Third mother, third mother." The little girl hugged Jelena's calf and said coquettishly in a soft and sticky voice, "Yao Yao misses you so much. When will you take Yao Yao for a ride? Is your car getting prettier again?" Jelena. She looked down at the human-shaped pendant on her leg and for a moment she forgot how to react. This little girl not only calls her mom, but also knows her car very well? Is this some new type of fraud? She rolled her eyes fiercely, and her inner complaints filled the entire screen. "Sukajo!
You just wait.
I'll remember this.
However, when her eyes fell on Chen Xingyao's face again, the anger in her heart was inexplicably stuck. This little girl is indeed very delicate, with a cool and clear outline between her eyebrows and eyes, which is 70% similar to Sukajo.
She is a beauty. The slightly raised eyebrows, the faint curve of the corners of the mouth, and the cunning look in the eyes when looking at you, as if seeing through everything. This expression, why does it look more and more like that bastard Chen Yuan? Jelina's heart skipped a beat. Impossible, absolutely impossible. She shook her head, trying to get rid of this ridiculous idea. She is a die-hard fan of Chen Yuan and has studied every micro-expression of Chen Yuan by heart. She admitted that this little girl's demeanor was really similar to Chen Yuan's, especially that "I don't want to pay attention to you but I think you're very interesting" look. They were simply cast in the same mold. Coincidence, it must be a coincidence. There are so many similar people in the world. But
she suddenly remembered that backstage at the party, she saw Chen Yuan mysteriously recording a video with his cell phone. She asked him what he was doing, and he said he was recording it for a little kid to make her happy. At that time, she wondered sourly which little devil's child could be so favored by Chen Yuan.
Could it be, this is the one in front of me?
A terrifying, yet surprisingly logical conjecture that made her breathless. She felt her voice was a little shaky, and asked Sukajo tentatively, each word coming out with great difficulty, "She is your daughter?" Sukajo looked at his daughter holding Jilina's legs tightly, a complicated look flashed across his face, and finally he nodded slightly. One word, like thunder from a clear sky.
Jelina took a deep breath and felt dizzy.
Her mind was in a mess, full of various rumors about Sukajo. Once the daughter of the richest man in Jiangcheng, after the Su family went bankrupt, this favored daughter of heaven also fell from the altar.
But no matter how poor you are, you shouldn't have to give birth to a child for someone else, right? Judging from the age of this child, when Sukajo gave birth to her, she was only 15 or 16 years old? Crazy, this world is so crazy.
Jilina felt like she was about to burst under the huge amount of information. She looked at Sukajo, who had a calm face, and then looked at Chen Xingyo, who was holding her legs tightly. She felt like she was standing in the middle of a melon field full of huge melons. If she stepped on it, the melon pulp would splash all over her. No, she had to ask clearly.
At this point, there is no point in playing ostrich anymore.
Her eyes became sharp again.
One last question. Jelina's voice was very low, with a slight tremor that she herself did not even notice. Who is the father of the child? The moment the words fell, the air in the entire apartment seemed to freeze. Sukajo's body stiffened almost imperceptibly. A strange blush spread from her slender neck without warning, quickly climbed up her usually cold face, and even her earlobes turned a clear pink. She lowered her eyes, and her long eyelashes fluttered restlessly like butterfly wings, concealing all the emotions in her eyes. The floor heating in the apartment was turned on very high, but she subconsciously curled up her toes hidden in her slippers, as if she was stepping on a piece of ice, and the chill rushed straight from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. Chapter 38. I am the child's father.
Sukajo's face, which was always covered with a thin layer of frost, was now so red that it looked like it was about to bleed.
In Jelina's eyes, this blush was tantamount to consent. It's not shyness, but embarrassment after the secret is exposed. She didn't answer because she couldn't say the man's name, right? Is he a person who cannot stand in the light? Much older than Chen Yuan? Or already has a family? Countless dirty guesses rolled through Jilina's mind, and each one deepened her contempt for Sukajo.
She could no longer tolerate the stagnant air, and even more so, the little pendant on her leg that looked like Chen Yuan. You'd better think clearly about who you can touch and who you can't touch. Jilina broke free from Chen Xingyao's hand, left a warning, turned around, opened the door, and her high heels stepped on the floor, making a crisp and angry sound, and left resolutely. The door was slammed shut, causing Sukajo's eyelashes to tremble. She looked at the empty entrance, then looked down at her bewildered daughter. The chill rising from the soles of her feet finally enveloped her heart completely.
It's over, she thought.
Things turned out to be worse than she expected.
Overnight, the Jiangcheng University forum exploded.
The title of a popular post that was pinned to the top of the page was extremely spicy, uncovering the dark history of freshman campus beauty Sukajo. Is she a cool goddess or a former gangster?
Pictures speak louder than words. The main building is anonymous, but the content is terrifyingly detailed.
Starting with photos of Sukajo from high school, a photo of her with her hair dyed gray and a photo of her standing with a few boys who looked like thugs were all posted.
The poster claimed with certainty that Su Kajo was famous for being funny in high school.
Later, when the Su family went bankrupt, she disappeared for a whole year and no one knew where she went.
Thousands of replies instantly appeared under the post. Holy shit, is this true? Is this the same fairy from the opening ceremony?
That's what I said, there are no such cool people, they are all pretending.
Disappeared for a year? It's really scary when you think about it.
At the same time, there were also people who truly understood the situation and stood up to speak for Su Kajo.
What nonsense are you talking about? Goddess Su and I go to the same school, and there has never been a situation like what you are talking about, okay?
That's right, Su Kajo and I were in the same class. She was a very good student, but something happened at home and she missed one exam during the college entrance examination.
Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to see the current Su, the school beauty.
In the forum, 100 flowers bloom and various voices emerge one after another. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly, as if to wash away all the filth on the internet. Chen Yuan yawned and walked side by side with Xia Qingning on the way to the teaching building. He played games all night last night and is now so sleepy that his eyelids are drooping.
Stand here and wait for me. I'll go buy you a bottle of water.
Xia Qingning pointed to the shade of the tree in front of the teaching building, her tone unquestionable. Chen Yuan nodded, leaned against the tree trunk and closed his eyes to rest.
After a while, a fragrant breeze blew over, and a senior student in cool clothes came over with a red face. Classmate, you are so handsome, can you add WeChat? Chen Yuan didn't even bother to raise his eyelids. Sorry, my phone is out of battery.
The senior student obviously didn't believe it and wanted to say something else, but another cold voice with a hint of sweetness interrupted.
His phone is out of battery, use mine.
Chen Yuan opened his eyes and Xia Qingning had returned. She held a bottle of ice water in one hand, and her other hand naturally wrapped around Chen Yuan's arm, her body pressed intimately against him. She looked at the senior schoolmate with an impeccable smile on her face, but her eyes were filled with a declaration of sovereignty.
The senior student's face turned pale and blue. She said sorry for disturbing you awkwardly and ran away in shame. Here, for you.
Xia Qingning put the cold water bottle on Chen Yuan's face, and like a victorious little fox, she pulled him into the teaching building, talking and laughing.
The lecture hall was filled with noise. Chen Yuan found a seat in the back row and sat down.
Zhao Hai and his friends followed closely behind him, and were about to squeeze in next to him, but a beautiful figure came like a gust of wind and sat down first. The air suddenly became quiet. The person who came had big wavy hair and was wearing a sexy black tank top.
It was Ji Lina.
Zhao Hai and a few others stood there in a daze, looking at Ji Lina, then at Chen Yuan who looked confused.
Ji Lina raised her eyes and swept them over with charming eyes, but her voice lacked the charm of the past and instead had a tone of negotiation. Handsome guys, can you let me sit in this seat for this class? No problem. Of course, no problem.
Zhao Hai reacted the fastest, immediately showing an I understand expression, and winked at Chen Yuan ambiguously. Goddess Ji, please, be gentle to our boss. After saying that, he pulled a few of his brothers and tactfully slipped to the front row. Chen Yuan looked at Ji Lina beside him and frowned slightly.
Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. Jelena today seems like a different person. Although her outfit was still bold and sexy, her overall aura was much more restrained.
She just sat there quietly, not touching him as usual, and she didn't even dare to look him in the eye. She placed her hands nervously on her knees, looking timid. This was even more uncomfortable for Chen Yuan than her pouncing on him with bared fangs and claws.
What's wrong? Chen Yuan asked.
Jelena seemed to be startled, her body trembled slightly. She turned her head and bit her lip, as if she was making a difficult decision.
Chen Yuan, I have a very serious question to tell you. What's the problem?
Seeing her serious expression, Chen Yuan also sat up straight. Let me make it clear first, Jelena took a deep breath, as if to encourage herself. I am not trying to sow discord, nor do I want to make fun of anyone. I am just telling you what I saw with my own eyes.
As for what you think, you can judge for yourself. Chen Yuan was still confused, but nodded.
Ji Lina looked around vigilantly, and after confirming that no one noticed them, she lowered her voice, leaned close to Chen Yuan's ear, and dropped a bombshell word by word.
Su Kajo, there's a baby. She stared at Chen Yuan's face, ready to catch any trace of shock, astonishment, or anger on his face. However, nothing happened. Chen Yuan's expression was as calm as a pool of stagnant water. He didn't even move his eyebrows. He just nodded calmly.
With just one word, all the words Jelena had prepared were stuck in her throat. Her eyes widened in disbelief.
Aren't you shocked?
Her voice rose a little involuntarily. The child is 5 years old.
How old is she? She? Chen Yuan nodded again and interrupted her. His gaze finally shifted from the textbook to Jelena. There was no emotion in those eyes that always looked a little lazy. I know, he said lightly. I'm the child's father. Chapter 39. Lena becomes an iron-blooded porridge party.
At this moment, time was stretched into an infinitely long slow motion. Lena saw Chen Yuan's lips open and close easily, and uttered words that were enough to subvert her three views. She saw the damn calmness on his face, so calm that it seemed to say, "It's a nice day today."
She could even see that his long eyelashes didn't even tremble when he said this. The noisy voices around and the professor's endless speech at the podium all became blurred background noise. The whole world was left with only Chen Yuan's calm face and her own heart that was about to stop beating. Jelena's expression underwent a catastrophic evolution at the speed of light.
From the initial disbelief, to complete stupor, and then to the confusion of trying to analyze the problem rationally but causing the CPU to completely burn out.
She was dumbfounded. Completely and utterly dumbfounded. What dirty speculations, what shady old men, what dark history of being kept.
The entire 8 o'clock drama of family feuds among the rich that she had imagined in her mind last night was torn to pieces by Chen Yuan's light words. No, this was 10,000 times more outrageous than any possibility she had imagined.
Her mouth opened and closed unconsciously.
A full half-minute passed before her brain restarted and struggled to process the information it had just received.
Wait a minute. Her voice was as dry as sandpaper rubbing against each other. The child is 5 years old? Yeah. Chen Yuan nodded. You, how old are you? 20. 5 years ago. Lena's pupils began to tremble violently.
She counted on her fingers like a primary school student, and then looked at Chen Yuan as if he were a prehistoric creature.
You're only 15? Is this fucking logical? Is this scientific? Does this comply with conservation laws?
Jelena felt that her worldview was collapsing and reorganizing. She felt no anger, no contempt, only pure shock that went deep into her bones. Looking at her expression as if she had seen a ghost, Chen Yuan finally couldn't help but chuckle.
I know this sounds ridiculous. He leaned forward slightly and lowered his voice, but I still want you to keep it a secret, okay?
Jelena subconsciously wanted to ask why, but she swallowed the words back. She suddenly remembered how angrily she ran to Su Kajo's house last night to demand an explanation. But now, the culprit was sitting next to her.
She found that she couldn't even get angry. Why should I keep a secret for you?
She regained some of her voice, although it was still a little shaky.
Because I believe you.
Chen Yuan's eyes were serious, without any joking in them.
Jelena, although you don't look like a good person, you are not a bad person.
If you wanted to make a big deal out of this, you wouldn't have just slammed the door and left at Su Kajo's house yesterday. You would have taken photos and posted them on the forum. Chen Yuan's words made Lena slightly stunned. It seemed that Chen Yuan knew everything. Yes, she did have that momentary impulse yesterday, but she didn't do it in the end.
She was just angry and about to go crazy.
But now, the object of her anger suddenly became Chen Yuan herself, which made all her emotions seem like hitting cotton, with nowhere to vent. After being stunned for a long time, a little light slowly rekindled in Jelena's charming eyes. It was not the charm from before, but a kind of cunning look similar to that of a fox when it sets its sights on its prey. The corners of her mouth curled up little by little, and finally revealed a devilish smile. She leaned close to Chen Yuan's ear, and her warm breath tickled his neck. Sure, I'll keep it a secret for you. Her voice returned to that tone that could make one's bones soften. But, you don't want Xia Qingning to know that you and Su Kajo have a 5-year-old child, right?
The corner of Chen Yuan's mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. Here it comes, familiar taste, familiar recipe.
My dear Sakura friend who was living a good life, please calm down. When Lena saw his deflated expression, the frustration in her heart instantly disappeared. She leaned back in her chair proudly, with her hands folded across her chest, her plump curves being outlined even more breathtakingly.
Oof. She made a cute nasal sound. I will help you keep this huge secret, and I can even help you distract Xia Qingning's firepower when necessary. But in exchange, you have to do me a favor. Tell me about it. Chen Yuan became interested. It's very simple.
Jelina's eyes drifted to the window, seeming a little irritated. Come home with me to meet my parents. A question mark slowly appeared in Chen Yuan's head.
What is this operation? Is the progress too fast?
My parents have been going crazy lately, forcing me to go on blind dates every day. Jelina curled her lips with a look of disgust. I don't know where they got a rich young man yesterday, it's so annoying.
You can pretend to be my boyfriend and have a meal with them, so that they will completely give up on this idea.
In this way, they will not introduce those ugly guys to me in the future, and I can also be your lover in peace and security. She said the last sentence with confidence, as if this was such a glorious career plan. Chen Yuan was amused by her bizarre train of thought. He thought about it, and this deal seemed not a bad deal for him.
Even make a lot of money. No problem.
Chen Yuan agreed readily, but I also have a request.
You say. Jelina immediately sat up straight. First, be on call.
Jelina's eyes lit up instantly, and a charming blush appeared on her face. Chen Yuan looked at her misguided expression, smiled sheepishly, and added, I mean, when I need your help. For example, when you are free, help me take care of her. The she he was referring to was naturally Su Kazhou. Jelina was stunned for a moment, and then the smile on her face became brighter, even with a hint of sincerity.
Deal.
She happily stretched out her fair little hand. Chen Yuan shook hands with her gently.
Don't worry. Jelina retracted her hand, leaned towards Chen Yuan, and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, compared to Xia Qingning, that clever girl with all her tricks, I still prefer a cold and wooden beauty like Su Kazhou. From today on, I, Jelina, will be a member of the iron-blooded Zhou party. If Zhou gets into trouble, I'll be the first one to rush over and deal with it.
Looking at her righteous look, Chen Yuan was completely speechless.
He just wanted to find a wingman. Why did it feel like he had developed a fanatical follower? Chapter 40, Being a lover can be so happy, it's amazing.
As the night deepened, the bizarre lights of the city were blocked out by the car windows.
Chen Yuan first sent Xia Qingning home.
Facing her meaningful and half-smiling look before she got off the car, he just waved his hand calmly and told her to go to bed early. Afterwards, he drove back to Su Kazhou's residence and checked what was happening inside through the crack in the door. The lights in the living room were still on, and Su Kazhou could be faintly heard telling Xiao Xingyao a bedtime story. His voice was as cold as ever, but with a hint of imperceptible tenderness.
Very good, the rear is stable, and we can go to the front line with peace of mind.
Chen Yuan turned the car around and drove towards the wealthy area in the east of the city according to the location sent by Jelina.
Half an hour later, a brightly lit single-family villa appeared in front of us.
Before he had time to decide that this family's yard was bigger than the university playground, he saw a figure standing at the carved iron gate.
Jelina was obviously dressed up carefully.
She wore a tight black dress with a bold cut that perfectly hugged her breathtaking curves. The length of the skirt stopped at the perfect point of the thigh.
Any more would be cumbersome, and any less would be dangerous.
This outfit, coupled with her charming and enchanting face, makes her look just like the vicious female supporting role in the 8 o'clock drama who would shout I object at the protagonist sweating with a child in her arms, commonly known as the stepmother skirt. Seeing Chen Yuan's car lights, Jelina immediately came up in high heels, with an unconcealable excitement and nervousness on her face. She opened the car door without any hesitation, took Chen Yuan's arm, and pressed herself against him. Let's go, she lowered her voice, but her tone was very relaxed. It's just a simple meal, don't be nervous. If my dad says something that makes you unhappy, just say it back, don't give me face, I'll protect you. Chen Yuan felt the soft touch on his arm and the familiar, aggressive smell of perfume. He felt nothing in his heart and even felt like yawning. He was just a tool forced to do business. Following Jelina through the huge front yard and into the villa, the maids and bodyguards in black suits met along the way were all stunned when they saw Jelina intimately holding the arm of a strange man. Their expression management was professional, but that few seconds of dullness in their eyes and the trembling of their pupils still revealed the turmoil in their hearts. Everyone knows that the eldest daughter of this family is very picky and has never been polite to those rich young men who come after her. Let alone holding hands, even getting a straight look from her is considered a blessing from her ancestors.
Is the sun rising from the west today?
Chen Yuan calmly accepted the attention and complained silently in his heart, everyone calm down, your eldest lady just found a temporary actor on a whim. Passing through the entrance hall, you come to the living room with a ceiling height of 7 or 8 meters. Under the luxurious crystal chandelier, a middle-aged couple sits upright on a European-style sofa. The man was wearing a Chinese-style silk casual suit with buttons.
He had a serious face and an intimidating look without even getting angry.
In his hand he held a string of shiny Buddhist beads. The woman was wearing a well-tailored cheongsam, she had a gentle temperament, was well-maintained, and had a decent smile on her face. Presumably, these are the parents that Jelena referred to as crazy.
Dad, Mom, I'm back.
Jelina's voice was still charming, but less casual than usual and more deliberately well-behaved. Ji's mother's gaze immediately fell on Chun Yuan. She looked him up and down, and her eyes lit up instantly. This young man has a tall figure, handsome features, clean and steady temperament. He is many times better than the ugly blind date candidates in the old man's previous photos.
Nana is back. Who is this?
Ji's mother stood up with a kind smile on her face, like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law.
His name is Chen Yuan, my boyfriend.
Jelena held her head high and announced confidently, while nudging Chen Yuan lightly with her elbow. Chun Yuan immediately understood what he meant and smiled politely. Hello, uncle.
Hello, aunt. Okay, come and sit down.
Ji's mother greeted him warmly, completely ignoring her husband's increasingly dark face. Ji's father, Ji Hongshan, snorted coldly and stopped playing with the Buddhist beads in his hand. His sharp eyes scanned Chen Yuan back and forth like a scanner.
He cleared his throat and spoke in a tone of interrogating a prisoner. Young man, what does your family do? Here it comes, the first classic interview question. Uncle, my family runs a small business. Chun Yuan answered neither humbly nor arrogantly. Ji Hongshan frowned even more tightly. Small business? How small is it? Where can you get a high position? I am still studying at Jiangcheng University. Studying?
Ji Hongshan's voice suddenly rose, and then he seemed to remember something and forced it down, but the disgust in his eyes was already undisguised. A student who was still studying?
Nana, are you kidding me?
Jelena immediately became unhappy and was about to speak, but was stopped by her mother's look. Ji's mother smiled and tried to smooth things over. Hey, old Ji, why are you asking so many questions?
It's like checking the household registration.
The child is still studying, which means he is young and promising, with unlimited potential. Come on, Xiao Chun, ignore him and try this fruit, it's imported and very sweet. Chen Yuan readily picked up a piece of cantaloupe and said with a smile, Thank you, auntie.
His calm and composed attitude, indifferent to fame and fortune, made Ji's mother more and more satisfied. On the other hand, her husband is like a firecracker, easily ignited and completely without any composure. Ji Hongshan felt even more upset when he saw that his show of power had failed. He stared at Chen Yuan and continued to put pressure on him. Young people nowadays have high expectations but poor skills, and they always want to take shortcuts. I advise you to finish your studies and find a proper job, and don't think about unnecessary things. The meaning of this statement is just short of pointing at Chen Yuan's nose and saying that he is a phoenix man who wants to climb up the social ladder. The atmosphere in the living room instantly dropped to freezing point. Ji's mother's smile began to fade and she glared at her husband in reproach. Jelena couldn't stand it any longer. She threw the bag in her hand on the coffee table with a bang, put her hands on her hips, and looked like an angry Persian cat. Dad. What do you mean? What do you mean by thinking about nonsense? Chen Yuan is 100 times better than those idiots you introduced to me who are good for nothing except having a few stinky money at home. You. Ji Hongshan's face turned pale and blue after being scolded by his daughter, but he couldn't get angry at all. His daughter, who had been spoiled by him since she was young, was fearless, especially when she was wronged outside. She would expose her father when she got home. He took a deep breath and could only direct his fire at Chen Yuan, who looked easier to bully. Boy, I don't care what sweet words you used to deceive my daughter. I just want to tell you that our Ji family's door is not that easy to enter. Chen Yuan slowly swallowed the fruit in his mouth, wiped his hands with a napkin, and then looked up at Ji Hongshan. He was not angry, and there was even a slight smile on his face. Uncle, you are right. However, I am with Jelena not because she is the daughter of the Ji family, but because she is Jelena. He paused, his tone still calm. As for whether to enter the Ji family, to be honest, I haven't seriously considered this issue. These words not only show an attitude, but also carry a bit of arrogance unique to young people. The subtext seems to be saying, it's your house that wants me in, not me who wants to enter your house. Ji Hongshan was completely choked, with a breath stuck in his chest, unable to go up or down. He didn't expect that this seemingly ordinary student was actually so tough. Seeing that her father was about to have a myocardial infarction due to anger, Jelena felt so happy. She walked over and took Chen Yuan's arm again, with her chin raised high with a kind of ostentatious pride. Dad, I advise you to be more polite.
There was a hint of cunning in her voice. He is not the poor boy you think.
This sentence was like a bombshell, leaving Ji Hongshan and his mother stunned. Ji Hongshan looked at Chen Yuan suspiciously. What do you mean?
What I mean is, Jelena shook her head proudly, he is very capable. Your business partners have to be polite when they see him. These words were purely improvised by Jelena, and she made them up on the spot, with the purpose of giving her father a little shock. Although she didn't know what specific abilities Chen Yuan had, she knew that he was definitely not an ordinary person, as he could make a woman like Xia Qingning, who was always so arrogant, look at him differently, and he could tell her the shocking secret that he had a 5-year-old child without batting an eyelid.
This kind of courage to remain calm in the face of danger is not something that the flowers in the greenhouse can compare to. Chen Yuan couldn't help but twitch his lips as he listened to Ji Lina's flattery. Is she a little too into the show? This part is not in the script. However, Ji Hongshan believed it a little bit. He knew his daughter. Even though she acted naughty, she would not do something aimless. He looked at Chen Yuan again, with less contempt in his eyes and more inquiry and solemnity. Just at this moment, Ji's mother came out at the right time to break the deadlock. Okay, what are you all standing for? It's time to eat. She smiled and pulled Ji Lina up. Nana, sit with Xiao Chun for a while. Your dad and I will go to the kitchen to see if the soup is ready. Having said that, she forcibly dragged Ji Hongshan, who still had a gloomy face, away. Only Chen Yuan and Ji Lina were left in the living room. Ji Lina immediately approached Chen Yuan as if to take credit, lowered her voice, and smiled like a fox that had stolen some meat. How is it? Am I awesome? My dad is a tough guy who only responds to hard things, and the more you cower, the more excited he gets. After I say this, I guarantee he won't dare to look down on you again. Very impressive. Chen Yuan gave a fair evaluation. Oof. Jelena raised her eyebrows proudly, and then said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, don't worry, I will protect you. After today's meal, I guarantee that they won't dare to mention the word blind date again in the next 3 years. By then, I can be your lover with peace of mind. Looking at her smug look as if she had made contributions to the organization, Chen Yuan was completely speechless. Especially being lovers can be so happy, it's amazing. Chapter 41 My man is the best. In the kitchen, Ji's mother was scolding her husband in a low voice. Look at the way you looked just now, like you were interrogating a thief. You're going to scare people away. I think Xiao Chen is a good kid. He's very patient and much better than those greasy-haired and powdered-faced ones you introduced. Ji Hongshan had a gloomy face. He poured himself a glass of water and drank it all in one gulp. Can you keep your cool? I think you are just shameless. I don't know what kind of drug a poor student has given my daughter. What do you know? People like this have the strongest purpose and they are all coming for our family. As he was speaking, Ji Hongshan's cell phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, his expression eased a little, and he picked up the phone. Hey, Lao Zhang. What? You're nearby? Oh, what a coincidence, I'm about to have dinner at home. Okay, then come over, I also have something I want to talk to you about. Bring your kid with you, and let him come and get to know the place as well. After hanging up the phone, the unhappiness on Ji Hongshan's face disappeared, and there was even a hint of calculation in his eyes. He said to his wife, Lao Zhang will bring his son Zhang Wei over later. Ask the kitchen to add 2 more dishes. Ji's mother was stunned. Isn't Zhang Wei the one you wanted to introduce to Nana before? Yes, that's him. Ji Hongshan sneered, it's just right for him to come and show my daughter what it means to be well matched. It also makes that kid named Chen Yuan give up and see the difference between himself and the real rich kids. 10 minutes later, the doorbell rang. The servant came in with a father and son. Mr. Zhang, the father, had a big belly and a ruddy face, and the gold watch on his hand sparkled under the crystal chandelier. The young man behind him, about 24 or 25 years old, dressed in branded clothes, with his hair combed neatly with hairspray, and a smile on his face that he thought was handsome. It was Zhang Wei. Old Ji, I'm sorry to bother you by coming here uninvited. Mr. Zhang laughed as he entered the room. No way, I'm so happy you can come. Ji Hongshan greeted him warmly, and the two of them exchanged greetings in a familiar manner. Zhang Wei's eyes immediately locked onto Ji Lina sitting on the sofa, his eyes wide open. He walked up quickly and greeted him attentively. Lina, long time no see, you look so beautiful today. Ji Lina didn't even bother to lift her eyelids, she just leaned closer to Chen Yuan, as if she didn't hear anything.
Zhang Wei's smile froze on his face, and he looked a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Mr. Zhang immediately smiled and tried to smooth things over. Xiao Wei, look at you, who is this person next to Lena? Why don't you say hello to him? Only then did Zhang Wei notice Chen Yuan beside Ji Lina, and a hint of hostility and scrutiny flashed in his eyes.
How could a man in ordinary casual clothes sit next to Jelena?
Before he could speak, Jelena suddenly moved. She leaned forward, held Chen Yuan's face with both hands, and gave him a loud smack kiss on the side of his face. The whole living room suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop.
Chen Yuan was confused. Sister, acting is acting, why are you adding more scenes? This script is wrong.
Zhang Wei's face turned from white to red, and then from red to blue at a speed visible to the naked eye.
It was a spectacular scene. The smile on Mr. Zhang's face completely froze.
Ji Hongshan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Only Ji's mother had a glimmer of smile in her eyes as if she was enjoying the show. Ji Lina, however, sat back contentedly as if nothing had happened, and took Chen Yuan's arm again. She glanced at Zhang Wei provocatively, and said with her red lips, "Let me introduce you, this is my boyfriend, Chen Yuan."
The air seemed to have solidified.
It was Mr. Zhang who reacted first. He laughed dryly twice. "Old Ji, your Lina is really good at joking. When young people fall in love, it's just like playing house, don't take it seriously. I think our Xiao Wei and Lina are a good match, and our two families are old friends." Uncle Zhang, Ji Lina interrupted him, smiling charmingly but speaking with unquestionable determination, "I'm not kidding. Our Chen Yuan is much better than some idiots who only rely on their father."
This was a veiled criticism and Zhang Wei was completely embarrassed.
Ji Hongshan felt his blood pressure soaring. He suppressed his anger and said to Chen Yuan, "You, introduce yourself." Chen Yuan put down his crossed legs, sat up straight, with an impeccable smile on his face. "Hello, Mr. Zhang, hello, Mr. Zhang.
My name is Chen Yuan, and I'm a sophomore at Jiangcheng University."
When he heard the word sophomore, the contempt in Mr. Zhang's eyes almost overflowed, and the look he gave Ji Hongshan became playful, as if to say, "Old Ji, your future son-in-law is a little unworthy."
Ji Hongshan felt that he was almost completely disgraced.
He decided to cut the Gordian knot and use the gap in business knowledge to crush this poor student. He cleared his throat, turned to Mr. Zhang, and deliberately led the topic to business. "Mr. Zhang, how are the running in of the batch of precision machine tools imported from Germany that you mentioned last time going? Our factory also wants to upgrade the production line recently, but we are worried about not being able to find a suitable supplier." Mr. Zhang immediately understood that Ji Hongshan was giving him a way out and at the same time warning Chen Yuan.
He started talking non-stop, "Don't mention it. The Germans have good equipment, but their after-sales service is too arrogant.
Moreover, their production management logic is not compatible with the actual situation in our country, and the efficiency has not been improved. I am thinking about finding a knowledgeable team to carry out localization transformation, but it is not easy to find talents in this field." Zhang Wei also quickly interrupted, showing off the terms he had just learned. "Yes, it's the problem of connecting the flexible manufacturing of Industry 4.0 with our existing ERP system.
The data barriers are too severe."
The two of them sang in unison, deliberately using various professional terms to create a high-end atmosphere of "keep away from outsiders." In the living room, it seemed as if they and Ji Hongshan were the only people from the same world. Ji Lina curled her lips in dissatisfaction.
Although she didn't understand, she could see that the father and son were deliberately excluding Chen Yuan.
She was about to say something, but Chen Yuan held her hand.
Chen Yuan listened quietly with no expression on his face.
Only after they finished talking did he speak slowly.
"Mr. Zhang, is your ERP system still using the SAP version from 10 years ago? Did you find a local small software company to do the secondary development?" This one sentence stunned both Mr. Zhang and Zhang Wei. Mr. Zhang looked at him suspiciously. "How did you know? This is the company's internal information and outsiders cannot know it." "I don't know." Chen Yuan smiled. "I guessed.
Because only systems with old architectures would have such serious compatibility issues with the German MES system. The problem you are facing is not a data barrier, but a conflict in the underlying protocol. If you want to solve it, it is useless to rely on your existing IT team to patch it up.
You must redo the data exchange middleware from the architecture."
He paused, looked at the stunned young father and son, and continued, "As for the production management logic, the Germans emphasize the single piece flow and process standardization, and pursue the ultimate stability and yield rate. The advantages of most domestic factories lie in rapid response and cost control.
The localization transformation you want to do cannot just change the software. The core is to re-examine the process flow and establish a new, quantifiable production rhythm model. For example, you can try to introduce a small batch, multi-batch Kanban management model to balance efficiency and quality. Chen Yuan spoke slowly and clearly, and every word he said was like a nail, accurately hitting the core of the problem. The living room was dead silent. Zhang and his son opened their mouths, like two fish out of water, unable to utter a word. What they said was just the basics, but what Chen Yuan said was that it took them several months and a team of consultants to get a glimpse of the inside scoop. Ji Hongshan was also completely confused. His hand, which was playing with the Buddhist beads, stopped in mid-air, and his sharp eyes stared at Chen Yuan, full of disbelief. He originally wanted to embarrass Chen Yuan, but in the end it was his guest who got embarrassed, and even himself. Because the problem Chen Yuan just mentioned is exactly the dilemma his own factory is facing. When he said, he is very capable, it turned out that his daughter was not just talking nonsense. The proudest one is Jelena. She looked at the Zhang father and son's expressions as if they had seen a ghost, and then looked at her father who was so shocked that he was speechless. The relief in her heart was simply indescribable. She straightened her back, raised her chin higher, and hugged Chen Yuan's arm tightly. She leaned close to Chen Yuan's ear and whispered excitedly in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "You are awesome. Well done. My man is the best." Chen Yuan looked at her helplessly. It's over. This comrade has been completely immersed in the play and can no longer distinguish between the script and reality. Chapter 42. Mommy wants to sleep with you. The silence in the living room was dull and depressing. The first person to break the silence was Ji's mother. She gently put down the teacup, making a crisp sound, bringing everyone's attention back. She looked at Chen Yuan with a smile, and her eyes were just like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. The more she looked, the more satisfied she became. "Oh, it's already so late, and we're just busy chatting. The food is getting cold." She stood up and patted Ji Hongshan's arm naturally. "Old Ji, don't just stand there, serve the guests." Mr. Shang's face turned red and white, as if he was running a dying factory. How could he have the nerve to stay for dinner? If he finished this meal, he would probably suffer from indigestion. He stood up suddenly and forced a smile uglier than crying at Ji Hongshan. "Old Ji, look at what this has caused. My company suddenly remembered that there is an emergency meeting to be held, so I won't disturb your family's dinner. Let's make an appointment another day." As he spoke, he grabbed his son Zhang Wei, who was still in a daze beside him, and almost used some strength to drag him up from his seat. Zhang Wei's face looked even uglier than his father's. It was as if someone had stripped his pants in public. Shame, resentment, and disbelief, all these emotions intertwined together, distorting his handsome face that was meticulously fixed with hairspray. He stared at Chen Yuan intently, as if he wanted to burn 2 holes in his body with his eyes. Ji Hongshan stood up with a wooden face, moved his lips, and wanted to say something polite to keep her, but he swallowed the words back when they reached his lips. "What are you trying to keep? Are you going to continue to embarrass yourself by staying?" He could only nod stiffly. "Since you have something to do, I won't stay. Let's talk about it another day. Let's talk about it another day." Mr. Zhang pulled his son and almost ran away. Watching the embarrassed figures of the father and son disappear at the door, Ji Hongshan sat back heavily on the sofa and picked up the Buddhist beads, but found that his hands were shaking and he couldn't turn them smoothly after several attempts. He simply threw the Buddhist beads onto the coffee table, making a dull sound. In the dining room, the servants had already laid out the dishes. Mother Ji held Ji Lina's hand and greeted Chen Yuan affectionately. "Xiao Chun, come and sit down. Ignore your Uncle Ji, he has a bad temper. You have worked hard today, eat more." Ji Lina was like a victorious little peacock, holding her head high, proudly sitting down with Chen Yuan's arm, and deliberately choosing a seat farthest away from Ji Hongshan. The meal was played in a weird atmosphere. Ji's mother was the main attacker, and her enthusiasm was so great that Chen Yuan was a little overwhelmed. She would give him a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs, and then a bowl of matsutake chicken soup. "Xiao Chen, don't be fooled by your uncle's behavior just now. He actually has no ill intentions. He is just an old-fashioned person who always thinks that the most important thing is to marry someone of the same social status." "Auntie, I understand." Chen Yuan responded politely, but he was complaining in his heart. Not only did he not mean any harm, he simply wanted to pin me to the ground and rub me, but he didn't expect the ground to be too slippery, so he did a split first. "You are such a true person." Mother Ji was more and more pleased as she watched. "Nana has been spoiled by us since she was young. She has a bad temper. You have to bear with her in the future. Chen Yuan. Auntie, we are just acting, why are you arranging after sales service directly? Ji Lina was overjoyed when she heard this. She picked up a piece of green vegetables for Chen Yuan and said softly, "Dear, Mom has said so. You can't bully me in the future." Chen Yuan almost choked on a mouthful of rice. The two of them sang in unison, almost welding this fake to real script together. At the other end of the dinner table, Ji Hongshan had a dark face the whole time, said nothing, and just drank silently. His sharp eyes swept over Chen Yuan from time to time, as if he wanted to analyze him from the inside out. There were too many things about this young man that he couldn't see through. That kind of calmness beyond his age and sharp insight are definitely not what an ordinary sophomore should have. His heart was in turmoil. On the one hand, Chen Yuan's words just now did shock him, and he even felt a little appreciative. On the other hand, the feeling of being slapped in the face in public by a young boy shattered all the dignity and face he had accumulated in his lifetime. Acknowledge that he is excellent? Impossible. How could he reconcile with himself? Finally, when Ji's mother was about to pick up some food for Chen Yuan again, Ji Hongshan couldn't help it. He put down his wine glass with a paw and spoke with a sullen face. His voice was not loud, but it carried a sense of oppression. You know a little bit and you're showing off everywhere. He didn't look at Chen Yuan, his eyes fixed on the food on the table. Young people, the most taboo thing is to be impatient and complacent after achieving a little success. You still have a lot to learn. These words sound like a lesson, but they have an awkward sour taste inside. Ji's mother was unhappy and glared at her husband. How can you talk like that? Ji Lina directly counterattacked. Dad, you are jealous. Chen Yuan's words are very logical and he made Zhang Wei speechless, and you are still not convinced? I'm jealous of him? Ji Hongshan's voice was raised 8 degrees like a cat whose tail was stepped on. I'm jealous of him because he's a poor student? I've eaten more salt than he has eaten rice. I'm just reminding him not to aim too high. Seeing that a family war was about to break out, Chen Yuan quickly put down his chopsticks, lowered his posture very low, and put on a humble smile on his face. Uncle Ji is right. I have only read some relevant cases in books. I am sorry to make you and Mr. Zhang laugh at me. If I really want to do it, I will definitely not be as experienced as an entrepreneur like you. Don't hit someone who smiles at you. His words gave Ji Hongshan a way out without losing his own face. Ji Hongshan's expression indeed eased a little. He snorted heavily and said nothing more, which was considered as his agreement with this statement. But the speed of drinking was obviously a bit faster. The meal finally ended in a weird and undercurrent atmosphere. Ji Lina naturally wanted to send Chen Yuan home. Ji's mother readily agreed. Go ahead, drive slowly. Xiao Chen, come to our house for dinner often when you have time. Ji Hongshan put his hands behind his back and went upstairs without looking back, leaving Chen Yuan with only a proud back. Only after following Ji Lina out of the villa did Chen Yuan breathe a long sigh of relief. Ji Lina turned her head and looked at him with sparkling eyes. Her face was filled with uncontrollable excitement and admiration. You are so handsome today. My dad's old face was blue and white at times, just like a palette. It's so exciting. She paused, and her tone was a little coquettish. Chen Yuan, tell me honestly, how many things are you hiding from me? Are you really just an ordinary college student? It's absolutely true. Chen Yuan stretched himself lazily. What I said today was purely accidental. It happened to be within the scope of my reading. He didn't want to add any weird personality to himself. I don't believe it. Jelena curled her lips, but was in a very good mood and did not ask any more questions. I'm going home. Chen Yuan prepared to get in the car. Yeah. Jelena nodded, but showed no intention of leaving. She suddenly leaned over, and the faint scent of her perfume filled my air. Thank you for today. Her voice was very soft, with a hint of subtle seriousness, as a reward. Before Chen Yuan could react, a pair of soft and warm lips pressed against his cheek, and separated immediately after touching. Goodnight kiss. Jelena blinked and smiled playfully, her eyes moving around and her charm evident. Chen Yuan touched his cheek and shook his head helplessly. This young lady is really getting more and more into the role. Afterwards, Chen Yuan returned home and took out his cell phone to check the time. At this moment, the phone screen lit up, and the caller ID showed 3 words Sukajo. Chen Yuan's heart skipped a beat for unknown reason. Why is she calling so late at night? He swiped the answer button and put it to his ear. Hello?
The voice on the other end of the phone was not Sukajo's cold voice, but a soft, babyish little voice that sounded cautiously.
Dad? It's Yao Yao.
Shen Yuan's heart softened instantly. The fatigue and tension of the whole night seemed to disappear with the word dad.
He softened his voice. Yao Yao, why haven't you slept yet?
There was a rustling sound coming from the other end of the phone, as if the little guy was adjusting the way he held the phone.
Then, Chen Xingyao said clearly in a very serious and expectant tone. Dad, Mom and Yao Yao want to sleep with you. Chapter 43, Feeling of Home.
Shen Yuan was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. This little guy has even learned to make his mother his ally.
Oh? He teased her deliberately. Mom, do you want to sleep with Dad too?
There was silence for a few seconds on the other end of the phone, as if he was thinking about this question seriously.
Yao Yao's voice was a little uncertain, but soon became firm. Mom didn't say it, but Yao Yao knows that Mom definitely thought about it.
Why do you say that?
Chen Yuan became interested.
Because in the past, when Daddy was not at home, Mommy would not sleep well at night. The little guy tried hard to organize his words, as if he was sharing a big secret. Sometimes she would fall asleep on the sofa with a pillow in her arms, and she would go back to her room only when Daddy came back. Today, Mommy was also constantly looking at her phone, and Yao Yao knew that she must be waiting for Daddy. Su Kajo on the other end of the phone was pretending to organize the bookshelf, but when he heard his daughter's betrayal, his body froze instantly and his cheeks suddenly became hot.
When have I ever been like this?
Shen Yuan was listening on this end, and something in his heart was gently touched. He could imagine that scene, the cold and aloof school beauty, hugging a pillow and curling up on the sofa in the middle of the night, just waiting for the light to light up indicating that she would return home late. The Ji family's luxurious villa, Ji Hongshan's majesty, Zhang Wei's provocation, Ji Lina's bold kiss, these images that had just occupied his mind quickly faded and became like a black and white movie that had nothing to do with him. But his daughter's childish words on the phone outlined the background of his life, which was warm and real.
Okay.
Shen Yuan said without hesitation, his voice full of determination, then tell Mom that Dad will be there right now and sleep with you tonight.
Yeah. That's great. Yao Yao's excited cheers came from the phone.
After hanging up the phone, Shen Yuan started the car and turned it around.
10 minutes later, we arrived at the familiar residential building.
Shen Yuan went upstairs in 2 steps and stood in front of the familiar door. He straightened his clothes and then raised his hand to knock on the door.
The door opened quickly. The one who opened the door was Su Kajo.
She had obviously just taken a shower, her hair was half dry and casually draped over her shoulders, and she was wearing a set of light gray cotton pajamas. Under the loose pajamas, a pair of white and slender calves and round and small ankles were revealed, shining like milk under the warm light of the porch. Without the cold aura that usually keeps people away, at this moment, she is more like a white magnolia shrouded in mist, with a homely and soft scent. When their eyes met, Su Kajo's gaze was a little evasive. The blush on her face caused by her daughter's telling had not yet completely faded away, and when he looked at her like that, it even tended to spread to her ears. She spoke first, her voice a little lower than usual. Yao Yao said you were coming over.
I've cleaned up the room for you, you can sleep with Yao Yao tonight. Okay. Chen Yuan nodded and walked into the house. Yao Yao was already wearing her little dinosaur pajamas.
She rushed over like a happy little cannonball and hugged Chen Yuan's thighs. Dad.
You're here. Here it comes.
Shen Yuan smiled, picked her up and kissed her chubby cheek. Su Kajo followed behind, looking at the intimacy between the father and daughter. The corners of her mouth unconsciously raised slightly, but she quickly straightened it again, maintaining her little remaining reserve. Chen Yuan carried Yao Yao into the second bedroom and found that it had indeed been cleaned up. A small bed covered with a blue sheet was placed against the wall, with a brand new thin quilt folded at the head of the bed and new pillows as well. On the bedside table, there was an unopened set of men's toothbrush and towel.
Everything is arranged in an orderly manner. Mom has already made Dad's bed. Yao Yao said while hugging Chen Yuan's neck, as if asking for credit. Su Kajo's face turned even redder, and he quickly explained. Yao Yao insisted on laying the bed. Before she finished speaking, Yao Yao retorted in a baby voice, no, it was Mom who took the initiative to make the bed, and even asked Yao Yao what color bed sheet Dad liked. Su Kajo. She felt that her aloof personality throughout her life was completely shattered by her own daughter tonight. She glared at her daughter, but the latter was completely unaware and made a face at her. Shen Yuan looked at the interaction between the mother and daughter and just found it funny.
He put Yao Yao on her own little bed and said softly, "Okay, little hero, it's time to go to bed."
Do you want Daddy to tell you a story?
Yes. I want to listen to the Three Little Pigs. Yao Yao immediately got into bed, leaving only a pair of big, bright eyes exposed, looking at him expectantly. Chen Yuan sat down on the edge of the bed, lowered his voice, and began to tell the ancient story. Su Kazhou did not leave, but leaned against the doorframe and watched quietly.
In the room, the only sounds were Chen Yuan's gentle narration and Yao Yao's occasional laughter. Su Kazhou looked a little absent-minded.
Then, the big bad wolf was scalded by the boiling water and screamed, and ran away with its tail between its legs.
Chen Yuan's story ended. Yao Yao's eyelids were already drooping.
She yawned delicately and asked vaguely, "Dad? Then why don't you and your mother live in one big house like the Three Little Pigs?"
Chen Yuan's narration suddenly stopped. Su Kazhou, who was leaning against the door, suddenly stiffened and almost bit his tongue. The atmosphere was very awkward for a while. Chen Yuan cleared his throat, patted his daughter's head, and said nonsense in a serious tone, because Daddy snores when he sleeps and grabs the quilt. Mom dislikes Daddy, so she kicked him out to live with her. Su Kazhou was both angry and amused when she heard this, and couldn't help but snort softly, but the blush on her face betrayed her mood. Yao Yao nodded as if she understood, and muttered softly, "Daddy is not obedient." As he spoke, the little guy finally couldn't resist the sleepiness, closed his eyes, and breathed evenly.
Chen Yuan tucked the quilt for her, stood up quietly, and when he turned around, he met Su Kazhou's clear yet slightly complicated eyes.
She fell asleep.
Chen Yuan said softly.
"Yeah." Su Kazhou nodded and stepped aside to make way.
The two walked out of the room one after the other and closed the door gently. There was only a dim floor lamp on in the living room, and the atmosphere was a little too quiet.
Thank you."
Su Kazhou lowered his head and looked at his toes.
"Do you have class tomorrow?" "No classes in the morning."
"Oh." She responded, and then said nothing more. The air froze again. It was Chen Yuan who broke the silence first. "You should go to bed early."
I'm going to wash up,"
he said, picking up the new set of toiletries and heading towards the bathroom. When he passed by Su Kazhou, he smelled the fresh scent of shampoo coming from her hair. When Chen Yuan came out of the bathroom, Su Kazhou had already returned to the master bedroom. He lay on the small bed prepared for him. The sheets and quilt had a fresh smell mixed with sunshine and laundry detergent. It was very comfortable. Through the wall, he could vaguely hear the slightest sound of someone turning over in the next room.
And beside me, I could hear my daughter breathing evenly and steadily.
At this moment, all the fatigue from the whole night turned into incomparable peace of mind and steadiness. Chen Yuan closed his eyes and the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously.
Chapter 44: Xiaoqingning's sensitive area.
On the first day of the National Day holiday, the sun was so bright that it was a little dazzling. When Chen Yuan was pulled out of bed by Xiaoqingning, the rare tranquility of the past few days still remained in his mind.
"Hurry up!
The sun will set if you delay any longer." The private swimming pool in the backyard of the Xia family has a deep blue water that sparkles in the sun, like a huge, cut and polished sapphire. Chen Yuan was wearing a pair of beach pants, lazily leaning against the edge of the swimming pool, looking at the figure walking out of the locker room, his eyes fixed on him.
Xiaoqingning changed into a black bikini.
There was very little fabric, but it outlined her stunning figure perfectly. She is not skinny like those magazine models, but rather has a youthful and energetic figure. On the flat and tight belly, two beautiful vest lines are faintly visible, and the waistline is gathered into a breathtaking arc, extending downward into a round and straight curve. Her long legs were well proportioned and straight, and her skin was a milky white color from years of pampering, seeming to glow in the sun. She casually tied her long hair into a high ponytail, revealing her smooth, full forehead and slender, graceful swan neck. Chen Yuan secretly complained in his heart, this girl must have done it on purpose. There were only two of them in the huge swimming pool. It was clearly a hongmen banquet.
"Idiot, what are you looking at?" Xiaoqingning walked to the edge of the pool barefoot.
Her toes were small and cute, and they were painted with light pink nail polish. She put one foot into the water, kicked the surface of the water gently, and raised her chin at Chen Yuan.
"Nothing," Chen Yuan looked away. "I just think the sun is a bit strong today, and I'm worried that you might get sunburned." "Really?"
Xiaoqingning curled up a sly smile, suddenly bent down, scooped up a handful of water with both hands, and splashed it at Chen Yuan.
Crash!
The cold pool water poured over Chen Yuan's head and face, and he was caught off guard and got drenched. He wiped the water off his face and looked at the culprit, who was laughing so hard that his body was shaking.
Xiao Qingning, are you looking for a fight? Come on, chase me. Xiao Qingning smiled, turned around and jumped into the swimming pool, swimming forward flexibly like a mermaid. Chen Yuan snorted and dived into the water. The two started a chase in the swimming pool. Xiao Qingning is very good at swimming and has a light body. She can always escape from Chen Yuan's encirclement in a dangerous way, and she would turn back and splash water to provoke him from time to time. Chen Yuan was aroused by her and dived underwater, approaching her silently. Xiao Qingning was paddling proudly when she suddenly felt her ankle tighten. She was dragged backwards by a huge force and instantly lost her balance. Ah! She exclaimed, and before she could react, Chen Yuan picked her up from the water. Run, why don't you run anymore? Chen Yuan put his arms around her waist and made her face him. Their bodies were pressed tightly together, so close that they could feel each other's heartbeat. You are cheating. Xiao Qingning struggled for a bit, but was held even tighter. The water droplets slid down the ends of her hair, flowed over her delicate collarbone, and left a crystal-clear watermark on her delicate skin. The fight just now made her breathless, her cheeks flushed with a healthy blush, and her beautiful eyes looked particularly charming under the mist. Chen Yuan's Adam's apple rolled, and he suddenly got naughty with his hands, slapping her perky buttocks lightly. There was a crisp and loud pop sound. Xiao Qingning's body froze, her cheeks instantly flushed, and she stared at him in shame and annoyance. What are you doing? Enforce justice on the behalf of heaven and punish the disobedient little devil. Chen Yuan said righteously, but the touch on his hand made him feel slightly moved. You are the goblin. Xiao Qingning and Chen Yuan were making a mess, and the laughter and splashing water echoed in the empty backyard. After enough fun, the two came out of the swimming pool. Xiao Qingning took 2 dry bath towels, threw one to Chen Yuan, wiped the water droplets off her body casually, and then lay down on the beach chair by the swimming pool, stretching out her whole body. Hey, idiot. She tilted her head and said with a hint of command in her voice, come here and put sunscreen on me. Chen Yuan walked over with a bottle of sunscreen, looked at her smooth and flawless back, and shook his head helplessly. This girl seems to be able to order people around with confidence. He squeezed some milky white sunscreen into his palm, rubbed it, and then covered Xiao Qingning's back. It feels warm and delicate to the touch, and is incredibly smooth. Xiao Qingning's body trembled slightly. Chen Yuan knew that this girl had several sensitive areas on her body and was very ticklish. A wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his fingers were deliberately gentle, circling the itchy spots on her back with just a hint of force. Xiao Qingning let out a suppressed hum from her throat, her body curled up as if an electric current had passed through it. You apply it well. I'm serious. Chen Yuan looked innocent, but his hands became more and more violent. His fingertips slid down her spine slowly, one section at a time. Don't make trouble. Xiao Qingning's voice was filled with pleading. She hugged the edge of the recliner with both arms, and her toes were tense. Itchy. Chen Yuan, I was wrong, isn't that enough? Seeing her begging for mercy, Chen Yuan felt relieved. He regained his normal strength in his hands and spread the sunscreen evenly. After painting the back, he lowered his gaze to the pair of straight, slender legs. Apply it on the back too. Xiao Qingning buried her face in her arms, her voice muffled with a barely perceptible hint of embarrassment. No. Chen Yuan squeezed some more sunscreen, half squatted down, and placed his warm palms on her calves. His movements were gentle, starting from the slender ankles and working his way up. Xiao Qingning's skin was dazzlingly white in the sunlight and felt smoother than the finest silk. When his palm passed over the knee and reached the thigh, Xiao Qingning's body became visibly stiff again. Just as Chen Yuan's fingertips were about to touch the more delicate and sensitive skin, a gentle female voice came from not far away without warning. Ningning, Xiao Yuan, come here and have some fruit. It's Xiao Qingning's mother, Zhou Meizhu. She was holding a plate of cut fruit and standing in front of the glass door leading to the backyard with her usual gentle smile on her face. Xiao Qingning jumped up from the recliner like a frightened rabbit. Because she moved too quickly, she subconsciously reached out and pushed. The push was quite forceful. Thump! Chen Yuan, who was half squatting, was completely unprepared. When she pushed him like that, his balance was unstable and he fell into the swimming pool again in an extremely embarrassing posture. Mom! I'm here. Xiao Qingning didn't even look at Chen Yuan in the water. She grabbed the bath towel and wrapped herself in it. She ran towards her mother with a red face, like a fleeing deer.
In the swimming pool, Chen Yuan popped his head out, wiped the water off his face, looked at the backs of the mother and daughter, and felt like crying but had no tears.
What is this?
In the living room, Zhou Meizhu put the fruit plate on the coffee table and returned to sit next to her husband Xia Chang'an. Xia Chang'an was reading a newspaper wearing reading glasses. Seeing his wife's expression was a little strange, he put down the newspaper and asked, "What's wrong?" Zhou Meizhu hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Old Xia, I feel something is wrong with our daughter."
Situation? What kind of situation could that little girl have? Xia Chang'an smiled indifferently. You haven't noticed yet? Zhou Meizhu glanced at him. Has our Ningning been too close to that kid Chen Yuan recently? She saw clearly what happened in the backyard just now. That's not the intimacy that should exist between childhood sweethearts. The daughter was lying on her stomach, and Chen Yuan was half squatting, with his hand on her thigh. The atmosphere was so ambiguous that it was about to overflow. It's better to be closer. Xia Chang'an smiled even more widely when he heard this. We are childhood sweethearts, and we know each other well. Besides, don't you trust old Chen? He has been upright all his life. How bad can the son he raised be? If Xiao Yuan can be my son-in-law, I will be 100% relieved. Zhou Meizhu nodded, thinking that what her husband said made sense. The Chen family's family tradition is indeed good. She has watched Chen Yuan grow up, and his character and appearance are impeccable. Only. The image of Chen Yuan just now reappearing in her mind. He looked innocent, but there was a hint of mischievous smile in his eyes. That's what you said. Zhou Meizhu picked up the teacup, blew away the hot air, and whispered thoughtfully, but why do I feel that Chen Yuan is not as honest as you said? Chapter 45, The Short and Weak Balance. On the last day of the National Day holiday, a drizzle fell in Jiangcheng. The scenery outside the car window was blurred by the rain, and Chen Yuan leaned back in his seat. That girl Xia Qingning seemed to want to make up for all the time she had lost in the past 10 years. From that day at the swimming pool, the window paper between the two was completely torn apart, leaving only a thin layer of gauze. Her boldness and initiative far exceeded Chen Yuan's imagination. Except for the last step, almost everything that could be done and could not be done was done. In her words, this is called getting familiar with your fiancé's body structure in advance. When Chen Yuan thought of her leaning next to his ear and whispering these words with a sweet breath and her cunning and misty eyes, he felt his temples throbbing. This is not a little goblin at all, it is clearly a fox spirit that has been practicing for thousands of years, and is here specifically to absorb his young energy. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid he would be squeezed dry. So, on the last day of the holiday, Chen Yuan successfully escaped from the Xia family's magnificent pansy cave on the grounds that the school club has an important activity and I must return to school early to prepare. Buzz. The phone vibrated. It was a message from Xia Qingning. Idiot, have you arrived at school? It's raining, do you have an umbrella? Chen Yuan replied arrived, then put the phone back into his pocket without saying anything else. When the bus arrived at the station, he opened his umbrella and walked into the misty campus. The rainy days made the campus seem particularly deserted at the end of the holiday, with only a few students occasionally passing by in a hurry, holding umbrellas. He was just about to call Su Kazhou to ask her how she had been doing these days, but when he looked up, he saw a familiar figure running out of the library not far away. The girl didn't hold an umbrella. She just held a few books in her arms against her chest, buried her head, and let the cold rain wet her hair and shoulders. The rain slid down her pale cheeks, making her look like a fragile object swaying in the wind and rain. It's Su Ko porridge. Chen Yuan's heart tightened for no reason, and he almost subconsciously took a step forward and walked quickly towards him. Su Kazhou was running with his head down when he suddenly felt the rain above his head stop and a shadow covered him. She looked up blankly and met a pair of familiar eyes. Chen Yuan was holding an umbrella, with most of it tilted towards her, and his right shoulder was already wet. Have you had dinner? He asked, his voice particularly clear amid the sound of rain. Su Kazhou looked at him, as if she had not yet recovered from this sudden encounter. The rain and the days of not seeing each other for a long time condensed on her eyelashes, making her look a little helpless. She was stunned for several seconds before she shook her head gently, almost imperceptibly. Without saying a word, Chen Yuan grabbed her cold wrist with his left hand. Come with me to dinner. His action was irresistible, and the warmth from his palm made Su Kazhou tremble all over, as if he was hit by a weak electric current. She lowered her head in shame and subconsciously tried to break free, but her eyes glanced around first. After making sure that there was no one else she knew on the empty road,
she gave up her weak resistance and let him pull her towards the cafeteria. The raindrops hit the umbrella, making a dull and regular sound, isolating a small space that belonged to just the two of them.
Then, I'll treat you this time.
After walking a few steps, Sukajo whispered with a hint of stubbornness in his voice, "You've helped me enough."
Okay. Chen Yuan agreed readily. He knew that this girl had a strong sense of self-esteem and there was no need to argue with her over such a trivial matter. There is a small hot pot restaurant on the third floor of the school cafeteria, which is the warmest place to eat on such rainy days. Chen Yuan didn't hesitate and directly ordered a double-flavor hot pot, then started to scratch at the meat on the menu. Beef, lamb rolls, shrimp balls, tripe.
I picked the expensive ones that would fill me up, and finally ordered a bunch of hot pot meatballs and vegetables. Sukajo sat opposite, watching the waiter write down the items on the list one by one, his fingertips holding the phone turning slightly white.
She quietly turned on the screen and took a look at the balance in the payment app.
During this National Day holiday, she did not go back to her hometown.
Instead, she worked 3 odd jobs a day, busy from morning to night. But Yao Yao spent almost all the money she earned on Yao Yao.
Looking at the prices of the meat on the menu, her heart sank.
This meal, it seems like she can't afford it. The steaming hot pot was quickly brought up, with red oil bubbling and aroma filling the air.
Chen Yuan poured a large plate of fatty beef into the pot, watched the meat slices change color quickly, then picked up a few slices and put them into Suka's bowl of porridge.
Why are you just staring blankly? Eat quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold.
Sukajo made a sound and picked up the meat slice, but it tasted bland. She ate absent-mindedly during the meal, repeatedly calculating the pitiful balance in her mind. Even the aroma of the hot pot seemed to have turned into the taste of stress. Chen Yuan saw her embarrassment clearly, and his mind was as clear as a mirror, but he remained calm. After finishing the meal, he wiped his mouth and stood up. "Let's go and pay the bill." Sukajo followed him slowly, as if he was going to the execution ground. When I walked to the cashier, the waiter enthusiastically reported the total amount. "Hello, the total consumption is 268 yuan.
268. Sukajo's heart was completely cold.
All her change added up to just over 200 yuan. Her cheeks turned red instantly and she was so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. She held the phone, her fingertips hovering above the payment password, but she was hesitant to press it. Just as she was about to speak and use all her strength to say, "I don't have enough money," Chen Yuan beside her suddenly said, "Ha." He seemed to have discovered some new world. He pulled out a half-worn card from the compartment of his wallet and waved it in front of the cashier.
"I almost forgot. I have a meal card here. I think it was given as a gift from an activity last semester. It said there was 300 yuan in it. I haven't used it yet. If I don't use it today, it will expire." He handed the card to the cashier with a thankful expression on his face, saying, "Luckily I remembered it. Swipe this first and see if it's enough."
The cashier took the card and swiped it skillfully on the machine.
Drop. The prompt tone of successful payments sounded crisply. "Sir, that's enough. I've just finished brushing." "Okay, thanks." Chen Yuan took back the card and stuffed it back into his pocket. Then he turned to look at Sukajo, who looked stunned, and said as a matter of course, "The money on the card has been used up. I still need to pay for 2 bottles of Coke, 6 yuan. You pay." Sukajo was still standing there in a daze, his mind blank. She subconsciously called up the payment code and asked the cashier to scan $6. It was not until she walked out of the hot pot restaurant and felt the evening breeze that she suddenly reacted.
Are there any activities that give away meal cards? The school's meal cards are all based on real names, so it's impossible to give them to others as gifts. And how could it be such a coincidence that it was exactly 300 yuan, and it was about to expire, and he just happened to remember it? She stopped and looked up at the boy next to her who was holding an umbrella for her. All his carelessness was actually the most meticulous consideration, carefully safeguarding her pitiful and ridiculous self-esteem. The raindrops were blown sideways by the wind and hit her face. She couldn't tell whether it was rain or something else.
"Chen Yuan."
She spoke softly.
Thank you. What are you thanking me for?"
Chen Yuan held an umbrella and looked forward, his tone as casual as ever.
"Didn't we agree that you would treat me? You paid $6 and I didn't spend a penny. I should be the one to say thank you." Chapter 46 Between Kings. Sukajo didn't say anything else, but just followed him silently.
The distance between them was a little closer than before, and her shoulder was almost touching his arm. The rain seemed to be lighter, no longer beating like drums against the umbrella, but turning into a rustling whisper. The road from the cafeteria to the girls' dormitory is not long, but it seems especially long tonight. Chen Yuan could smell the faint scent of shampoo mixed with the scent of rain coming from her hair.
Aren't you going home to accompany Yao Yao tonight? Chen Yuan couldn't help but broke the silence. I have a part-time job tomorrow morning.
Su Kazhou's voice was very soft, as if he was afraid of disturbing the tranquility of the rainy night.
So hard-working?
Chen Yuan said casually, if you need money, I can lend it to you. Su Kazhou paused for a moment, then followed. She turned her head to the side, and the light from the street lamp cast mottled shadows on her face, making it difficult to see her true expression.
You've helped me enough.
Chen Yuan felt a little blocked in his heart and didn't know what to say for a moment. Any words of comfort seemed pale and powerless at this moment. He could only tilt the umbrella towards her to make sure not a drop of rain would fall on her. Soon, the girls' dormitory building appeared in front of us. Orange light shone through the foyer, spreading a small warm area on the wet floor.
I'm here. Su Kazhou stopped and stood under the eaves at the dormitory door, finally leaving the protection of the umbrella.
She raised her head, and her eyes, which always seemed distant, were now as clear as the sky after rain.
Chen Yuan, she called him again, much more seriously than before, for today's matter, and for the things before, really, thank you.
After saying this, she seemed to have used up all her courage and bowed deeply to him.
Chen Yuan was a little confused by her sudden action and quickly reached out to help her. Hey, what are you doing? You can't. Just then, a quick and familiar cell phone ringtone broke the tranquility of the rainy night. Chen Yuan's movements froze in mid-air.
He knew without even looking who the owner of this exclusive ringtone was. There is no one else except that which Xia Qingning. This woman's phone calls are more punctual than a time bomb. He took out his cell phone, and the 3 words Xia Qingning were indeed flashing tirelessly on the screen. Su Kazhou also straightened up, his eyes fell on the lit screen of his mobile phone, and then quickly looked away, as if it was just a casual glance. But the warmth that had just risen in her eyes cooled down at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Chen Yuan was in a dilemma.
It would be wrong not to answer the call in front of Su Kazhou, but it would be even more wrong to answer it. He gritted his teeth and pressed the answer button.
Hello? Idiot, where have you been? Didn't you say you were going back to school? Why can't I see your car downstairs of the dormitory?
Xia Qingning's voice came from the other end of the phone as a matter of course, with a hint of questioning that did not allow for any argument.
Chen Yuan's eyes twitched. Car? Xia Qingning actually sent someone to keep an eye on him downstairs of his dormitory?
The visibility inside the school is poor at night, so I parked my car outside. Chen Yuan tried his best to sound normal.
What are you calling about?
Of course I have something to do, Xia Qingning snorted. I asked Uncle Zheng to send you something, come downstairs, and get it right now.
I tell you, there is soup that I personally cooked for you in it. If you dare not drink it, I will come to your school tomorrow to kill you.
Chen Yuan felt his temples throbbing again.
He glanced at Su Kazhou, who was standing under the eaves of the opposite house. She lowered her head and leaned slightly to the side, as if she couldn't hear their conversation at all. But Chen Yuan knew that she must have heard it. Got it. I'll be there right away. He could only agree and prepare to make a quick decision. Who are you with? Xia Qingning's voice suddenly became a little dangerous. Why do I hear an echo from your side? It doesn't sound like you are in the dormitory. Are the ears of this woman a bat? In the hallway, the signal is bad. Chen Yuan lied calmly. Okay, hang up first.
I'll go downstairs to get something. After saying that, without waiting for Xia Qingning to ask further questions, he decisively hung up the phone.
The world is finally quiet. He raised his head and met Su Kazhou's gaze. That look was complicated, with inquiry, understanding, and even a hint of self-mockery. Go quickly, don't make your girlfriend wait anxiously. Su Kazhou's tone returned to its usual coldness, as if the girl who had bowed to him and thanked him just now was just Chen Yuan's illusion. Ahem.
Chen Yuan subconsciously wanted to say something. After all, Su Kazhou knew from the beginning that he would have more than one girlfriend in the future.
Thank you for the umbrella. Su Kazhou didn't give him a chance to explain.
She took a step back, putting some distance between them.
Then she turned around and quickly walked into the lobby of the dormitory building.
Her back was resolute, without a trace of nostalgia.
Only the sound of the door opening was left.
Chen Yuan was holding an umbrella, with his outstretched hand still suspended in mid-air, in an awkward posture.
The evening breeze blew over with raindrops, bringing a biting chill.
He looked at the glass door slowly closing, reflecting his lonely figure. He looked down at the phone in his hand, then looked up at the direction where Su Kajo disappeared, and finally let out a long sigh. Forget it, there is still a long way to go.
Chapter 47. Give you a little brother.
Chen Yuan stood downstairs of the dormitory building for a while. The raindrops hit half of his body diagonally, bringing a bone-chilling chill. He first resigned himself to going to the school gate to pick up the thermos bucket that Xia Qingning had sent. It was burning hot to the touch, and seemed to still carry the woman's domineering and unquestionable attitude. He was carrying a heavy thermos bucket, and the depression caused by Su Kajo in his heart was relieved a lot by the weight of reality. Forget it, reasoning with a woman is the most unreasonable thing in the world, especially when there is more than one woman. All he wanted now was to see his precious daughter, who was the cure for everything.
Chen Yuan sighed, turned around and prepared to drive out of the school gate. Just as he reached the brightly lit school gate, a figure suddenly jumped out from the shadow of the flower bed next to him, accompanied by a familiar fragrance, and a soft and smooth arm wrapped around his arm like lightning.
"I got you." A voice so charming that it could drip water sounded in his ears, and the breath was as sweet as orchid. Chen Yuan shuddered all over and knew who it was without even looking.
Apart from the enchantress Jelena, who else could make a raid so enchanting?
He turned his head and saw Jelena's beautiful face close to him. She was wearing a tight black dress today with a perfectly plunging neckline that perfectly highlighted her proud curves. The night and the lights seemed to serve as her backdrop, making her whole body glow.
"You want to scare me to death in the middle of the night?"
Chen Yuan's eyes twitched and he tried to pull his arms free, but she held him even tighter.
"Hee, if you don't do anything wrong, you don't have to worry about ghosts knocking on your door. Tell me, where are you going with a bucket so late at night?" Jelena stood on tiptoe and sniffed curiously. "What a delicious soup, which vixen cooked it for you?"
Chen Yuan felt like his head was bigger than two.
"To see my daughter," he said simply. "Daughter?"
Lena's eyes lit up instantly, brighter than the streetlights.
"Is that the super cute Yao Yao? I want to go too. I want to go too." Chen Yuan looked at her suspiciously. "Are you going too?"
"Of course."
Jelena straightened her chest confidently. "The child is so cute, as the future aunt, shouldn't I go and see him in advance?"
As she spoke, without waiting for Chen Yuan's consent, she directly pulled him to the fruit shop next door. After a quick sweep, Chen Yuan's other hand was also occupied with a large bag filled with imported cherries, strawberries, and various snacks. Looking at Lena's excited look, Chen Yuan couldn't find a reason to refuse. The two took a taxi to the community where Chen Yuan lived. When they opened the door, the warm light from the living room poured out. Chen Xingyao was sitting cross-legged on the carpet in front of the sofa, watching cartoons. When she heard the door open, her little head immediately turned around.
"Dad!"
With a crisp and soft cry, a small figure immediately rushed over like a small cannonball and hugged Chen Yuan's thigh. Chen Yuan's heart felt warm, and all his fatigue and worries disappeared in an instant. Just as he was about to bend down to pick up his daughter, he saw Chen Xingyao's gaze pass over him and fall on Lena behind him and the huge bag of snacks in Lena's hand. The little girl's eyes suddenly lit up and she opened her mouth in surprise.
"Wow! Third mom, you are so nice." Puff. Chen Yuan almost vomited blood, staggered and almost fell on the spot. Three moms? What the hell is this name?
The first mother is Su Kajo, and before we can figure out who the second mother is, the third mother suddenly appears.
How much information about the future is contained in this little head?
However, in stark contrast to his horrified expression, Lena was stunned for a moment after hearing the name, and then an unprecedented bright smile bloomed on her bright face, and the joy in her eyes almost overflowed.
"Oh, my dear Yao Yao."
She seemed to enjoy the title of third mother very much. She responded happily, then squatted down gracefully and gave Chen Xingyao a loud kiss on her pink face.
"Come, look at what delicious food third mom bought for you."
She handed over the bag of snacks in her hand like offering a treasure. "Next time you finish eating, tell third mom and she will buy you a whole house."
"Hee, thank you third mom." Chen Xingyao was holding the bag of snacks, swaying happily, her little mouth as sweet as if it was smeared with honey.
Jelena was so delighted that she felt her life had reached its peak at this moment. She even gave Chen Yuan a provocative look as if to say, "Look, your daughter has recognized me." Chen Yuan held his forehead, feeling that his worldview was being overturned and reshaped bit by his daughter.
Chen Xingyou held the snacks, raised her little face, and asked curiously, "Third mom, are you going to stay here tonight to accompany Yao Yao?"
Jelena pinched her little nose lovingly, with a hint of sly regret in her tone. "No, Sanma's mother is very strict.
If you don't go home so late, you will be spanked."
Shen Yuan became interested, especially in the memory of his daughter. He cleared his throat, squatted down, looked at Chen Xingyou and asked, "Yao Yao, tell dad, did third mom often live with dad before?" Ji Lina was enjoying the warm interaction with her future daughter, but when she heard this, she looked at Chen Yuan in a daze. "What before?" she asked in a low voice, with a puzzled look on her face. Chen Xingyou tilted her head, thought about it seriously, and then nodded firmly. She dragged out her tone, as if recalling something very ordinary. "Third mom always lived with dad."
Chen Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Is there going to be a sequel? Sure enough, Shen Xingyou's next words were like a blockbuster bomb, exploding in the small living room.
"Besides, third mom always said that she and dad would give me a little brother."
Chapter 48. Two women about to appear in the same frame. Giving birth to a little brother? What kind of lewd words are these? And they came from the mouth of my 4-year-old daughter. Before he could figure out how to correct his daughter's shocking future memory, the female fairy beside him had already let out a silver bell-like laugh, which was full of undisguised pride and charm. Ji Lina was not shy at all. Instead, she tucked her scattered hair behind her ears and winked at Chen Yuan coquettishly. Her eyes were full of charm. Oh, Yao Yao is so smart. She squatted down, but her eyes were glued to Chen Yuan's face. How can just giving birth to a little brother be enough? Third mother and your father will give you several little brothers and sisters, and then our family will be lively. After saying that, she deliberately blew a kiss to Chen Yuan. The curve of her red lips was arrogant and charming. Chen Yuan's temple was throbbing. Lively? It's quite lively. I'm afraid it's going to blow the roof off. He took a deep breath, feeling that if he let this woman stay any longer, his daughter's worldview would be headed in an indescribable direction. He picked up the thermos on the sofa with one hand, and tried to rescue the snack bag from Jelena's arms with his other hand. He said with a straight face, "Okay, it's getting late. Go back quickly and don't teach the children bad things." How could I teach the child bad things? Ji Lina grumbled unconvinced, but when she saw Chen Yuan's face that was about to break, she finally stopped teasing him. She gained a lot today. The identity of third mother made her feel comfortable and in a very good mood. She let go of the bag of snacks, stood up, gracefully adjusted the hem of her dress, then bent down and kissed Chen Xingyou on the face. Good boy Yao Yao, third mom is leaving first. I'll come to see you next time. Goodbye, third mom. Chen Xingyou held the snacks and waved her little hands obediently. Ji Lina turned around contentedly, and when she reached the door, she turned back and made a phone call gesture to Chen Yuan, and silently said "miss me" with her mouth. Then she disappeared out the door in her high heels, bringing a gust of fragrance. The whole living room finally quieted down. Chen Yuan felt like he had fought a tough battle and was exhausted both physically and mentally. He looked at his daughter who was still smiling happily while holding the snacks, shook his head helplessly, and walked over to pick her up. Yao Yao, don't call anyone mom anymore, understand? Chen Xingyou nestled in her father's arms, rubbing her little head against his chest, and asked in confusion, "Why?" But Zhou Mama is the first mother, San Mama is the third mother, and there is also the second mother, and the second mother hasn't come yet. Chen Yuan. He decided to give up communicating. Discussing with a daughter who has memories of the future how many mothers she has is something that is enough to drive any normal father crazy. He now feels that his future self might be a professional balance master. The next day, Chen Yuan came to the classroom feeling a little tired from not getting enough sleep. As soon as he sat down, Zhao Hai next to him jumped over like a monkey and poked him with his elbow with a mysterious look on his face. Brother Chen, great news. What good news can you have? Chen Yuan didn't even bother to raise his eyelids. Did you find some discounted game skins online again? That's a bit too small, isn't it? Zhao Hai chuckled and lowered his voice. The annual school sports meet is coming, and the counselor just announced the list of participants in the class group. You, Chen Yuan, have been honored to be selected as the only designated athlete for the men's 3,000-meter long-distance race in our computer department. Chen Yuan suddenly raised his head and stared at him unkindly. Did you sell me out again? Zhao Hai is a member of the college track and field team. He is good at sprinting and hurdling. Whenever there is a school-wide sports activity, the first person the teacher thinks of is him. This guy had a bad habit. Every time he was conscripted, he would drag Chen Yuan down with him. Hey, you can't say that.
Zhao Hai looked righteous, patting his chest. Brother Chen, think about it, it's such an honor to represent our computer department in front of the whole school. We want to let those who say we can only write code see that we are not only smart, but also physically strong.
Chen Yuan pulled the corner of his mouth. This honor is for you, do you want it? Don't.
Zhao Hai saw that he was really going to give up, so he quickly moved closer, winked and threw out his trump card. Brother Chen, this time is different.
The most important thing is, do you know who is the sign holder in our department?
He paused, and in a you-know tone, slowly uttered 3 words.
Su ko porridge. Chen Yuan stopped moving.
So, Zhao Hai's smile was somewhat ambiguous and instigating. Just think about that scene. The school beauty Su is walking in front holding a sign that says Computer Science Department, and you, as the ace athlete of the department, are following behind. A talented man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven.
If this gets out, won't those messy posts on the forum be refuted? You're the only one who talks too much.
Chen Yuan replied with disdain, but he couldn't help but start thinking in his heart. Zhao Hai's words reminded him. Since the welcome party, Su Kazhou seems to have really changed a bit. Although she was still aloof and unsociable, the panic that caused her to deliberately avoid crowds had indeed disappeared. The fact that he agreed to be the sign holder this time is the best proof of this.
This is undoubtedly a good thing for her. But Chen Yuan frowned, remembering something else. He looked at Zhao Hai and the other 2 roommates who were sitting in the back seat listening to the gossip, and asked, have you seen any posts on the school forum that criticize Su Kazhou recently?
I saw it.
Zhao Hai curled his lips. It's just sour grapes.
They say the school beauty has a messy private life and is cheating on multiple men.
They even made up some stories that are obviously fake.
Another roommate also echoed, yes, I saw that post. The IP address kept changing. It's obvious that someone is deliberately stirring up trouble behind the scenes. Chen Yuan tapped his fingers on the table. His voice was calm but carried an unquestionable meaning.
Hack that post, can you do that? Several people in the dormitory are technical geeks from the computer department.
Although they don't seem to be in tune with the world at ordinary times, their professional abilities are stronger than each other.
Zhao Hai raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and the gossipy smile on his face instantly became meaningful.
Don't worry, Brother Chen. My sister-in-law's business is our business. I will make sure everything is clear for him. Not only will I delete the post, but I will also give him a little surprise on the computer where he posted it.
What sister-in-law? Stop talking nonsense.
Chen Yuan scolded, but the corners of his mouth curled up almost imperceptibly. Having such a group of brothers really makes me less worried.
However, after solving the old troubles, a new and bigger trouble came to mind.
A thought suddenly flashed through Chen Yuan's mind, a thought that made his back feel slightly cold.
Sports meeting, hand holding a sign. There is no doubt that Su Kazhou is the best player in the computer department. Then, what about Xia Qingning? Given her extraordinary popularity and status in the law school, and her face that always attracts attention wherever she goes, it would be strange if the teachers and students of the school did not choose her as the sign holder. And Xia Qingning would definitely not miss this opportunity. After all, she was the one who held up the sign at the law school last time. At the last welcome party, Su Kazhou and Xia Qingning were just on the same performer list. At the opening ceremony and entrance ceremony of this sports meet, all sign holders and athlete representatives from all departments will appear in front of the rostrum together. Chen Yuan felt his scalp tingling when he thought of that scene. According to Xia Qingning's personality, she would never miss this opportunity to assert her sovereignty in front of all the teachers and students in the school. She has always been good at planning, and prefers to take the initiative and keep everything firmly under her control. Chen Yuan didn't dare to imagine what she would do then. Show your affection in front of the whole school? Or use some clever and powerful way to make everyone think that they are a couple? It's very possible. And what about Su Ko porridge? Chen Yuan felt inexplicably nervous. Although he and Su Kazhou do not have any nominal relationship now, the little girl who calls him dad in a soft and sweet voice really exists. No matter what the future holds, Su Kazhou is Yao Yao's biological mother, and this cannot be changed. So, he couldn't help but care about her thoughts and feelings. That woman, although she looked as cold as an iceberg, was actually more fragile than anyone else. It was not easy for me to cautiously poke my head out from the shadow of the past and was willing to face the public again. If Xia Qingning provoked her in front of the whole school at this moment, would she shrink back into that hard shell again?
The more Qin Yuan thought about it, the more annoyed he became. There is Xia Qingning, Su Kazhou, and now there is the self-proclaimed Ji Lina. He seemed to be able to see himself on the opening day of the sports meet, sandwiched between 2 or 3 women with different auras, with a bottomless abyss under his feet and thunder and lightning above his head.
Chen Yuan let out a long sigh, hoping that his premonition was wrong.
I hope that by then, those 2 women will stay far away from each other and never have any contact with each other.
Chapter 49, Su Kazhou is jealous without knowing it.
Chen Yuan's premonitions have always been very accurate, especially when it comes to matters concerning women, so accurate that even he himself finds them weird. On the afternoon of the 3rd day after the announcement of the sports meet, Chen Yuan was dragged from his bed in the dormitory to the playground by Zhao Hai. It is called pre-match adaptive training. Brother Chen, your physical fitness is not good. You're out of breath after just running 2 laps.
How are you going to make it through the 3,000 meters?
Zhao Hai, wearing a professional sports shorts, was jumping easily beside him with a steady breath. Chen Yuan bent over, supported his knees with his hands, and felt like there was a broken bellows rumbling in his lungs.
What do you know? I'm just conserving my strength,
he said stubbornly, but his eyes were darting around, afraid of seeing something he shouldn't see.
All right, take a break. Zhao Hai handed over a bottle of water, then came closer with a wink. By the way, Brother Chen, I've done what you asked me to do.
Chen Yuan took the water, unscrewed it and took a sip, finally suppressing the burning feeling a little.
What do you mean? He. Zhao Hai's smile revealed a kind of wickedness that only tech geeks have. We worked together to spread the post, and even cleared the server cache.
By the way, we also tracked down the IP address and sent a small gift to the guy who fanned the flames behind the scenes.
What gift?
Nothing much, Zhao Hai said lightly. I just changed his computer's desktop to our school's student disciplinary regulations, and played the entire text in a loop. By the way, I helped him lock his browser homepage to the principal's speech video, and automatically play it at the highest volume when he turns on the computer.
I think this will help him purify his mind and become a new person. Chen Yuan almost spit out a mouthful of water.
He could imagine the unlucky guy's expression of seeing a ghost when he turned on the computer. He patted Zhao Hai on the shoulder and said sincerely, "You guys are really talented."
Of course, no matter whose sister-in-law she is, whose business it is.
Zhao Hai almost let it slip again, and quickly changed his words. Oh, there's one more thing, I don't know if it can be considered good news. He opened his phone, clicked on an interface and handed it to Chen Yuan.
That is the official public account of Jiangcheng University Law School.
The title of the latest push is very eye-catching, heroic and dashing. The sign-bearers of our school's sports meet show their style.
The accompanying picture is a photo of Xia Qingning wearing a white dress and standing in the sun in front of the law building.
In the photo, she smiles confidently and brightly, with an innate pride in her eyes, as if she was born to stand in the spotlight.
Chen Yuan's temple began to throb again. What is supposed to come will eventually come. Zhao Hai was still beside him, exclaiming in amazement, "Isn't that a coincidence?"
Our department's school beauty Su, the law school's school beauty Xia, this sports meet is another battle of the gods.
Brother Chen, you are so lucky.
Chen Yuan rolled his eyes at him, looked away, and felt his head hurt even more. He now only hopes that these 2 immortals will be able to stay tens of thousands of miles apart and never really fight.
Just then, a familiar, faint fragrance wafted over. Chen Yuan's body froze instantly. Xiao Chen, I knew you were here.
Xia Qingning's voice was light and clear, but it was like a hook that accurately caught Chen Yuan's nerves. She appeared at the side of the runway at some point, wearing a well-tailored light gray sportswear that outlined her slim and well-proportioned figure. Her long hair was tied into a neat ponytail. She looked full of energy, completely different from the gentle goddess in the photos on the official account. She was holding a bottle of sports drink in her hand and handed it to Chen Yuan naturally.
There were tiny water droplets on the bottle. Here you go, your favorite lime flavor.
I knew you would be dragged by Zhao Hai to practice blindly without any warm-up. Be careful of cramps. Zhao Hai was watching from the side with his eyes wide open and his mouth opened into an O shape.
He looked at Chen Yuan, then at Xia Qingning, feeling a little guilty, and quickly made an excuse. Well, I'll go over there and stretch, you guys chat. Having said that, he ran away. Chen Yuan didn't take the bottle of drink. He looked at Xia Qingning and smiled as usual. Why are you here?
Come and see our long-distance running hero. There was a hint of cunning in Xia Qingning's smile. She stuffed the drink into Chen Yuan's hand, then her eyes fell on the sweat beads on his forehead. She naturally raised her hand to wipe them off for him. Chen Yuan was also enjoying it and put his other hand into the pocket of his sweatpants as if nothing had happened.
Xia Qingning's tone was still relaxed. Do you remember when we were little? At the community sports meet, you insisted on signing up for the 3,000-meter race, but you got cramps halfway through the run, and you cried and shouted and couldn't move. In the end, I had to carry you back, and the next day I couldn't even lift my legs.
At the other entrance of the playground, Su Kazhou was standing there. She was wearing an ordinary white t-shirt and jeans, holding a bottle of mineral water in her arms, and looked a little out of place with the lively sports atmosphere around her. There was a hint of hesitation and timidity in her eyes, as if she had mustered up a lot of courage to come here. Her gaze passed over the crowd and finally fell on Chen Yuan. Then, she saw Xia Qingning beside Chen Yuan and the eye-catching bottle of lime-flavored sports drink in Chen Yuan's hand. Su Kazhou's footsteps just stopped like that. The little bit of courage on her face that she had accumulated with great difficulty to get closer quickly melted away like snow in the sun. She looked at Chen Yuan and Xia Qingning standing together. One was tall and straight, the other was bright and charming. They looked so well matched. Her fingers holding the mineral water bottle tightened unconsciously, and her knuckles turned slightly white. She felt like an unwanted, out-of-place intruder. But the next second, she shook her head, trying to wake herself up. She told herself silently in her heart, I just wanted to thank Chen Yuan as a friend for his care for me. As for him and his girlfriend, it has nothing to do with me. Chapter 50 Different Su Kokanji. The noise on the playground seemed to quiet down as Su Kazhou turned around. She didn't look back again, but just clenched the bottle of mineral water that had already started to warm up in her hand, turned around silently, and merged into the crowd. Chen Yuan's attention was all on Xia Qingning in front of him, so naturally he didn't notice the figure quietly leaving in the distance. As the night deepens, the city lights come on. Chen Yuan drove the car and stopped downstairs of the familiar apartment building. He looked up out of habit and saw warm orange light shining through the window on the 16th floor. When I opened the door, the aroma of food hit me. Immediately afterwards, a small figure rushed out from the living room with a dee-dee sound, and like a small cannonball, threw itself accurately into his arms. Dad! Chen Xingyao's soft little body hung on Chen Yuan, and she tilted her delicate little face up. Her big eyes like black grapes sparkled, and she offered her enthusiasm generously, kiss. Chen Yuan's heart instantly turned into a puddle of water. He lowered his head and kissed his daughter's soft face hard, feeling the pleasant milky scent, and all the fatigue of the whole day seemed to be dispelled. Where's Mom? He walked in holding his daughter. Mom is making dinner. Chen Xingyao put her little hands around Chen Yuan's neck, her tone full of pride and expectation. Yaya likes the food Mom cooks the most. Chen Yuan smiled, put a small exquisite cake he bought on the road on the coffee table in the living room, and scratched his daughter's nose. Eat this tomorrow during the day. Eating sweets at night will cause worms in your teeth. I know. Chen Xingyao nodded sensibly. After settling his daughter down, Chen Yuan walked towards the kitchen carrying the huge watermelon he picked out at the fruit shop downstairs. In the kitchen, Su Kazhou was wearing an apron, with her back to the door, quietly cutting vegetables. She had a slender figure and her long hair was tied behind her head with a simple hair tie, revealing a fair and graceful neck. The range hood was humming as she cut the vegetables slowly and rhythmically. The whole scene was filled with a peaceful, down-to-earth atmosphere. Try this. The owner of the fruit shop guarantees that if it's not sweet, you won't pay for it. Chen Yuan put the watermelon on the sink and said with a smile. Su Kazhou paused for a moment. She turned around and looked at Chen Yuan. Under the bright light in the kitchen, her delicate face, which always looked a little cold and aloof, now seemed to be covered with a thin layer of mist. Her lips were lightly pursed, her eyes were downcast, and her long eyelashes cast a small shadow under her eyelids. She looked, actually a little aggrieved, which was hard to explain. She took the watermelon handed to her by Chen Yuan and just responded softly. Oh. Then she turned around and continued cutting vegetables without saying anything else. The smile on Chen Yuan's face froze. He blinked, a little confused. This reaction is wrong. Normally, even if she didn't smile, she would at least ask, have you eaten, or what is Yao Yao doing outside? She would never give a monosyllabic answer like this with a cold back. Confused, he exited the kitchen and quickly walked back to the living room. Chen Yuan grabbed Chen Xingyao, who was concentrating on watching cartoons, into his arms, lowered his voice, and asked like a thief, Yao Yao, did you make your mother angry today? Chen Xingyao held her teddy bear and shook her head innocently, her big eyes full of confusion. No, Mom taught me how to draw today. She is always very kind to Yao Yao.
That's strange.
Chen Yuan frowned, touched his chin and fell into deep thought. Based on his many years of experience in observing people's words and expressions, Su Kuzhou's expression just now definitely did not mean that he was alright. That little bit of grievance almost overflowed from his eyes.
If it wasn't my daughter's fault, could it be myself? Chen Yuan quickly went over today's schedule in his mind. I was in class, slacking off, and in the afternoon I was dragged by Zhao Hai to the playground to run, and then I met Xia Qingning. Is it because of Xia Qingning? The more he thought about it, the more it seemed possible, but something didn't seem right. Su Kuzhou is not the type of person who would be jealous for no reason. What's more, why should she be jealous? There's nothing between them, they just have a child.
Thinking of this, Chen Yuan suddenly felt a little guilty. He shook his head and decided to solve the problem through action.
He went back into the kitchen, took another apron from the wall and put it on himself. Let me do it. You go watch TV with Yao Yao for a while. The meal will be ready soon.
As he said this, he naturally reached out to take the kitchen knife from Su Kuzhou's hand.
Don't want.
Su Kuzhou turned sideways, avoiding his hand, with a hint of stubbornness in her tone. Chen Yuan looked at her like this and found it funny for no reason. The slightly pouting lips and the stubborn eyes no longer looked like the usual aloof school beauty. She looked clearly like a little girl who was having a tantrum, and there was even a hint of coquettishness in her. His heart softened, and he changed his strategy, saying with a smile, "You can coax Yao Yao, but I can't. She is obsessed with watching cartoons right now. If she gets too close to the TV and damages her eyes, only you can call her back.
This task belongs to you." This reason is obviously valid.
When Su Kuzhou heard about his daughter's vision problem, his stubbornness was immediately shaken. She hesitated for a moment, but finally put down the kitchen knife and took off her apron.
Then, be careful. She whispered a warning, walked past him and left the kitchen.
Chen Yuan looked at her back, smiled helplessly, picked up the kitchen knife and began to process the remaining ingredients.
He has good knife skills and can cut vegetables quickly and steadily.
Under his hands, the potato shreds quickly become evenly thin.
But his heart couldn't calm down.
As he was chopping vegetables, he was reviewing the whole process in his mind.
How did I offend her? Could it be that she saw herself and Xia Qingning on the playground in the afternoon?
As soon as this thought came to his mind, he suppressed it.
Impossible, how could she go to the playground? How could a person who almost never participates in any group activities run to that lively place for no reason? But if not this, what could it be? He was puzzled and felt as if his heart was being scratched by a cat's claws, making it itchy and uncomfortable. At this moment, his mind was distracted and his hand movements slowed down slightly. With a hiss, a sharp pain came from his fingertips. He looked down and saw that the tip of his index finger had been cut by the blade. A drop of bright red blood immediately oozed out, quickly condensed into a drop, and fell on the white chopping board, which was particularly eye-catching. Damn it! Chen Yuan cursed, quickly threw down the kitchen knife and put his finger in his mouth. What's wrong?
Almost at the same time, Su Kuzhou's voice sounded at the kitchen door, with a hint of barely perceptible nervousness. She seemed to have heard the noise and came over immediately. When her eyes fell on Chen Yuan's fingers that were bleeding and the glaring red spot on the chopping board, her face changed instantly.
Did you cut your hand?
Her voice was half a degree higher than usual, revealing a sense of urgency.
It's okay, it's just a small cut.
Chen Yuan wanted to rinse it under the faucet and said nonchalantly, "I can take care of it myself."
Don't move. Su Kuzhou stepped forward quickly and grabbed his wrist.
Her hands were a little cold, but she held them tightly with an unquestionable strength. Chen Yuan was slightly stunned.
He looked at Su Kuzhou.
I saw that her brows were furrowed, and her eyes were full of undisguised anxiety and heartache.
She took his hand and walked quickly to the living room.
She took out the medicine box from the drawer of the TV cabinet and deftly found cotton swabs, iodine and band-aids. She didn't utter a word during the whole process, but her tense profile and forceful fingertips revealed her inner emotions. She asked Chen Yuan to sit on the sofa, and she half knelt in front of him, carefully using a cotton swab dipped in iodine to gently clean his wound. Chen Yuan just looked at her lowered eyes, looked at her focused expression, looked at her nervousness because of a small wound of hers. Somewhere in my heart, it felt like it was gently bumped by something, causing a strange, tingling ripple.
What happened to Su Kuzhou today? It feels so different from usual.